Alrighty. I think we have started. I hope all the audio's good. Hello, Noxley! Hello, hello! Oh, I think maybe my model is too big. Because I think that's not the screen for my model. Is this it? Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, the top of my hair was hitting the chat. You beat Cal? Yeah, I saw. I saw there was some talking about who could be here first. I am a little confused. Maybe it's just me. I thought there was something where I didn't read Callie's, and I just loaded it up so I would be ready. But I feel like I did read this. I remember this. Am I crazy? I don't know. I'll wait till Callie's on and then we can talk. But hello, hello, welcome on in, all my raccoons. I know some of you guys might be dealing with the ads as we get started, but there should hopefully be some new emotes. Maybe they haven't loaded in yet. Oh no. I gave it a few hours, hoping. Let's see here. I am gonna check. Let me look at my viewer rewards emotes. They're all still pending approval. I'm so sorry. There is 4 emotes that Twitch has not yet approved. Oh, that's crazy. Oh no. Let's see here. And the other one should be OBS. Hello, hello. Let me see. Let me go back to my chat. Right now I'm looking at my emotes. Stream manager. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. You're not first. Hello, hello. Oh my goodness, Chatty Matty's starting us off right now with a raid. Welcome on in, raiders. Hello, hello. Yes, you're not first. Hello, welcome on in. It's good to see you guys. So, this is our first stream of the new year, correct? It's our first stream. We're celebrating 100 raccoon followers. We're celebrating a new year. We were celebrating with some new animated emotes, and Twitch has not approved them yet, so you guys can be mad at Twitch. Oh, also, good night. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for stopping by. No eating your eyeballs. Yeah, I saw something crazy in chat happening with all that. I was like, what? I left you guys alone for a few minutes, and my raccoons are trying to eat each other's eyeballs. Hello, hello. So, I think Callie is in now. I think I just saw them wailing about not being first. Callie, correct? I thought there was something last stream. I think maybe I got confused. I thought I didn't get to your story, but I'm looking at this, and this does look familiar. Did I already cover this? Was it something else that I didn't read? They aren't for nom-noms. Hello, hello everyone. It is kind of crazy starting the new year off with over 100 raccoons. How did this happen? Wonderful start to the new year too. One of my cats, because I have too many cats, is Monkey, and she was a rescue. She was an outside kitty that was really super loving and sweet to me. And so eventually I captured her and I brought her inside a few years ago. And she's been my baby. She normally just stays in my room. She doesn't really leave that area. And last night she actually emerged from that room, came all the not last night, the on New Year's, just after, so on the 1st. She came all the way upstairs to the couch in the living room, the upstairs living room, which she normally does not get that far. And she actually cuddled up with me on the couch with all the other cats upstairs. That was huge for her. That's the bravest she's ever been. And I was really excited for her. She was starting off the new year strong. So, we're also kind of celebrating that. I hope you guys had a wonderful New Year's. We've multiplied. Yeah, my raccoons keep multiplying. You thought we were doing the other half. Okay. Also, do you need me to tag you in what I asked for later or no? Just trying to make things easier. What did you ask me? Sir Chatty, what did you ask me to do? Sorry for being annoying about, but would you read my Polymax short story with your awesome critique off stream? I can understand if you have busy life. Thanks. Yes, and I have said, you're not annoying at all. I have said I'll read it. I can't guarantee when I'll read it. I'm hoping to within the next week or so, but yeah, there is, I do work full time. Cryptid Roots is a business. There's also the streaming. There's not like I don't have copious amounts of free time, so I'm hoping to get into it within the week. That is my rough idea. That's my hope for catching up with people who have sent me DMs for critiques. Um, so yes, if you guys are waiting for me, I think you're waiting on personal critiques and DM. I believe Author Relic is. Author Relic has a bigger piece they sent me. I had to do that. There might be one or two others too, but those are the ones I can remember off the top of my head that I have to read and give critique back. Um, the prologue and first chapter. If you collect herbs, do you work full time? Cute pun. Oh my god, so your question, Chernomati. If it's you don't need to tag me specifically if it's relatively new in story submissions. You can't message without adding me because of privacy. Yeah, if it's just in the story submissions. Was it story submissions or did you send it to me in a DM? Don't worry, it's a blessing to have you. That's very kind of you to say. I can't always guarantee I give good feedback. I can only say I try my best still. It is in story submission, then that's fine. That's absolutely fine. If you need to resubmit it, that way it's like more towards the bottom again, that way I don't have to scroll for too long, then that would be good, because I try to scroll back just to see if I've covered everybody, like if everyone is like caught up. I'm like looking left, looking right, like whose stories did I not read? You know, so sometimes I don't scroll all the way back up as soon as I hit, and I'm like, oh, these are ones I have critiqued. I don't scroll all the way back up. Yeah, you'll host it again, Freeze. That sounds good. That sounds wonderful. But, hello, my raccoons. You're eating fish sticks or some sort of sweet and spicy sauce? That sounds delicious. I have 4 sippies today. I have my Zero Red Gatorade. Should I probably be drinking water? Absolutely. Am I? No, because I already got the Gatorade. But yeah, it's a new year. I'm excited. We were going to update the model and it got a little bit tricky, so the update might come later on another day when we can figure it out better. And then there are the emotes. We spent like a lot of money, and then we were like narrowing down what were the best emotes we wanted to have for all my raccoons, and we narrowed it down. We got it, and we bought it this morning, and I'm like, yeah, it normally only takes an hour or two for Twitch approval for the emotes. That's plenty of time. And I log onto stream now. They're still pending approval. But to give you guys an idea of what we're doing today, I am hoping for a longer stream tonight. I don't think it will be a full 12-hour stream. I think it's just going to be a nice long stream, though. We're going to be doing critique and story time feedback. And then if we run out of critique, which hasn't happened before on a critique stream, but you never know. If we do run out, I actually brought up some books. I brought some of my favorite fantasy books that I've loved reading since I was a kid, and I've also brought up some books about writing, about the art and craft of story writing too. And I figured if we get done with all the critiques and everyone's like bored and tired of hearing me give you guys critique and feedback about your writing, there are actual books I could read on stream instead, if you guys would prefer that. But yeah, that's and then if nobody wants that, then we could always play Peak. You know, at like 2 a.m. See if I'm actually good at the game yet. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. Sorry, hopefully I muted the mic in time, but man, that was a scary cough. Let me take a sippy, and otherwise, let's start the new year with some storytime critiques. So up first, we do have Callie. Let me see here. Your story Bible is open for critique later if needed. Bless you. You have a short story that's not problematic. Can I show you my first story ever? You can. Be aware if it is an older one that has like, because writers get better the more we write. So if you look at our older and older stuff, right, sometimes there's more issues with our writing craft. So when you do submit, it is for critique. So if you have a really early piece that's close to your heart, that you might not want to have critique or feedback on because it was such an earlier piece, you might want to just save that for yourself, right? If you don't want to hear critique about it. If you're still willing to hear critique about it, then yes, you're always welcome to submit it. And yes, Happy New Year, everybody. So let's see here. We do have Callie's up currently. You started recently to be a writer. That's so exciting. I know, right? I've wanted to be a writer for years and years until I stopped because of depression. And I became a seamstress instead. And now I'm getting back into writing. And actually, the first thing I did was story scripting for animated TV show, the 3 episodes in November. That was a huge shift. I've never done that before, so now I'm looking at possibly taking some classes on script writing versus normal creative writing. I don't know. It's an interesting new path. Let's restart our lo-fi beats. And you just want to be good at the craft. That's a really good goal. I think a lot of people sometimes just want people to like their story just for the fact that they did it and not putting in the effort to be good at the craft. A story. It's very much like any other creative pursuit. You can want people to buy your artwork, but have you put in time to be good at drawing, to be good at to sketching or watercolor, whatever medium that your drawing or your artwork is in. Some people want people to like their singing and to buy tickets for concerts. Well, have you taken the time to be really good at singing and hitting those notes and doing whatever style of singing that you like? So it all depends. It is a very creative endeavor. Like anything else, you do have to put time and effort into mastering and finding your unique talent in it. And now I change the thought and heart of someone into reach, but I need to be good. Want to die? What? Out there for selfless reasons. I love writing and just want to share my universe and hopefully entertain people. I feel like a lot of people say that. They're like, oh yeah, I want to be a famous published author for selfless reasons. I'm not pointing out specifically to you, Chatty Matty. I'm saying as a trend, as being a part of writing communities and stuff, right? In online spaces. A lot of people are like, no, I just selflessly want people to pick up my story and fall in love with it and think I'm amazing and great and that this world that I create is awesome. And I'm like, it's okay to want something selfishly. I think people hear selfishness as a very negative trait. And it's okay to have goals. It's okay to be ambitious. It's okay to say, no, I worked really, really hard on this thing that I want to be good at, and I put time and effort into making it good. And I want it to be successful. I want it to find an audience that will appreciate it and who will appreciate me for having made this cool thing. And when you reframe it as, yeah, you're so selfish for wanting to be like a good writer and for people thinking you're a good writer. Insert writer, like whatever other goal you want to, right? If you then change it to like, hey, I have goals. I'm a goal-focused person. I have this dream. I have this goal of being a good writer and people liking my stuff. Suddenly that's not negative anymore. It's very, the framing of it is very interesting. You want to die knowing you changed the heart and thought of a reader. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. I was like, wait, why do you want to die but after? Okay, no, I absolutely understand. Okay. You need to be good at the craft. Sorry, English isn't my native. That's absolutely fine. I know sometimes with the translations too, things are wonky. And honestly, some raccoons here, I do know you're bilingual, trilingual. I think that's a really impressive skill. Even if you're not perfect at it, it's really impressive to be multilingual. Let me put fish sticks in the air fryer. You better hurry up, Callie. You better hurry up, I swear to God. If you're not here when I start critiquing your story, I swear to God. I'm gonna reach through the screen and grab you and your fish sticks. I've heard more arrogance, to be honest. I'm gonna overcome my fear of ghost. That's the spirit. Ow, wait. Je parle beaucoup langue aussi. You speak beautiful Australian? Is that Aussie? Aussie. I just think Australian. I don't know what language that is, but you speak beautiful Australian language? What is Aussie? Is it Austria? What language do they speak in Austria? Wait. Hello. Welcome in, and welcome to Cryptid Cult. We are, I swear to God, eventually gonna be focused and I won't be derailed and we'll be on story critique. So if that's something you're interested in talking about the craft of stories and the writing community in online and real life spaces, then hey, welcome on in. Oh, it means you speak many languages. Jesus fucking Christ, I was off. Oh no, I saw instead of boku being many, I thought it was beautiful because of the bow in front of it. Oh man, see, I'm full of bullshit. uh, from your experience, a writer doesn't have to be good at everything in the craft. That's true, 100%. All that's needed for a good story is good characters, good world building, or good storytelling. But yeah, Callie, I absolutely fucking butchered what you were saying. I'm like, is it this? No, we're close. But hello, Suanova. But I absolutely agree with you, Sir Chime. I think let me see. What do I think here before I start just saying random bullshit? I think decent storytelling. I think semi-decent storytelling and semi-decent and a pretty decent, I would say pretty decent story, and again semi-decent world building is what's, bare necessities need. I think a lot can be fixed if we're talking about traditional publishing with editors. And even if you are just pursuing self-publishing, or you're just publishing on a fanfic site and you're just getting beta readers and feedback from friends, a lot of things can then be polished up in the editing and beta reading phases. No author you read, when you look at finished manuscripts and books and you see that fully polished final product that is that story, those stories never started that way. Many of them were in an earlier, rougher shape, even after multiple self-edits from the writer. And it was feedback like this, like what we're doing here. It's feedback from others, it's critique on the pacing and the story, and how to make the characters' story arcs land better, and how to make your actual words and phrases, like in line editing, stand stronger and be more coherent. There's all those different styles of editing, all those rounds of edits, specifically to make those three things stand stronger on the page. Oh, you're just saying in general, yeah. I mean, Hunger Games has good characters, and that's its main selling point craft-wise. Do you agree? Yeah. But I would say I don't think you can suck at any of those and be like a famously good writer. That's different than being a famously bad writer, as we've seen with some books that have gone viral for being bad. I think you have to be semi-decent at all of it, and then as you work on your craft and you get feedback from others, either critique partners, beta readers, actual editors, whatever it may be, wherever you can get feedback from, you get better and better. Where's your praise? Okay, everyone, now we're gonna read Callie's work and we're gonna tear it apart. No, I'm kidding. We never do that. So let's see where we left off. Let's scroll through. Now that Callie's back with their, what was it, fish sticks? You have fish sticks in your fire? That you're getting sick, said Nell with a smile, was one of my favorite parts. I really like that line. Writing about human struggle is fun. Writing. Are you an angst lover? Angst, Roots with the fanfics they read really likes angst, and I'm over here and I'm like, how can you read that? It's too scary. Not scary as in like horror, just scary like it hurts my feelings, it hurts my heart. There's too much angst. Let's see. I can play now. That means the music will heal me, right? Sign Gawain? She was gone. Okay, yeah, I think this is around roughly where we left off. Oh, what's happening here? Do. Hold on, I gotta get rid of stuff. You let someone eat your eyeballs? Oh, weird, don't mind me. You had to edit your bearing feet, break up, pause relationship scene. Oh, but good for you for getting the edits done. Oh, you left the part we left off in red. Okay, that's what that is. I thought it was new. It was a new scene. Okay. I like to put a mirror in the reader's face through your character's struggle. That's very, very artsy. Very meta, right? To see yourself reflected in the story, and maybe it's not what you like seeing, right? That's one of I feel like psychological stuff normally does that really well. You can do it in any genre. There's not like hard rule, but what like psychological horror can do that really, really well. I don't watch a lot of it. I didn't really particularly like it, but I like if you're thinking about like, oh, what's like a psychological horror sci-fi thing that does that? Like I know Black Mirror, if you guys watch that show, that was supposed to do it a lot. I didn't particularly like that series, but if you were looking at like, oh, what is something that like holds up a mirror to the audience to reflect something back about them? Black Mirror tends to do stuff like that. You got your edits done too, but I think I forgot one part you pointed out where the reading flow got stuck and now you can't find it. Oh no. Lord knows. Yeah. Geez, I wish I could kind of edit in the text here. Um, hmm. Or maybe people could like take notes. Um, was yours the last stream, Lachiko? Was it the last stream? If so, I'll eventually post it up on YouTube. And Lord, once the VOD is on YouTube, then you guys can like just fast forward or rewind to whatever part you need to see, and all the critiques will be there. Yes, red waves. Okay. Then that VOD will hopefully be up in the next few days. So you'll be able to see that on the little YouTube VOD section. And then you can like fast forward and speed through whatever parts of the critique you need. You want to be terrified? You want to feel stained? I want to feel bad. Very, very French. Since last time I critiqued you. Oh my goodness, I feel so... I don't think the model shows it, but I'm actually blushing. I feel so like special. You guys actually like take my critique and feedback so well, so thank you. Let's take a sippy and let's start reading. We've read the earlier part of this, and now we're going to continue. Well, it's only a few more pages left. I'm just going to read back here in a few earlier lines just to get us caught up. But if anyone's just tuning in and I missed something? Oh, cyberpunk is a really good thing of that too. You're right, cyberpunk does very similarly have those motifs in it. What did I miss, Callie? But otherwise, I'm going to do a few sentences back to get us through. So anyone joining in, if you're not quite aware of what's happening in the story, we are picking it up halfway through, but the critiques and the feedback you'll hear when I'm done can maybe still apply to your writing. Must scream for the plague, except the sick have like 50 mouths, and they still can't scream, but the faces on the body scream for them. After my other beta reader went over my first chapter with me, I realized I'd forgotten to talk about what my main character looks like. That was an edit I had to make urgently. Like Howling Red faces. Plague of Howling Red. Oh my god, what? Is this going to show how much of a fucking weeb I am? If you want something similar, and I'm showing it to you not just because it has the faces part, but also because it shows how horrific it is if you ever get to this part in the story. Oh my god, what the fuck is it called? Let's see. Fuck, what's it called? Immortals. Blessing, what is it? No, what's this gourd thing? Okay, what is it called? It's an... It has a Netflix adaptation now. They're on like the first few chapters. What's it called? Not Proud Immortal Demonic Cultivation. It's MXTX books. Heaven Official's Blessing. Blessing, human face disease. This particular story, hold on, sorry, the model's probably freaking out because I was looking up stuff. This particular series, no, it's not One Piece, I haven't watched One Piece. Um, I'll have the anime codes, please. Uh, Characters like toys you give to a kid. It's fun when you break it in front of them. That's fucking horrific. That's so mean. Hold on, where's my mouse? Okay, there it is. But yeah, in this, praise the Lord Goku. Dear God. In this one, they handle how horrific a face disease is. They start growing faces of another people that this civilization didn't help, and so the people who died, their faces start growing on their faces, and it will keep expanding over their body, all over. They'll keep getting more and more. It'll start off just like with a few, and it starts consuming their body, and they'll be covered in the faces of these people who are like crying and screaming as they suffered when this nation didn't help them. um so that one, the way they wrote it, it was very effective, of like, holy shit, this is horrific. They were like stuck in the city, and it was spreading, and they didn't understand how to stop it, or how to do anything. It was facing the horror of a city that had to be kind of on lockdown, suffering through this supernatural plague, right? This human face disease growing all over them. um and if you're ever interested in that, I would say, like, hey, this is a story that covered it really well, that did a similar concept really well. So every time you talk about that, I always kind of like in my head picture this story and what happened here. But anyway, that was all I was trying to say. Lord knows my brain struggled with it for a minute trying to remember there. Everyone talks about taking candy from a baby as the default evil thing one can do, but taking candy away from a baby is actually a good thing to do because it is a choking hazard. I guess that's one way to view it. um, you're praying to Vegeta. He's goals for me. You're already Goku. I don't even know if I said that first fucker's name right. I don't watch Dragon Ball Z. I don't watch a lot of the shonen stuff. I think the main shonen thing I did watch was Bleach. I watched a lot of Bleach. I did not finish it, but I watched, me and Mama Cryptid and Papa Cryptid, that was actually our family show for a while. We watched hundreds and hundreds of episodes of Bleach. Kidnaps the baby from the mother. There! Now I'm evil! Dear God, you raccoons. Okay. Nell opened the closet door in the room where a large rat had been trying to escape. That's the noise from earlier. Gawain got up from his black leather bench. From the closet came the smell of bleach and rotten meat. And from where there was one rat, came several. Where there was the smell, there was flesh still attached to bone. The rats surrounded him and crawled over his body, their nails and teeth piercing his body as they climbed him. Gawain opened his mouth, but he let nothing out. The only sound was teeth piercing flesh, blood dripping onto the floor, and bones cracking as he struggled. Bones cracking? It would take him a while to get to the bone, at least a few minutes. That's fast. Does he not try? I'm sorry, like, he opens his mouth. There's no sound that comes out. I'm surprised he's not struggling. Like, you would at least, like, attempt to, like... What was that? Okay. You at least try to, like, kick the rats before they get to you. At least try to, like, grab one, like, smack it off you. I think there could be a bit more of a struggle here to show how horrific this is, that a bunch of rats came out. Okay, there we go. The rats eating him up. Ammonia, and by watching episodes of Ammonia and Bleach, in turn, you create an anime called Mustard Gas. Did you guys? There was a Reddit story, and this kind of shows you also how I spend my free time. There was a Reddit story on the, like, Am I the Asshole subreddit or whatever, right? And it was this boyfriend who was mad because he finally, like, did the thing his girlfriend had been bothering to do, and he tried to, like, clean the apartment, and he did use like bleach and a bunch of other chemicals, like, in the bathroom, and the girlfriend came back and got into, like, a hot shower, and all the heat and the moisture and the steam, he had created mustard gas, and he like war crimed his girlfriend. And she comes out, she's screaming, she's crying, her like face is all red, her eyes are closed. She's like screaming like, what did you do? Da 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 da. You did this wrong. How could you do this? Da. And he's like, oh my god, my girlfriend's like complaining that I didn't clean properly or whatever. Da 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 da. Like, am I actually the asshole for like not cleaning, quote unquote, the way she wanted me to? And everyone in the comments was like ripping him a new one, like, dude, you created mustard gas. She wasn't screaming and crying in madness from you. You unleashed mustard gas on her. Oh no. You noob at writing. Yeah, everyone's a noob until they're professional. And you guys never need to specify that. It's all good. You're noob at writing. But I wonder if it can be cool to write their nails and teeth piercing his flesh as they climbed him. The only sound was teeth piercing flesh. And you're offering a rewrite? Yeah. I always say that as long as you guys are polite in the comments, you guys can offer suggestions and critique too. I try to limit it to just 1 or 2 from me, because I never want you guys to submit something and then there's like this blue person VTuber who like gives you guys 20 pieces of advice and like rips it to shred, right? No one wants that. The air sense above. The rats surrounded him and crawled over his body, their nails and teeth piercing his body. Okay, you're right. There is the body and then body again. There is a repetition of that phrase here in the same sentence. So yeah, maybe changing one to flesh. That could be a really good suggestion. Here's me about Cryptid. But yeah, it was a really funny like Reddit story. Everyone was like telling the dude like, dude, and he's like, oh no, I thought it was the other chemicals. Like it was this and this. Would these other chemicals be okay? And everyone was like, no, if you make those, it's it's like something else that will also kill her and like hurt and stuff. Like, stop mixing chemicals, you buffoon. Stop trying to kill your girlfriend. And he's like, oh, after like 100 comments. You're still a baby. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I love it when my raccoons also are helping each other out. That's the kind of community we want to make here. So thank you so much for the suggestion. I love it when you guys also offer suggestions. I think that makes it a more collaborative atmosphere here, right? It makes it more like we're all in this together. We're all helping each other out. So I do like that. But I think that is a good idea. It keeps it from using body twice in the same sentence. So it makes it flow a bit better. Oh, you don't do well with gore. I'll check in periodically, see if we've moved on to something else. That's all fine. Thank you so much. And I don't mind if you want to give me deeper critique, just my own limit is nitpick, since I see those more as opinions. Okay. But yeah, so my first critique here is I think the scene could be a bit bigger, and I think Gawain here could have more interactions with the rats. I think maybe he's not just standing there and waits until the rats are already on him, and then he just opens his mouth but doesn't scream. I think you could even put in like you say he struggles here at the end, but I think we could see some more of the struggle. Does he try to kick at the first rat and then a second rat's already crawling up his other leg? Does he try to tear off one rat but it bites his hand and he moves his hand away and then there's like rats on his arm? Like I think we could be in the scene here longer and actually see the struggle he has with this swarm of rats he's facing. Gawain's death and the making of a skeleton. Ooh. All those afflicted with howling red can never scream. Screaming was a desperate breath, wanting more from itself than silence. Gawain would die alone. Oh no. But there was one girl who understood what silence in this school meant. When not a single piano disturbed the quiet, she knew the rats were at play. Especially because she too, much like a tiger, could detect infrasound. Infrasound equals sick. Isn't there like a lot of those government, there's I'm gonna say it wrong, it starts with a D, pass. It was like in the 1950s in like Russia. There was that pass. There was like 11 like kids that were experienced hikers who went to the pass in the snow. There was like snow hiking and stuff, and then, like, after several days, like, they found it was, like, all mysterious circumstances. They're, like, cut themselves out of the tent and they escaped, like, naked, and they, like, were eating each other's, like, body parts. Some of them were found up in trees. There was, like, radiation found on some of the bodies, and everyone was like, what has happened to these kids? And there's been multiple theories by it, but one of the theories was like, oh, we think the government might have done, like, some crazy evil, like, infrasound to make them, like, crazy or, like, hallucinogenic or something, and that's why they all acted so disoriented and ran out. That's what I think of when I see infrasound. I'm like, oh yeah, isn't there, like, rumors and, like, crazy conspiracy theories about people being subjected to infrasound to make them crazy? I could be completely wrong. That's fine. I'll admit when I might be wrong. At Gawain's feet, a flaming arm fell from a hole above. What? The rats, disoriented from a sudden brightness, backed off of the boy. Even though the flames scorched his hands, he grabbed the arm and ran towards the door. The rats circled the boy and refused to touch him. He opened the door and let go of the severed arm. Despina fell from the ceiling in front of him with a crash. Hey, I was cooking with that, said Despina. Gawain, hyperventilating, eyes wide, couldn't express his disbelief. He embraced her. What he... The flaming toy fell from a hole, but so there's a hole in the ceiling. That's something. So there's a hole in the ceiling. He then leaves. He leaves out the like a door from this room. And Despina fell, I'm guessing, from a bigger hole in the ceiling on the other side of the door. So there's multiple holes in the ceiling. Okay. She handed him the doll she was stirring her pot with. This is what made the hole in the wall. Sorry if it scared you, said Despina. Though he was deaf, he could read her lips. He wiped the tears from his left cheek. The doll grazed his lips. He opened his mouth to speak, but he shouldn't have been able to. Thank you, something said. Despina didn't hear those words a single time, but several, and the sound was like her ears had been stuffed with bees. Thank you, 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 buzzed Gawain. The mouths ate at his clothes echoed like howling insects, what Gawain wanted so much to say. This one's phrased a little funny. Gawain scraped at his body with his splintering nails, the parts of him where he itched most now pleading themselves to stop his scratching. So these are the mouths speaking. Okay. Gawain no longer itched with his nails, but pounded at his body with the doll Despina gave him. Eh? Gawain! Gawain! Shouted Despina. Wooden double doors opened from behind her. A hand wrapped around Despina's arm. This is the end of quietude for you, girl, said Nell to her daughter. Let's see here. Oh, my lo-fi beats. Let's see here. This is... So... Hold on. Sorry, I just lost where I was because I was just redoing my lo-fi music. So Nell comes up behind Despina from double wooden doors. So she doesn't come from the room that Gawain just does. But here in this early part, it sounds like Nell's in the room with Gawain. So wouldn't she have come out from the room that Gawain just stepped through? Shouldn't she have stepped through a door behind Gawain? Or did she magically appear in front of a different room that was behind Despina? I got a little bit confused here with where everyone was. Nell took her sharp forefingers and jabbed her daughter's eye sockets, then called the rats with a strange whistle that rang like hands at a piano. The whistle played Flight of the Bumblebee. Despina's lips, with her mother's fingers inside her head, took on a stiff, wide grin. Spina's lips, comma, with her mother's fingers inside her head. Should it be while? I think the lips here took on a stiff, wide grin makes sense. This part breaking off to this part. I think it should be while. I think you can make. I think this one needs to be rephrased a little bit. Maybe, like Despina's face, with her mother's fingers inside her head, took on a stiff white grin. That might make more sense. Something about this one kind of reads a little funny. To express the rest of what her eyes couldn't. A confidence that bordered on insanity. This is some broken up sentences. Father knows about this silence too, Mother. He won't like it, she said. The rats covered Despina from head to toe, and once they swallowed the last scrap, they went straight for the arm Gawain had in his right hand. Swallowed the last scrap? Like they're like you can't see her, or they've actually eaten her in just a matter of moments. They went straight for the arm Gawain had in his right hand. The double doors slammed open again. Okay, so that means they closed behind Nell. Because we have wooden doors open from behind her. A hand wrapped around Despina's arm. We don't mention the closing, but then the double doors slam opened again. Okay. Osric tackled the boy and ran with him. Still, the rats chased. I think that could get rid of the still. He carried Gawain over to a door that led to moldy wooden stairs. He moved his lips but didn't make a sound, because if the faces on his body heard him speak, they would be tempted to respond. So I'm not going to keep pointing it out, because then it will get too tiresome. But yeah, there are a few times here where, like, it feels like there are some sentences that could be broken up into multiple sentences. Like, there are sentences being combined here that I don't think are the best combined. I think they'd be better broken up. Like, he moved his lips but didn't make a sound. Period. Get rid of because. If the faces on Gawain's body, because we're now dealing with two men, right? Heard Osric speak, they might be tempted to respond. So then you would clarify. Hello, Ajuna, it's good to see you. So I think this would make more sense and flow better if it was two sentences, and then you could be a little bit more like artsy and fancy with each individual one. And there's a similar trend with some of these longer sentences. Some of them are combining multiple concepts that would flow better if they were separated. This will only hurt the boy more, he mouthed. Oh no, he mouthed, comma, there's something we both hunger for. Like Nell, I am not one to let an instrument go to waste. So I'd like you to answer this question. What is the reason you play? Okay, so he mouthed this part. This line here was confusing. It should be part of this paragraph. Okay. Make a note here. I wonder, would it be better for me to not lose track of stuff if I just write down notes on a paper? Dialogue. Gawain. There was something in the way she played that lured me to her. A year younger than I was, yet she was charged with strange wisdom. As if electrified by it, she was magnetic, albeit a little awkward. We must be enemies, but below, we are friends. The master will be angry, but the pianos will keep playing, she said. Keep playing? Why do you play, Despina? I asked. I play because the fire plays, and one day I'll bring the fire to life with a sculpture. Hello. Hello, Penny. It's good to see you. Oh my goodness. Welcome to the new year. It's a new year already. Can you believe it? So let's see. So here, I made a note on my notepad about the dialogue. The dialogue feels a little funny. It reads more like prose, like prose for descriptions and stuff. I'm not sure it feels the most natural. Yeah, 2026. Here's to hoping it's a better year. uh, uh, you think shorter sentences would help with pacing too, because this is a more actiony part, right? Or like the horror, yeah, the horror of these rats chasing after him, trying to eat him at the command of Nell is definitely like a little spooky and actiony, right? So yeah, having that quicker pacing and going into it more, since it is a cool scene. Whenever there's a really cool part playing on it, we typically want to dive into that more and give it a few more paragraphs to let the audience like be immersed in the cool shit that's going on. So yeah, I think you can expand it. I think some shorter sentences that are focused on whatever the sentence is trying to do, right? Rather than trying to convolute, stitch together multiple sentences, even when they're talking about different things. We'll have the flow and the pacing better. But yeah, Penny, we need to chat soon. I've been too busy. I forgot to message anybody. But yeah, we need to figure out when. I think Mash said that they'll be more free now that the new year started. So hopefully, we can get together and do some more collabs and play some games together. That could be fun. If my face tracking wants to be nice to me today. Yeah, that'll be cool. I'll have to figure out a day that works for us now that you guys are more free. But yeah, so here, I'm guessing this is a flashback? The boy stared with glossy eyes at the severed arm in his hands. Is it still on fire? Freakish. That's what they called me. A severed arm? You're no different than a boy with twigs for bones. But you are my perch now, Gawain thought, as she shook her fist. As she shook her fist? Isn't Gawain a boy? Hold on. Wasn't Gawain a boy? Yeah, backed off of the boy. Gawain thought, as she shook her fist. Gawain escaped from Osric's arms and ran down the stairs. So this is Gawain and Osric, so I'm not quite sure who she is. Osric chased after him, so did the rats. Despina's arm was still hot in his hands. Yeah, so it's Despina's arm, so it could be her fist. But I think it's he shaking her fist. Gawain thought, as Despina shook her fist? Okay. Gawain thought, as she shook her fist. I'm not quite sure where she is, because right now he's just hanging out with Osric. I think this is a flashback. But anyway, so Osric chased after him, so did the rats. Despina's arm was still hot in his hands, and she flailed as if she still played with her doll. In the basement of the building were the main support beams. Hidden from those levels above, the closer Gawain got to them, the wilder they flailed. So he's bringing Despina along. He's not just grabbing the arm, he's grabbing Despina? I thought Despina got swallowed by rats. Am I absolutely insane? Hold on. Wait. Maybe I'm missing something. I'm missing something here. Wait. So Nell has jabbed her daughter's eye sockets. This is what happened earlier. Her fingers are still in the eye sockets when Despina then talks to her mother, says, oh, father knows what's going on. The rats covered Despina from head to toe, and once they swallowed her up, they went straight for the arm Gawain had in his right hand, because he's just carrying around his severed arm. Gawain took Despina's arm, like this severed arm, or her actual arm attached to her body. That's like when you say like, oh, someone like took your hand, you don't normally think of a severed hand. So I'm like, did he grab Despina's hand and ran with her as she's covered in rats? or the severed arm. Okay, that's right. That's what I thought. The arm Gawain had in his right hand. So this is the severed arm. The doors open, Osric tackles him and runs with him, and the rats chased. So at this point, Nell and Despina, we don't know what the fuck happened with them as the readers, right? He carried Gawain over to a door. They're now on stairs. He's moving his lips but being silent, and he asked, "What is the reason you play?" There's then a flashback scene, and the boy stared with glossy eyes at the severed arm in his hand. So yeah, we don't know as the readers what happened with Despina and Nell. As far as we're concerned, they are still in that previous hallway. This isn't her. This is a thought Gawain has as he shook her severed hand. I'm gonna guess, I think this should be like if he's shaking her severed hand. Gawain escaped from Osric because if this is Despina, or who did you say it was? It was Despina or Nell? As Gawain thought that as Despina shook her fist. I'm not quite sure why is she shaking? I don't think we're seeing Despina here. She's still in the previous room, unless you want her to be here and she's shaking the fist. Or is she, like, mind controlling it? In which case, then I think that should be a little bit more clear, that the severed arm he's holding starts moving because Despina's controlling it. Hello, what? Good to see you. But either way, Gawain escapes from Osric's arms and runs down the stairs. Osric chased after him, so did the rats. Despina's arm was still hot in his hands, and she flailed as if she still played with her doll. She flailed. I think maybe it should be it flailed, and it flailed as if she was still playing with her doll. In the basement of the building were the main support beams, hidden from the levels above. The closer Gawain got to them, the wilder they flailed. It's just one arm. If it's just the one arm that's flailing. Despina is a zombie, so her arm is more like Despina controlling the arm because she is undead. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. I think it needs to be a little bit more clear because it does read a bit unclear what's happening. And then even here, right, the wilder they flailed, that sounds like it's two arms, and he only has one arm, so it's the wilder it flailed instead of they. Right now, to the readers, I think you're picturing the scene really well of what's happening with this arm and this this runaway scene. I think it's a little confusing about what's actually happening and whether or not is it all of Despina or it's just the arm. It could be break free. Yeah, there could be some more like word choices and stuff we could play with, but I think right now we're focused on just clarity because it is a cool scene dealing with the zombie arm. But we want to be clear to the readers that it's a zombie arm and that Despina hasn't suddenly appeared without us knowing it. You want to play? Gawain gave Despina the doll. He walked up to the support beams and let Despina wreak havoc on them. Wreak havoc on each. Beam after beam they fell. The school shook. Wait. Gawain gave Despina the doll. Oh, the arm. He gave Despina's arm the doll. Okay, he gave, because I was like, wait, does she suddenly hear as her ghost here? Gawain gave Despina's arm the doll. He walked up to the support beams and let Despina's arm wreak havoc on each. Beam after beam they fell, and the school shook. You think you managed to more clearly integrate your original opening line into the present day? That's really cool. How so if I'm reading it right, and this is just the severed singular arm of Despina's that I think is no longer actively on fire. It was on fire. I don't think it's on fire anymore. Um, it's now holding the doll in its singular hand. So how is it destroying the beams? These wooden beams. The main support beams. If the doll's in his hand, is it smashing the doll against the beams? I'm thinking it's like so strong it's probably like breaking the beams, like smacking and hitting the beams with its bare hand and breaking these wooden beams, right? In which case, does it drop the doll? There's a little lack of clarity what's actually happening in the scene. It's reading a little confusing still. Oswick went over Gawain. A large slab of the building fell over them. He crouched over Gawain with his face in his chest and bit his chest open? Okay. Go, I'm gonna say this all wrong. Go, funny word, dia ort, he said. May God have mercy on your soul. Osric devoured Gawain's heart. Wait, what's happening here? He crouched over Gawain with his face in his chest. I thought this meant Osric crouched over Gawain with Osric's face in Osric's chest. Like he's like really hunched over. But then it's bit his chest open. I thought he bit his own chest open. But then it's Osric devoured Gawain's heart. This is a common thing when you're dealing with two or more characters with the same gender tag. In this case, his face and his chest. The readers might assume it means one of the characters here. So like for me, my first reading, I thought it was Osric crouched over Gawain with Osric's face in Osric's chest, like he's leaning over. But it sounds like it was he crouched over Gawain with Osric's face in Gawain's chest and bit Gawain's chest open. So since you're doing a lot of his and he said, it got a little confusing here over which character was actually doing it. But it sounds like Osric just went over and devoured Gawain's heart, gagging in his effort to preserve the boy's blood. Oh my god, this is metal. Made the material the buildings are made of really weak, because the citizens want buildings that remind them of their immortality. They want buildings that remind them of their immortality. Wouldn't they want really strong buildings? If I'm reading that right? I could not be. Blood that could prove to be the cure for Howling Red. Osric transformed into the flesh-stealing skeleton. Oh. So I feel like a lot of cool things happened, but I do feel like I was confused trying to understand what the cool things that were happening were. Like, I was confused with whether Despina was following them, like they were dragging Despina after them, whether or not she was just covered with rats, or the rats actually ate her in 0.25 seconds. And then this last bit here with Osric and what was happening with the his and he said. It was that part with what each character was doing. Oh, let me look at this chat. By contrast. So because they're immortal, they want weak buildings so they feel more immortal and powerful. Okay. But they're so weak that one severed hand, I'm gonna guess a superpowered severed hand, could collapse each beam. So okay. But yeah, just the move, because the hand is holding onto this doll, and is the hand just smacking the doll into the beams, or is it just like open fist, palm, smacking the beams? Is it punching the beams? It was a little confusing what happened in that particular scene, how it was playing out. That's what I said, like a little bit more details, trying to immerse the readers more so they actually see the scene that you're trying to convey. Let me see here. How was it described? The wilder they flailed. It's just let Despina wreak havoc on them. Is she purposefully doing it? Is the limb just mindlessly flailing around because it's a zombie hand? Because it was like flailing earlier. It was wildly flailing earlier. So is Despina like reaching out and feeling that it's the wooden beam and smacking it? Is she accidentally hitting Gawain because she's so wildly flailing? Is she smacking it? Is she punching it? Is she like hitting one and then as soon as it's done, it's like stills and he drags it over to another one and like makes her brush her knuckles against it, and then she's like, oh, okay, and then she like smacks the second one over. Just a little bit more clarity in how the scene's playing out. Because for this scene of the severed arm destroying beams of the building, we actually only have one sentence describing. He walked up to the support beams and let Despina wreak havoc on them. And it's just beam after beam they fell. That doesn't quite give us perspective on what it looks like. And the school afterwards, after that's done, the school shook. So we actually don't get a lot of detail on what this scene actually looks like. I think this scene of using a severed hand to knock down the support structure of a building so it collapses around you, it could be, quite frankly, multiple paragraphs. It could be expanded upon to really immerse the readers in. Because it is very quick and it doesn't quite let the readers picture what's happening. But yeah, I think the clarity aspect, and with both the gender tags and the severed arm, I think those are my two biggest critiques of what needs to be fixed for this scene. It is a cool scene. That's a cool part of your story. Yeah, it is. Callie has a lot of really cool world building stuff with this story. There's a lot of cool plants that are happening, the different houses and the different powers and the struggles that each house faces. There is really cool lore that's happening here. I think just sometimes there is like a struggle with what's happening in the scene, not necessarily in the world, but the scene. What just happened here? Oh, sorry, it just looked like the Twitch chat did something. Yeah, I get clarity a lot. I edited parts already, but I'll write when I'm not, Fear Gorder like Despina. Fear Gorder like Despina. Okay, but yeah, as long as, that's just something, and it's never a bad thing to get these edits to critique right. Like I said, no one writes anything perfectly, even the first few couple of drafts. It's being worked on, it's always being workshopped to get more and more clarity to the reader. Let's see here. I think in comparison, the earlier section, the part that we read last stream, had a little bit more clarity in it. So I don't know what sections that you did the already edited parts. If it was in the earlier section of this, then yeah, I could definitely read that, because I think the first half of this, what is it, 5 or 8 pages that we did? No, 5 or 6 pages. Did have more clarity of which characters were doing what. Oh, you didn't mean just now. Okay, as you were talking. Okay. Yes, you guys are hardworking raccoons. I'm just over here lazy with my red Gatorade and chocolate. I still have Christmas candy to go through. I haven't been eating it fast enough, so I'm just over here with like my chocolates and my red Gatorade, just like lounging around being like, yes, more detail, more this, more that. Like a lazy king on their throne ordering people about. But otherwise, thank you so much, Callie. I hope the feedback helped a little bit. Thank you for being patient. I know you were struggling before with how late we did your critique, and that we couldn't do all of it, that we did part of it this stream too. So thank you for being patient. I hope the little bits of critique were helpful and were worth it. You tired? Okay. If you need to go to sleep now, all good. Thank you so much for joining us, and Happy New Year! Welcome to a whole new year with 100 fellow raccoon buddies. What do we have next here? Let me check. Let me go back up into the story submissions. We did the Shadow of London outline. We did Red Waves. We did the slow read. What? I think we did do the Untitled Mystery. Okay, yes, that was gonna be the time traveling and the ghost. He's tired of being awesome. The Demigod Story Bible. Okay, I don't think we did the Story Bible yet, right? So let me do this. And then there is a Marauders fanfiction. Okay, so visit that. And then we go here. So we have the Story Bible, and we have Between Ink and Paper. I think Chatty Matty's still in chat, yes. And then this other one is Blub. I'm not sure what their username is here on Twitch, though. That's just their username in Discord. But I don't know if they're actually in chat tonight. Otherwise, we did do the Enforcer submission. We did do that. And then Chatty Matty resubmitted the first. Me here? When am I not at this point? I had a similar thing for a while with Author Relic. Author Relic was showing up a lot for certain streams. And it was because, like, I was critiquing a lot of the earlier work, right? We were doing the first 5 or 6 chapters of one of his published stories. And we even got some previews of something he was working on currently. And we got to do a little sneak peek of that. So for a while there, Author Relic was showing up pretty consistently to get that critique and feedback. So that was really cool. Hold on, let me take a sippy. Alrighty. But yeah, Chatty Matty's here so we can start with the Story Bible, and if whoever Blub is in the Discord, whatever your username is in chat, go ahead and let us know that you're here. And later on, then we can move over to critiquing yours as well. But this is the Mythic Marvels Universe Story Bible. Let me restart my lo-fi. When I like a streamer, I'm there no matter what. That'll be good. Sometimes that is the struggle too. I feel like a lot of people show up for the storytime critiques, which is awesome, which is great. And then they normally show up for their critiques. And sometimes they show up a little less for other people's critiques and to give feedback and stuff on. And I'm like, oh no, everyone else wants feedback too. And then when I was doing my own writing, sometimes then the viewers in the chat would get a little quieter. And then when I was doing gaming, then the chat got a little bit quieter too. Your Chinese zodiac is the dog. I believe mine is the rat. I think I'm a rat for the Chinese zodiac, which I'm very proud of. You're just lurking. Same. Yeah, and that's always fine. I know. I'm second monitor content. Feel free to lurk and go about cleaning or working on something else on a game or Minecraft, whatever anyone else does on their main when they're not like fully focused. I get you. You're yapping a lot for a quiet lurker. I did the same thing too. I was like, oh, I'm gonna join Frozen Scarecrow. Was one of the people I watched their streams a lot. I'm like, I'm gonna go lurk in Frozen Scarecrow streams back when they were streaming in November. And instead I would be like I'd be yapping Scarecrow's ears off. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I know I'm gonna say your username wrong, which is why I've been trying to avoid saying it, but is it Tenebro? Tenebro Ingest? Tenebro? But yeah, even having comments and giving critique to other people. I know I'm trying to work on my other raccoons. Tenebru. Okay. I'm on Madden until I get an idea for plotting. But yeah, I know a lot of people, even though some of my other raccoons aren't always giving critique and feedback amongst each other, I know they probably really appreciate having critique and feedback and examples So I'm really happy that you are like lurking and commenting. I'm like, oh, that's probably so nice for the people getting the extra feedback. They probably really appreciate it. So if any other raccoons were like there, don't say it thrice in a mirror. You guys could absolutely say cryptid roots in a mirror 3 times. I'm just not showing up. I'm lazy. Nothing's gonna happen. I'll hear the little summoning call and I'll be like, nah, I'm too lazy. It's a self-care day. I ain't showing up. I touch kelpies when I'm told not to. Oh no. Oh, my raccoons are silly. Anyway, I'm going to treat myself to a piece of chocolate because we finished our first critique with Callie, and they're probably finally happy that I finally fucking finished their submission over 2 streams. So I'm going to treat myself to a chocolate, and then let's look at the story Bible. Mythic Marvel's Universe. Can you guys hear me chewing on the chocolate? Oh, I'll be under your bed. Good luck, there's probably a lot of cat hair under there. You just hear a boo from a walkie-talkie. I got bullied that way one time when I was a younger baby cryptid. We lived in an apartment complex, and one of the other kids in a different apartment complex. Sorry, this is story time. This is background lore for Cryptid. They were slightly older kids than baby Cryptid was, and they were very mean to me. When I was just like a nice little kid, but I was just trying to like hang out and mind my business. And then one day they were suddenly very strangely nice to me. And I was like, oh, okay, well, if you guys are going to be nice, then yeah, we can hang out. I'll be fine. Like, I wasn't going to hold it against them. So we hung out and we played a bit. And we did that for like a day or 2 or some shit. It wasn't too long. And then at some point they had this like walkie-talkie set, like a kid's walkie-talkie set, right? I think it was like fucking pink or purple or some bullshit, right? It was kids' walkie-talkies. And they like handed me one and they're like, yeah, it's so we can play games and stuff and we can like call each other and hang out and talk and be spies, like whatever bullshit kids say, right? And I was like, okay. I'll take good care of it, I'll keep it safe, you know, whatever, and we can play games in the future, right? I like later on when we were done hanging out, I went back to home in our apartment unit, right? And I don't even think I had the walkie-talkie in my room. It might have been like in our living room, right? Or like whatever. I went to sleep, right? Honk shoe. I was honk shoe when I was snoring. I was in dreamland. I was like, oh, that was a nice day of playing with people who weren't mean to me anymore. Honk shoe. Mama and Papa Cryptid woke up. They were hearing this noise. They were hearing this audio, the staticky audio, whispering something in the house. They turned on all the lights. They're creeping around. They check on me. I'm still honk shoe asleep in my room. They're like, where is it? What's going on? What is that noise? Is it outside? Is it the TV? Is there a radio on? What's going on? And they finally find the walkie-talkie that's out in like the living room or the dining room or some bullshit, right? Because I wanted to keep it in like a safe place, and things weren't safe in my room. They found it and they were like, what is this? They were like, and they were listening in. It was the kids who had been mean to me whispering horrible stuff about me through the radio late at night, right? Thinking I was probably like awake and listening to it. They probably thought it was like in my room or in my closet or some shit. No, I was too stupid. It was out there in like the living room or dining room or some shit. And they're like whispering horrible things and like mean things and curse words about me and stuff. And my parents are just like, what the fuck? Mom and Papa Cryptid just looking at each other like, where did this even come from? What is it doing? And they're like saying my name through the radio and how much they like hate me and horrible stuff. And they're looking at it, they're like, oh my god, this must be from those 2 kids that had like been bullying me, been mean before. And they're trying to do stuff. So they like turn off the walkie-talkie or whatever. They like take it away. They go to sleep. And in the morning, I slept in. So they get up early. They go like have a talk with like the neighbors again. They'd already like talked to their parents or their guardians or whatever about like bullying me before. I didn't fucking care. They gave the radio back and they were like, hey, this is what happened. This is what we heard. They had the whole like parent to parent talk. And then they came back and when I woke up and after I had breakfast, they were like, hey, baby Cryptid, we have a serious conversation. Like, we need to tell you stuff. And I was like, oh, what? I had like my chalky milk and stuff. I was like, when I can have chocolate milk every day for breakfast, I'm like, oh, what did I do? I just woke up. I haven't had time to do anything wrong yet. They're like, hey, like the two neighbors' kids, like did they give you a walkie-talkie radio thing to like hang out with you and play? And I was like, oh yeah. Hey, wait, where is that? Fuck, I lost it. I left it out here just so I wouldn't lose it. How did I already lose it? They're like, no, we took it back. We brought it back to them. They weren't being very nice and responsible kids with the radio. They were trying to say like mean things to you through the radio. Did they say mean things to you before? And I was like, no, we had a nice time playing the other day. They decided to be nice to me and give me the radio. And they were like, oh, well, we gave the radio back, and they're not very nice anymore, so we're not going to hang out with them anymore, okay? And I was like, okay. I'm like, can I keep having my chalky milk? And they're like, yeah. I did not care whatsoever. It totally went over my head. Worst, that is some, like, extra effort they went into to bully me and like psychologically damage me that was absolutely neutralized by the fact that I was just a stupid little baby cryptid kid and I left the radio out in the living room. I never heard shit. Mama and Papa Cryptid had to actually like tell me most of that story when I was older. I didn't know. Completely. You can't bully someone who's completely oblivious to the fact you're bullying them, I'll be honest. It absolutely did not affect me at all. I was just like, oh, whatever. Bullying neutralized by obliviousness. 100%. Did not register in my wavelength at all. Just whoop, went right over my head. I can't like actually show, I can't make the model like do the little hand gesture over the head, but I am absolutely doing that in real life. I did not pick up on the bullying, so it did not affect me. I was like, oh yeah, those kids, they couldn't be grown up enough to handle the radio. Okay, well, I don't have to worry about losing it. Mom and Papa Cryptid brought it back to them, so that's good. I don't like responsibility. I don't even know how to work the walkie-talkie. So it wasn't any loss to me. If you thought I'm oblivious to bullying a lot of the time, oh no. When I got older, I was much more aware of it, and then it was happening more often. It happened pretty badly in high school, and that really affected me a lot, because I was more aware of it, right? But no, when I was like a little kid, I was taught to be really nice and polite. Um, and it didn't quite register to me that other kids wouldn't be nice and polite. And when they weren't, like if they were like having a tantrum or they were screaming or they were misbehaving, right, it was always framed to me by Mama and Papa Cryptid as like, oh yeah, sorry, those kids couldn't, they weren't handling themselves really well. We're gonna be gracious about that, but that wasn't anything you did. That they couldn't handle. They had a rough day. That's them reacting, just like how you have bad days sometimes, right? So they misbehaved, and I was like, oh yeah, sometimes kids don't always learn manners. Okay, they're gonna learn manners now. It was very sweet and innocent and naive of me, but when I was older, then I realized people sucked. When I got older, then I became a bitch back. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I have stories. I still swear by high school's needing for a mandated therapy. I have a social etiquette class. Oh my, a social etiquette class would be fucking great, actually. I would not vote for mandated therapy in school, just because I went to our school did have guidance counselor therapist people. My high school, they actually had one per of the big buildings. There were several big buildings, and then there were several like smaller, like the portable buildings, right? And they were just assigned to one of the big building counselors too. And I had an issue in school with the horrible teacher, horrible abusive teacher, right? And we talked to that guidance counselor of that building for years and years, not for years, for months and months, and she kept saying she would do stuff about it. Turns out she was best friends with that teacher and didn't do shit. And we tried to bring it up to other guidance counselor therapist people, right, of the other buildings, and then they all said, oh, that's not my building though, it's not my problem, and they refused to help us because it wasn't their designated building. um so I feel like most therapy sessions and counselors a school could afford would suck. They would all be the bottom of the barrel. A third party one would be great. Again, I worry about the budget and them just getting the bottom of the barrel ones. The really sucky ones. Is only half is the story bible is only the basic ideas of the bigger plots and doesn't go micro specific. That's fine. Yeah, story bible, that's totally fine. But yeah, talking about like you have to think of what can a school afford and realizing schools can't always afford the actual good shit. Hold on. Oh, let me zoom into my actual Twitch chat. That was not just tiny text. It reminds me of this when McGregor trash talked Nate Diaz, two MMA fighters. McGregor, I'm gonna eat you like a lion, you'll be my gazelle. Nate Diaz, what the fuck is a fucking gazelle? Nobody knows what is a gazelle. This is America. I'm trying to like be like really tough and macho. Give me this analogy to somebody who's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Absolutely me as a kid. Like these kids trying to like, oh, we're gonna bully baby Cryptid, we're gonna whisper into the microphone, and I'm like, how the fuck does this walkie-talkie work? I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it in the living room. Oh my god, absolutely 100%. You know, I like to see their same shoes. Maybe we need a sports team. You cannot intimidate someone stupid, absolutely, and baby Cryptid was stupid as fuck. As soon as I got smart, then people could bully me, and then I was like, oh shit, I was better when I didn't have brain cells. I was so much happier when I didn't have a brain. Yeah, I'm smart now. I'm a smart cookie now. I'm a grown-up Cryptid. I'm a hag Cryptid. But when I was a baby Cryptid, I was dumb as fuck. I don't consider that an insult. I think a lot of kids are dumb as fuck, right? They're kids. They're smart for being kids, and I think they are smarter than we give kids credit for. But as a whole, you also have to remember, kids are fucking dumb. They are very smart, but they're also fucking dumb. I wish my school was entertaining the craziest thing that happened was a girl got pregnant. I had the big drama for middle school. Middle school had baby Cryptid's middle school had 3 pregnant girls, and everyone was like, oh. And I think that was actually the biggest shock into getting the rest of our middle school not to have sex, because they were like, oh, the scare of actually we could have been, oh my god. And I think as horrible as it was, probably horrific being a middle schooler who was like pregnant and like had the rumors about them in middle school. I'm not like trying to deny that, but I'm saying the fact that there were 3 girls who were pregnant in our middle school in the same year and stuff. I think that was the biggest deterrent, the drama and the knowledge of that was a possibility, and seeing that possibility was the biggest deterrent then to the rest of the school for the next, how long is middle school? 3 years? Next 3 years of then nobody else like having sex and wanting to learn like safe sex and not get pregnant and stuff, because like now they know in school that there were the other girls who were pregnant, and they were like, oh shit, that seems rough. I don't want that. So absolutely horrific for those 3. But hey, the rest of the school ended up, you know, paying attention in sex ed. Is your inspiration for dialogue is watching fighters trash talk each other? Yeah, I think a lot of it's scripted too, at least in the US. A lot of it's scripted, so they do have like planned cool dialogue exchanges, so that is a really cool thing to study. Still so much better than having the school PA lady get your last name wrong. My last name doesn't include naughty words. Can you not make every boy in the school scared I'll burn their crotches? Oh no. And people fight against relevant education programs and product availability. If they aren't ready, they aren't going to magically know what to do or don't. Yeah. Same when he was in 8th grade. Charles Dickens walks into a bar and orders a martini. The barkeeper asked, olive or twist? I remember in my school, a strange homeless guy with a knife was cutting something strange in the school. The only vivid image of it for me is a 13-year-old's recording, all this with a Nintendo DSi. What? There was somebody, a homeless guy with a knife on your campus? When you were 13? What? That is crazy. Why I like to warn parents, if they don't teach their kids, the teachers will, or worse, they won't. 100%. Yeah. And you got the police. You got the police. Yeah. Honestly, it was actually really intimidating. For some schools, my middle and high school, as having some of like the on-campus police people just constantly on campus was kind of intimidating when that was like a shift that was happening. I was definitely in school still in K through 12 during the shift of like not just occasionally having like a security guard, but actually having like police officers, like sometimes multiple, being on campus as a regular presence for safety. And I do understand, like, hey, yeah, a lot of places were scared. How do we protect kids from a lot of the dangers that were happening and continue to happen here in the US, right? But it was also, since that wasn't like an experience we were used to, it was in the transition phase, and it wasn't really something our parents were used to either. It was a little bit intimidating having so many like police officers just hanging around on campus. You had a conflict mediator club, which got abolished entirely after two of the mediators threw me down a flight of stairs. I'm so sorry, that's horrible. I'm not laughing at you getting thrown down the stairs. I'm just laughing at the absurd. Like, I did not expect that sentence to go where it went. What is a mediator? It's kind of like conflict resolution people. It's people who will, instead of fighting, will like talk through the problems, right? They're supposed to like calmly talk and nicely figure out a solution when two parties are fighting. Yeah, so those two, the calm, talking, peaceful people who are supposed to like figure out a solution for a problem through somebody down the fucking stairs. Oh my god. Dumbledore said calmly. Oh, you had them in college due to thefts. I had them in college because they were worried about human trafficking. So I think we went to really different colleges. The security company. The thief was dressed in so much black I couldn't tell gender or skin color. I wasn't even in any conflict with it. They just chose you randomly. They just looked at you and they were like, that one. That one needs to be pushed down the stairs today. We didn't make the rules. This is just what's happening now. We also know where to walk. But yeah, speaking of being thrown down the stairs, I almost got really injured one year. Speaking of like bullying in high school, some of the football kids, I was like a weirdo kid in high school. I was bullied for it. And one of them happened to, I was going up the stairs. There were these big concrete steps on the outside of the building. It was a 2-story building in our high school. And we were going up the big concrete steps. And it's like swarmed with people, right? Like during classes, you only have a few minutes to get to class, right? And it was a pretty big campus. So people are like swarming, right? Like you are going up and down those big chunky concrete steps. And near like the middle section, one of the football players, they were like kind of in a group behind me. They like grabbed something that was like attached to my waistband, right? And they like pulled, they like yanked. And it was only because I had happened to be holding onto the guardrail that I didn't fall backwards down the concrete steps and like smash my head open, right? It was crazy. Instead, I kind of like, and then like you kind of go backwards a step or two, and you like hold on to the handrail, and you're like, oh, and then like your heart speeds up a bit, and you're like, hey, and then like the football players like laughed and shit, and I was like, you fuckers. Yeah, right. And that wasn't like the worst thing. That was just something that could have happened, right? It was like really like, hey, like that could have actually hurt me. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? And I didn't really like the football players at that high school for like the rest of the year. Because I didn't catch a glimpse of it. I saw their like shirts, their uniforms, so I knew it was the football players, right? But I didn't know. I didn't catch their faces. I didn't know which ones actually did it. And I had some classes through the remaining years with different football players, and some of them would like ignore me or whatever. Some of them were nice to me or whatever, but I never trusted any of them because I didn't know which ones had actually been the ones to like yank on me and almost hurt me and laugh at me afterwards. I didn't know which ones were the actual like good ones, probably just like normal kids who happened to be in football, and which ones were the bullies. So that was like a weird thing to deal with. Uh, Hold on, I'm behind now. Kids are psychopaths, yeah. When even conflict with anyone. I just walked up the stairs on the very edge, focusing on something. They came toward me, didn't like that I didn't move out of the way, and just shoved you. Dear God, yeah, those are horrible conflict mediator people. I wouldn't think they would get rid of the club of conflict resolution, then I think they would just kick those two out of the club. They're not very good at conflict resolution. Um, uh, Not theft, and some didn't work, so they didn't show exits. My high school popular kids were the weirdos. Yeah, same. Not some of them were like the more normal kids, were like the cheerleaders and the football people and stuff. And some of them, the other like popular people, were the very artsy, cool weirdo people. Like the girls who had like different colored hair every month, like bright green or bright pink or bright purple, and they were like cool and alt, but in a cool, hot way. If you could be a hot weirdo person, then you were one of the cool people. And I still what I was. Some days I was hot. So other days I was looking homeless. I showed up in like pajamas and shit. I didn't care, and it just depended on this. Some days I was showing up with perfect eyeliner, looking badass, great hair, colored hair, the goth outfits, all the Nightmare Before Christmas stuff, my spooky backpack, my skull keychains. Right. Some days I showed up looking awesome. Other days I realized, oh, I'm not actually graded for effort in my appearance. I just had to show up and get the work done. So some days I'm like, yeah, I don't want to do the work of like brushing my hair. No one's gonna like give me a better score on my test if I sleep in the extra 5 minutes and I don't brush my hair this day. The teachers aren't gonna kick me out if I wear my Halloween pajama pants to school. And so some days I just did not give a fuck. So some days I looked weird in a derogatory way. Other days I looked weird in a hot way. And so there was definitely conflicting images I think about me, just because I did whatever I wanted. And I think that's one of the main things of like sometimes people don't know how to act about it. They don't know how to treat you if you don't actually care how other people treat you. Um, but middle school was goth school. My middle school was goth and spooky, and the popular people were like the most goth, spooky, cool looking kids, the emo kids, the scene kids. That was super popular when Cryptid was in middle school. And I was not a popular kid in middle school, even though I was like goth or alt or whatever you want to say it, because I couldn't afford. I had all black clothes and all black outfits, but we weren't like super wealthy or anything, so none of my blacks matched. If you ever seen like a middle schooler, right? And they're wearing like a black t-shirt that's one shade of black, and then like black pants that are a different shade of black, and then they just have like brown hair or something with like black streaks in it. um and then like whatever, like grunge, like middle school eyeshadow, right? It wasn't like great or whatever. That sad attempt at being cool with my mismatched blacks, that instantly put me into the lame category of goths. They did not. I was not one of the cool goths or one of the cool scene kids in middle school. To also give you perspective, in middle school, the big thing for kids to do that instantly puts you in the cool club was to have the oh my god, is it called the raccoon hair stripes, where like alternate between the two colors in one streak? That trend, that was peak, that was the height of cool when Cryptid was in middle school. All of the actual cool goth kids in my middle school had that, and I didn't. So I was never one of the cool goth kids in middle school. Big rip for me. Me one idiot youngly. Hold on. Into a stylized crown of thorns? Oh, wow. But, I was low profile in high school, too weird to bully. After the incident, the teachers interviewed students individually and got a foot-tall stack of complaints against the mediators together. Oh, that's probably why they then dismissed it. Some of them are still up in the air, Jesus. I always look weird, so it's solved. It took you a long time to adapt, even going into college. You was just the weirdo. I heard emos can jump really high. Some of them are still up in the air. Raccoon, you say? Yeah, for the hair. But yeah, I hope you guys know what I'm talking about. Oh. Hair stripe. Yeah, let's look at extension. You guys will see it, like... Yeah. So let's do images. This hairstyle was the height of popularity when Baby Cryptid was in middle school. This was what all the coolest people had. This was the height. You couldn't get hotter or cooler than this. If you were a cool person, you had this. Oh, the times have changed. But yeah, I didn't have those, so obviously I could not be a cool goth kid. It's just like the raccoon tail, yep. What year was that? Fuck, you're asking me to do math. Kind of run around the year 2000. God, what year, how old would I have been in middle school? God. I am, for perspective, I am 29. I'm a month shy of turning 30. So yeah, I was born in 96. So whatever, do the mental math there to figure out what age I would have been in middle school. That was when they were popular. And to give you perspective on how quickly that trend died, as soon as we got to high school, I think that trend was dead. That was done. They like buried it instantly. Here. Math, not even once. 94 baby here. I'm from 99. Yeah, we have a very interesting mix of my raccoons here. Some of them are, they look at me entering my hag era, about to be 30, and they're like, oh, you're just a baby. There are some like older raccoons here, and then we have like some like young teenage raccoons here where they're like, oh, an anime girl on my screen who's an adult woman who pays taxes? I thought all anime girls were like 19 forever. In my old man era. Yeah, so there's a very wide variety here. So if you guys ever wonder why there's like certain rules in chat to gen, it's because we have a pretty wide range audience here. You look like a raccoon. Your sleeping schedule doesn't do great for my skin, but my hair has character. Yeah, Lord knows my sleeping schedule isn't fucking helping me. My stress levels aren't helping me. What's worked so great for my skin, whenever I remember to do it, is honestly distilled water. Washing your face with distilled water. Oh my god, fucking groundbreaking. Fucking groundbreaking. I think since I started doing that, washing my face and then rinsing it off with distilled water, it's life-changing. First times ever as an adult that I ever had like absolutely clear skin. Like no pimples, no stress pimples, nothing. I just switched to actually washing it with distilled water. Life-changing. I always have it now. Every time I shave, I lose brown hair. I was shocked when I met a 19-year-old born in 2005. Never. Stop. Don't say it. Keep those numbers away from me. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Shut up. Everyone's a baby. Shut up. If you're born after 2000, you're just a baby. You've never grown up. You're still a baby age. I don't believe it. Could I stay up to like 7 a.m. sometimes just writing, then pass out and wake up at 11. Except today, I woke up at 4 p.m. today. Oh my god, yeah. She didn't know VHS. I thought she was an adult, right? Um, I still remember VHS. I remember. Do you guys remember? For some of my older raccoons out here, the I think it was Rugrats, and some like Nickelodeon stuff. They would have special VHS stuff for their movies, and it was actually like an orange VHS tape. Oh my god! When we first opened that bad boy up and we saw it was orange, I think little baby Cryptid lost her mind. That was always like such a cool thing. Uh, you remember those? I never cared about Rugrats. Yeah, but a VHS tape that was orange to kind of match it. Come on, the marketing for that is brilliant. It stood out so much. It was so iconic. Um, you've had Baguette TV show. Old, I know. Yes, you hated Rugrats. It wasn't my favorite, but like again, it was like a kids TV show. Um, and it was fine. Like it was just some of the stuff like you watched when you were a kid. I loved Little Bear. Me and Mama Cryptid have talked about this. The TV shows I like more from my childhood were definitely ones that were more story focused. Even if there were sometimes like lessons and stuff in them for kids. But yeah, a lot of kids shows these days are junk. I feel like a lot of the good ones were story focused. They were just stories that were okay for kids. And that's different than um like shows that try just to be like mindless, like blabber, or just do lessons. Like even Dora the Explorer, right? That teaches you a lesson. You're typically learning like some new Spanish word or two, and you're learning like sharing or how to adventure. But it's also a story. You're seeing the story of Dora go and attempt this mission, or get some item or do something, right? Um, how are we similar in taste? How? It's because I'm perfect. That's how. I'm an anime woman on your screen. That automatically means I'm perfect. um, these shows that change scenes scientifically to maintain attention forever. Yeah, there's a lot of like quick scene changes, lots of flashing colors, lots of this. Oh, hydrate or dihydrate. Thank you so much for the hydrate or dihydrate. I'm thinking like I really noticed kids' TV shows turning kind of trashy with the was it Yo Gabba Gabba? Is it that one? And that was your sippy. You're a chatty guy on the internet. You're perfect too. Was shuffling a thing at your middle school? It wasn't mine. Well, I don't think so. I don't think so. Like the every day I'm shuffling. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I think it was high school for me too. I think that trend, if it's the thing I'm thinking of with that little audio track, I think it was high school. Now, can my perspective be wrong? Yeah, because Lord fucking knows my memory shit. Yeah, Gundam Style was a big thing in my high school too. Right? Like, yeah. Um, Fortnite, Overwatch kids, ironically, are more cultured. And now K-pop, yeah, K-pop, like the kids who are K-pop stans, and they're actually learning like choreographies and the furl thing. I'm like, that's honestly like really fucking cool. To have that dancing ability, to have that choreography ability. I'm like, man, that you guys are like super fucking cool. That's pretty neat. Hi Luna. Sorry if you guys heard something, it was just Luna running by. What was I saying? But yeah, I feel like kids TV shows can still be stories. Kids need stories. They need stuff happening. It's just stories that are age appropriate for them. Um what's the difference between all of this and yogurt? I don't know. What is? What is it? Oddly enough, the girl I had a crush on in grade 12 asked me to dance at prom. Best night of my life because my bestie was so jealous. Man, my prom was horrible. But if you leave yogurt alone for a while, it develops a culture. Banned. A good story shows for kids, Bluey. Yeah, I've heard. I think when I haven't watched Bluey, but I have heard like a lot of like really good feedback and talks about that. And I think that is like an example of like people like kid shows that are stories that can teach a lesson with those stories. They're just stories that are age appropriate. Stuff that's more mindless, that's just lights and sounds and bright colors, and then just sometimes choosing a random message to try and teach kids in a rhyming pattern and then rinse and repeat the same formula the next day. That's not something that kids are going to remember and love growing up. They love stories. Kids can absolutely engage and enjoy stories and character arcs and quests and all that. That's why I really liked Little Bear. I really liked, oh my god, Teen Titans when I was an older kid. Even Pokemon was so legendary. Why? Because we were watching the story of Ash Ketchum, right? Going through this quest of trying to be the very best, right? And finding all these different Pokemons on the way. Um, Stuff like that. Those were stories. Bear in the Big Blue House. Oh my god. There's a funny where is Shadow? Um hold on. Oh wait, I'm behind on chat. Hello, Mike. How can I submit my work? I'm interested in improving my work right now. That's awesome. There is a Discord link. It's just the Cryptid Reads Discord. And you submit it right there. There's a section called Story Submissions, and you can submit there. Just understand, if you submit a larger work, I might not read the entire larger work in one stream just for my voice. It might be broken up into smaller things. I typically try to aim for at least a couple pages, and then you're guaranteed 1 to 2 critiques from me, and then other people in chat may also give critique too. And we're never going to tear apart your work, but we're always going to try and give you some things to work on to make the work even better. So I'm really excited that you're interested in improving your craft. That's awesome. um Ash did become Pokemon Master a few years ago. Shut up, I don't want to talk about it. I feel old. Uh, I follow the story of Naruto decapitating ninjas. Oh, my models weren't good for me, if I recall. Uh, Speaking of critique, that's true. That's true. We are here to critique. But yeah, Big Blue House was another one I liked. For future cryptid lore, remind me to tell you guys the Where Is Shadow story. That one was funny. So here we're looking at a story Bible. This is 15 pages. I probably won't get the full 15 pages done if there's other people waiting for it, but we might do a bit of this, see if anyone else has submitted, give them critique, and then we could come back to this as well. We can go back and forth a bit. So for this, we have the demigods. Demigods are beings born to a god or have been granted powers by a god. They are capable of living indefinitely, but can die from wounds or other such things. They possess greater physical traits than normal mortals, agelessness and semi-immortality, but they can still be killed. So they live forever, asterisk, unless killed. We went on a tangent, sorry. No problem. The big thing, yeah, I know some of you guys are newer raccoons to the stream. The big joke for a while was that I could absolutely go on tangents for a long time. We had several multiple hour streams where I was supposed to be writing, and instead we spent the whole hours just chatting and yapping. It became Yapping with Cryptid for a while, because I actually wasn't getting any writing done on stream. We were just yapping. So it's absolutely normal and par for the course here. If you're here and you're hanging out for a while, you will absolutely listen to me yap. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the follow, and hey, I hope you enjoy the Cryptid cult. So yeah, they live forever, asterisk, unless killed. Some demigods are the child of one god, but have been granted powers of another. Ooh, that's interesting. I think that could be good drama. Good, Cryptid, if we collab, we'll be derailing streams so fast. Probably, 100%. We'll just go on a Bear in the Big Blue House watching spree. No, Teen Titans. If we do watch any TV shows on stream, I want it to be the original Teen Titans, not the new Teen Titans Go bullshit. That's not even new anymore. That's been like over for a while too, hasn't it? Even Teen Titans Go is old now. Man, I'm fucking ancient. But yeah, I think they're a child of one but could be granted powers of another. Could lead for like really cool drama and intrigue among the different gods. The politics between the deities could be interesting there. In some cases, the demigod gains more powers or even enhanced powers. In rare cases, when a mortal is exposed to high concentrations of magic, they become a pseudo-demigod, also called quasi-demigods. That feels a little long. I wonder if there's like a neater, shorter turn of phrase you could do that to better encapsulate that. Even if it's like derogatory, like they're like, oh no, it's a pseudo one, you're a fake demigod, you're only a partial demigod. It seems like they look down on that because they're not a child of a god, and they're not granted powers by a god. They're kind of a self-made god. I wonder if they would call them a fake deity, like you're a false god, you're a false idol, something like that, because it seems like the gods wouldn't like that. While they can possess magical powers, they are most commonly found to have semi-immortality and certain physical attributes enhanced. A pseudo-demigod can also be created when a mortal steals the power of a god. Oh yeah, the gods definitely wouldn't fucking like that. Just look at how they acted when mankind stole fire. They don't like that. Demigods are able to become gods, provided various conditions are met. Among these conditions, the demigod must die and embrace their divinity. And then they go up to heaven, and then like all the other gods are like, we didn't actually want you at this club. You can't sit with us. And the person's just there in the cafeteria like, no, I did it. I'm here at God school. I'm here. I can sit at the table. And they're like, no, you can sit at the far end of the table. They must also, to some extent, be worshipped. A few notable cases of this are La Santa Muerte, Sappho, and Maui, or any folk hero. Oh, folk hero is also a good dude for this. Lots of this is based on various myths, too. Yep. The Three Worlds. When the universe was created by the powers of the Tablet of Destiny, the universe became divided into 3 planes of existence, fittingly named the Three Worlds. These are Mortal World, Otherworld, and Netherworld. Mortal Realm, Mortal World, Mortal Realm. They overlap in various places due to strands called ley lines, and the barriers between them weaken at certain points of the year. Mortal World, home to mortal creatures like mankind and most mortal life. This also includes cryptids. Fuck yeah! And some mythical creatures or beings. Otherworld, home to the beings like the gods, demons, angels, and various spirits. And Netherworld, home to the dead, and overseen by various gods of the dead. So I wonder if this is like higher beings beyond death, unless killed, asterisk unless killed. This is for the beings that are dead, and the mortal world's typically for living beings that can die, if it's kind of like separated by that. Hold on, am I behind? Story outline. Okay, so this is the general, how the world is set up. Story outline. The story is divided into several minor arcs and 4 larger arcs. The minor arcs all end fighting a connecting antagonist that connects 3 to 5 protagonists. So one big bad for 3 to 5 heroes. Okay. The larger arc connects multiple protagonists in a major team-up to face larger threats. Note 1. All character bios and arcs are subject to change. There may also be additional demigods added to its names. The list isn't fully completed, that's fine. Each character bio is itself a book. Okay, so each character gets their own book. The team-ups are themselves also separate books. Okay, this doesn't apply to antagonist, as they are explained in other books and explored in team-ups. So this is a really, really expansive thing. Hello, welcome back. So yeah, I think we're on a general, better space. We're looking at just the story Bible, dealing with gods and deities and the mortal world and the other world and the netherworld, and how different protagonists are going to be fighting some different deities. It sounds very cool. Atlantis arc. So this arc. Quick character. Okay, the character bios are going to be the books. But these arcs, the larger arcs connect multiple protagonists in a major team up to face larger threats. So this is like later on when we've established some that's a huge project. It's a very, very big project. That's a cheat. Okay, it's too high. So many projects. What about amateur jacks? I wanted to do a me comment, be like, oh, those are called rejects, and I'm like, no, wait. But come on, it's a little funny. It's projects and rejects. I'm smart. The arc is made up of several smaller arcs, all aiming to fight Atlantis during the Cold War. That'll be an interesting time. These arcs are Morgana's arc, Athenodoro's arc, Davy Jones' arc. Oh, I like that. And a Cryptid arc? Wait a second. Wait a fucking second here. You're telling me there's gonna be some bitch ass punks trying to fight me? Do I get a whole arc just for me? This part is all leading up to the Atlantis arc. Cryptid likes this. Who said Cryptid arc? Right here. I get my own arc. It's me. It's me. I'm Cryptid. I'm Cryptid, the local Cryptid. So is it just like a deity that's a Cryptid, or is it like one particular Cryptid they're going to be fighting? I'm curious about that because there are several Cryptids you could do. Wait, is it a Cold War in like the political sense, or is it just really cold during the war? Hello, welcome on in. I'm going to assume, since it's capitalized Cold War, I think it's during the time period known as the Cold War. That's what I'm going to assume, unless stated otherwise. So Morgana's arc. This arc makes up 6 stories featuring the following characters: Saga, Sumbitch, Colton Riddle, Vladislava Wolf, Anna Pendragon, and Lulu Oswald. It primarily focuses on Morgana as a main antagonist who seeks to avenge her defeat during the Arthurian era. Every protagonist from this arc joins in fighting Atlantis during the Cold War. Okay. And I'm gonna guess, because it might be covering different time periods and different places, that they all might end up becoming demigods and therefore gaining immortality, and that's why they can all meet up during the Cold War. Just before the war. Okay, it's generally Bigfoot, but all cryptids are You're gonna do Bigfoot? Everyone's gonna be fighting Bigfoot? Bigfoot? What the fuck? What the fuck did Bigfoot do to you? He has a family. I know it's not the most, like, stable family. The Bigfoots do come from a lineage, and they do have some generational trauma they're working through, but come on. Come on, they're not that bad. Just before the vehicle, doing this place in an alternate Earth. Yeah, we're dealing with, like, magicals. Stuff with the gods interacting. They all either are or become demigods. Yeah, that's why they can all meet up during the Cold War. Okay. It was the most it's interesting that you think Bigfoot's the most recognizable cryptid. Well, I guess he could be for people who aren't into cryptid. I think within the cryptid community, then people might argue Mothman. He's like the biggest name if you're already in the cryptid community. But yeah, outside the cryptid community, I would think you're right that Bigfoot's more well known and has the bigger presence. And if you're a Florida cryptid like me, and then it would be Skunk Ape. Loch Ness Monster, that's true. I think that one has more international fame. I guess it depends. International fame, I think, would be Loch Ness Monster. As far as, like, across continents, people recognizing that. I think in the US, maybe Bigfoot's more recognizable. I feel like more US people would know Bigfoot than they would Loch Ness Monster. Wendigo is very interesting within the cryptid community because there is the debate recently Hold on, let me, how do I phrase this? So, for cryptids, compared to when you say cryptid versus a mythical beast, right? Mythical beasts, think unicorns, think dragons. We don't typically call those cryptids because they were typically believed to be real by a group of people who have since, like, that group of people is now like gone, and they no longer believe that, right? So like people in medieval Europe believed like dragons and unicorns and shit, and like uh were real, and they could be tricked to buy things from them, right? um when we look at Wendigo, which is part of Native American folklore, that is part of a current day group of people, in this case more native communities, and that's part of their belief system, and those communities are still here. There are active tribes recognized in the US and Canada. um, and because they are new, when we have modern day creature sightings, those are called cryptids. So that's where people stumbled into the woods and they believe they've seen Bigfoot. They believe they saw Mothman in relative history, right? So there's current day peoples that stumble into spooky areas and they believe they see something that can't be explained, and we call those cryptids. It's a modern day stuff. Since Native Americans are still a modern day people, and other Native societies in Canada and around the world, and they believe in Wendigos, some of them. We originally included Wendigos and other Native American stuff. Oh my goodness, what just happened? Since goal 10 was just complete. Oh my goodness, an anonymous gifter gave 2 community sub gifts. That's very kind. Thank you so much. That's so special. Thank you so much. Um, but yeah, we initially included a lot of Native American folklore into cryptids because they're a current people believing that, and cryptids are modern day sightings. Currently, there has been some feedback from some tribes, and I don't remember which exact tribes, and it's not all of them, but some tribes are starting to not like being associated with cryptids. Cryptids are just an everyday Joe Schmo happening to believe they saw something in the woods or something, right? Versus Native American folklore has rituals, it has history to their folklore, to their beliefs, and they don't like being their traditions and their culture being used for like monster of the week stuff. So some communities are fine with it, some communities are not. I think it will take a little bit more time before the cryptid community realizes, like for definite sure as a whole, whether or not Native Americans want the Wendigo to still be categorized as a cryptid or not. But we could be looking for, in the future, the Wendigo might not count as a cryptid. It is why the cryptid model, so they got copyright and have IP issues. No, they have cultural issues for it being normally portrayed as a monster of the week and being portrayed incorrectly. When this is like part of their folklores and beliefs for some of the tribes, and it's being monetized and sensationalized and monsterized by Hollywood and other like games and other like advertisements and stuff, right? And Halloween stuff. Sorry, I'm bad at jokes. No, I get you stuff. Just for like anyone who like is aware, like, oh, what, why don't they do it? It's to kind of separate their culture and their cultural practices and belief systems from Hollywoodization. Um, so in the few years, we could actually see the Wendigo might not be a cryptid. That'll be very interesting to see that happening in real time, to see what happens with that. Which is why the cryptid, when I do get my official model, does actually have deer antlers. And people were originally asking, like, oh, is cryptid based on the Wendigo when she gets her official model? And as a technical thing, because I know the Wendigo might not be considered as a cryptid in the future, it's technically, I say I'm just cryptid, I am a cryptid, I'm cryptid, the local cryptid. But for peeking behind the curtain here, I'm technically based on the not deer. If I was based on any particular cryptid, I want to be based on the not a deer, because I thought that one was really nifty. But yeah, sorry, that was a tangent. Tangent based off cryptids that I can really talk about for a while. Nessie and Bigfoot are the most well-known generally, yeah. when it goes more US thing, I'd say, I think it's US and Canada. I think it goes up to Canada. Blue-skinned Alistair, god fucking damn it. I didn't even fucking think of that. Oh no. Well, hey, at least Alistair's popular. Maybe I'll be popular one day for being Blue Alistair. Blue Alistair with big titty anime girl. Oh my god. My ex had Abenaki, I don't know if I'm saying it right, Abenaki heritage. She talked about how in their folklore, all squirrels were kaiju-sized until the folk hero Gluskabi shrunk them down. Now have a sing-off with Lucifer out of Vox. I fucking can't. I'll fucking lose that fight. You guys don't want to hear me sing. I am not a singer. I'm a cryptid of many talents. Singing is not one of them. You know what I was saying? But yeah, thank you for the fun fact. That's super cool to learn more about the culture. Like I said, I mostly know I mostly know my cryptid lore. That's what I'm good at. That's what I'm a fucking nerd about. But yeah, there will be a cryptid arc, and he said it's gonna be mostly based on Bigfoot, which, like, hey, there's other fuck-ass cryptid. I'm a general proud supporter of my cryptid community, but like low-key, if you did need like a jackass to be a cryptid, like, there were other cryptids that could be fucking jackasses, not gonna lie. I sing in Windows Shadow. Hey, that at least means you can hit a high note. Morgana's arc. So this is multiple arcs are gonna lead up to the Atlantis arc. This arc makes up 6 stories featuring the following characters. I'm not going to see all the names, and Lulu Oswald. I think we were following Lulu Oswald's story earlier with the Jack the Ripper arc. It primarily focuses on Morgana as the main antagonist who seeks to avenge her defeat during the Arthurian era, and every protagonist from this arc joins in fighting Atlantis during the Cold War. I think, and it could be, it's not a critique. It is a consideration, something just to be aware of. I'm not saying you can't do it, I'm just saying, like, hey, if you are going to do this, just be aware. If somebody's reading a series of yours, if this is all like one book series, I know it's probably not going to be called Morgana's Arc, but let's say this is a book series and it's called Morgana's Arc, and people are going to pick up a book and they're going to follow Lulu Oswald in book 1, and then book 2 they follow Anna Pendragon, book 3 they follow Colton Riddle. It doesn't have to be in that order, but just in general, like each book per protagonist, if I can speak. It might be jarring for readers that each book they pick up, if it's in a series, is actually following a different character, a different setting, a different time, and therefore it won't feel like a series until they get to the end. And then, surprise! It's Morgana! I'm trying to think of, like, Morgana's Swiper the Fox. Surprise! It's me! I know Swiper the Fox doesn't say that, but you get what I'm saying. Like, Swiper the Fox shows up, Morgana shows up. It was all her. It, one, could kind of spoil the ending if the readers then do stick around with it being inconsistent, with it being a different character, different place, different setting, different time period. They then will realize by, like, the second or third one of, like, oh, the suspension of disbelief has been broken. They already know Morgana's gonna show up. Morgana's behind whatever fuck-assery is happening in each of their books. So just be aware of that. You will have to work hard to compensate that, to compensate the suspension of disbelief, of the lack of immersion, that they're going to pick up book 2 thinking it's still following Lulu Oswald after she's defeated the first shenanigan by Morgana, and really they're following insert the other character, insert Anna Pendragon, doing something else that happens to also be caused by Morgana. It will be a little disorienting for the readers. I'm setting it up so they don't have to read them in order, but it references the others. That will be hard, because for Morgana has a timeline for herself, right? Like, if the first one is Lulu, she's gonna be like, oh, this fuck-ass bitch, this is something horrific. Like, that girl just derailed all my plans. I had to kill the one dude. Lulu's over here. I fucking hate Lulu. And she ruined all my evil plans. Like, I hate this girl. She's gonna go through, and let's say she's defeated by Anna Pendragon next. I don't know what the order is, but let's say Anna Pendragon next. Let's say then Anna Pendragon defeats Morgana's new plan. Morgana's gonna be like, two fucking bitches in a row are doing shenanigans and ruining my stuff? No! She's gonna be more furious and may react differently to the second character that defeats her than the first, than Lulu, let's say. By the time it gets to like the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth, right? Let's say a fifth character, she's gonna be like, no, 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 I've already been defeated by 4 other no-name jobless losers, right? Who do all this different stuff. Once someone shenanigans, they will shenan again. Right? She's like, I'm not no. Absolutely the fuck not. I'm not repeating the same mistakes as the previous 4. I'm not doing this. You were gonna let me win. Fuck that. She is going to be pissed. She's gonna be so mad. So for her, there will be a timeline difference in her character for it. That if somebody is picking up the book and she's on a rant on the 4th one, like, oh no, like 3 other bitches keep doing this. I'm mad. I'm pissed. And now I lost to someone named Riddle. I fucking lost to Riddle, like Batman. No, fuck this shit. That will be different for them first meeting Lulu if they pick it up out of order. With Vladislava, it's more of a stalemate with Morgana planned. Which Morgana planned. Okay. But you see, like, you will be working against this. This is a slight challenge you as the writer are going to be experiencing with this series. So be aware of it. It can be done. I'm not saying not to do it. Be aware of this challenge. And yeah, poor Morgana. I honestly feel bad for you, because I think with Scooby-Doo, we at least see a different villain that the kids beat every episode. With this one, it's like the same villain keeps showing up, and like different kids who formed a new Scooby gang keep beating that villain's plan. And the villain's just like, what the fuck? Why do these different teenagers with a dog keep destroying my plans? It reminds me of an idea I once saw of an old guy from, I think it was Turkey. The name was Batman bin Superman. Oh no. That's fucking cool. So yeah, that's just the note to be aware of. Quick character bios. So these will be the individual books. Each of these bios will be a book. Saga Aidonsdottir. I don't know how you say that. They're named Oh no. Mo named Mo space Lester. That's not good. Born Saga Leifsdottir in Norway, 849 AD. She sets out on a journey to save her mother, the goddess Idun, after she's kidnapped by Morgana. In the 11th century, she moves to an isolated location in Iceland with her mother. Okay, so that's gonna be the first story. Anwen Pendrag, born the last daughter of King Arthur in 538 AD. Anna fights against Morgana as the Enchantress tries to destroy whatever remains of Camelot. She was made a demigod by her exposure to magical energy from the Tablet of Destiny, as Excalibur was created by the tablet. Hello? Okay, bye. Due to this, Anna's potential for magic isn't fixed to just one power. It makes her one of the few who can wield Excalibur. Don't make her too OP. That's the first note. Just don't make her too OP. In modern times, she uses the name Anna Gwen Pendragon. Colton Riddle, born Colton Wilde in 1848 AD in Nashville, Tennessee. He sets out on a quest to defeat his brother after they are manipulated by Morgana into robbing Marie Laveau in New Orleans. He is killed during the robbery by his brother, but transformed into a demigod by the Santa Muerte? Wesley Wilde, with his brother. He is Colton's older brother. He helped Morgana rob Marie Laveau and killed his brother in the process. but he was later defeated by Colton in Texas in 1875 AD. Can you imagine, like, oh shit, I killed my brother. Fuck, my brother came back and beat my ass. Years later, decades later. No, he was born 1840. 40, 50, 60, 70. So he's 35 when he's then defeated by Colton. Okay. I saw a yearbook once which had a picture of Mr. Purr's second grade class. Oh no. I thought you were dead, damn it. Thought you were dead. Vladislava Volk? I'm not saying the words right at all, but hey, we're just gonna roll with it. Born in Kiev in 1899 as a daughter, Vladislava, as a daughter of the Slavic god Perun, Vladislava sets out on a quest to find the man Rasputin after her mother is gravely injured. Unaware, Morgana is manipulating the situation. Grigory Rasputin, a Russian mystic born in 1869, Rasputin became a healer that worked for the Romanovs. He was later manipulated by Morgana into helping her and fought Vladislava. Morgana had him killed by Russian revolutionaries for his failure. Privyet? That's how you say hello in Russian, right? Privyet? Kakdela. What is Kakdela? I'm not sure which part's Kakdela, but I knew, Zio Horosho? Horosho? You saw the wedding announcement for Mr. and Mrs. McDonald Burger. So this is mixing history with the story, so events in that case don't change. Yeah, I'm definitely getting the multiple events. I'm wondering if it's almost too broad. Like, each of these books by themselves could be great books. I almost feel like making it into one giant thing, overarching thing, is almost a bit too forced. I don't know, that's my initial thing. It could just be me personally. I just said, hello, how are you? I'm good. I only got the hello. That's enough Russian for me. Yeah, I got the privyet. Privyet? Privyet. That means hello. I only got the hello. Everything else was above me. I'm almost worried going this broad and this wide-ranging with all the different characters and all the different timelines and all the different historical events and all over the world with all the different deities and gods and all of it's connected to Morgana. I'm like, this is a lot, and it could be done. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying we're a little bit on shaky ground. Where was I? Lulu Oswald, we've read before. She's then going to track demigods with varying degrees of success. Her first successful encounters were with Colton and Vladislava, followed shortly by Saga and Anna. This was called the Mythic Marvels Project. La Santa Muerte. She was made to dynamite by the Aztec goddess Morgana Le Fay. She's the half-sister of King Arthur. Okay, arc synopsis. We'll do this one, and then I'll check the Discord in case anyone else needs feedback. Arc synopsis. In 538 AD, during the aftermath of the fall of King Arthur, Morgana Le Fay kills Guinevere with a curse of disease. As Anna Pendragon is trained on the Isle of Skye by Scathach, Morgana uses her black magic to attempt to raise the dead Mordred. When Anna catches wind of this, Anna fights Morgana, forcing her to flee to Tir na Nog. Okay, good, yeah. In Otherworld. So she flees to Otherworld. When the Dananan I'm just gonna mess that up. Refuse her cry for help, Morgana makes a deal with the Fomorian king Balor and becomes a demigoddess. However, her time... So yeah, I guess this king could just make her demigoddess. However, her time in Tirnanog ages her significantly. To restore her youth and begin her revenge, she kidnaps the goddess in an attempt to steal her golden apples of youth. Okay, my lo-fi's still going good. I think phase 1 of Marvel having characters from some movies showing up throughout the various movies. And that's where I'm like, it could work. It's also very scary because we see what happened with Marvel. Marvel is... Overall, a lot of people, me, myself included, we stopped watching Marvel. Why? Because you have to catch 3 movies, 2 TV shows, a season of this short, this thing, in order to be caught up with everything that happens in a new movie. And we were like, no, I was just watching Spider-Man. Now, shit, I had to watch Ant-Man. And well, before I can watch Ant-Man, I have to see this TV series. And before I watch this TV series, I had to watch up at least a season 2 of this TV series. It gets really overwhelming. Marvel was really good at it in the beginning, and it kept expanding, and it got really, really big. Right? It kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it got too big. It can't easily support it without being overwhelming. I loved Avengers Infinity War and nothing else of those movies. Yeah, it gets really... That's why I'm like, this... It could be good to have, like, a series. Like I was saying, like, the ending of Lulu Oswald with her deciding to track down other demigods. It sounds good. It sets up for a series really well. That's why when I first read that plot outline for Lulu Oswald, I'm like, yeah, this sets it up perfectly for book 2. And I thought book 2 would be book 2 of Lulu Oswald. And she would find maybe a different demigod, team up, fight some other bad guy, and then maybe after like 2 or 3 books, then Morgana appears again and she's like the big bad. But then to finish Lulu, and then to finish a Spider-Man movie, and then you have to watch an Ant-Man movie, and then you have to watch a Black Widow movie, and then you have to watch an Iron Man movie, and then you have to watch the Hulk movie, just to then get ready for what is the arc, the Atlantis arc, Avengers Infinity War. It is a lot. It gets really, really big. Let's see here, what's happening. Oh, you liked it just because everybody dies. Marvel had some bad luck too. They had planned for King the Conqueror to be the next Thanos, but then the Jonathan Majors things happened and they had to scrap that and didn't have a good replacement. I know nothing about that. I don't know any of those names. Not the actors, or I knew Thanos. I'll correct myself. I knew Thanos. I don't know any of those other names. So all of my critique that just happened with Marvel has nothing to do with whatever the problem was. I have no idea what just happened. So sorry. You're closer to the Marvel. I tapped out, I guess, before that drama happened. I think a lot of other people tapped out before whatever that issue is. There is something cool. Yes, Infinity War is cool because it did pay off. You're absolutely correct. It can be done. Also be aware, it's really fucking difficult to do. So have Lulu track them down and use the demigod telling them their backstory. Yeah, I think that would be a better way, because if they follow book 1 of you, which is Lulu fighting Jack the Ripper, she's fought Morgana Le Fay, she's defeated that plan, and now she's starting this project where she's going to track down the other demigods. I think then readers of yours, fans of yours, who then want to pick up book 2, they would then want to see Lulu Oswald tracking down, let's say the second person is Colton Riddle. I think you said one of the earlier successes was Colton Riddle. Like let her track down Colton Riddle. And showing up things, and maybe even him denying stuff, and then whatever happens, a new Morgana plot happens. And then they're like, shit, she's going to be, we're going to follow Lulu doing all of this. Because I feel like once you have readers for book 1, which is Lulu, then that's who they're going to want to see. Completely changing to a different movie, different protagonist, different thing, it will be challenging. I think then, if, let's say this is, because you're already playing this as a huge project, so I don't think this is out of bounds for me to suggest. If then everyone loves the Lulu Oswald fighting in the Atlantis arc with her team of mythic marvels of other demigods she's gathered, and then they defeat Morgana in the Atlantis arc, right? No, sorry, not the Atlantis. They defeat Morgana's arc, right, with her mythic marvels team that she's collected. Then, whatever readers like certain characters, if they then fell in love during the series with Colt and Riddle, then you could be like, oh boy, guess what? I'll have a spin-off book that's a prequel that shows Colt and Riddle and his brother and them fighting with that god in Tennessee. And then I'll have a spin-off book of Anna Pendragon. I'll have a spin-off book of Vladislava Volk. I know I'm saying that name wrong. And those will be standalone spin-off prequel books. But I feel like the main series for your readers should be following whichever one is the first book, which I think is Lulu Oswald with the Jack the Ripper series. And it immerses the reader into the demigods. It immerses the reader into the gods and Morgana and everything else. And it ends really well in that first book of she's going to track down other demigods. And the series will follow that. I think... Oh, the Anima got you for climax. Sorry. You think each arc could be connected for the final arc? Or that the arc after is so calm that I want to put the book down. That did that to me when I read One Piece after the arc of Marineford. I don't know the reference. I haven't read or watched One Piece. But I can see what you mean. Like, after, like, something super fucking cool and badass. A huge, like everyone's joined together to fight a big bad. It's hard to one-up that. It's hard to do the next cool thing. Jonathan Majors was the actor cast as King the Conqueror. Already appeared in the Loki series. Okay, I only think I watched, like, the first 1 or 2 series of Loki's. That's why. And then during filming of Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, he got charged with domestic violence, and they had to kill him off to avoid using the actor again. Okay. Yeah, I didn't watch the Ant-Man series movies. That's what. So yeah, the problems with Marvel as a cinematic universe was before all of that, right? People were already kind of getting like kind of tired of shit. They weren't watching necessarily everything. It was too much before all of that. There was already the rumblings of that before the Loki series aired, but then it was Loki, and people kind of got hyped up for that already because we wanted to see more Loki. It was a lot. Let's see, what was my... After watching Infinity War, it was hard to go back to calm tension. Yeah, exactly. After, like, the huge team-up, you've upped the stakes, you've upped the characters, you've done this huge, elaborate team-up, this meet-up, this huge thing to fight the super big bad, which is, like, someone who can, like, end half the universe, right? All of life in the universe. It was a huge team-up. So then, if you're continuing the story, logically, you have to keep doing bigger and badder, right? And it's hard to outdo it. You're saying that you get bored with the calmer tension afterwards. The stakes aren't there anymore because the stakes are calmer. And we see it in the opposite example, I think, with long run-in shonen stuff, like Bleach, maybe One Piece, but I didn't watch One Piece, Naruto, stuff like that. With like hundreds and hundreds of episodes, a big critique of shonen animes and mangas like that are, hey, in book 1, this was the biggest, baddest, most powerful thing that could happen, and they had to beat that. And then the next season, oh, well, now there's a bigger, badder, scarier thing, and how they had to beat that. And then season 3, oh, well, now there's a bigger, and it's just continuously, constantly raising the stakes, and then it feels kind of boring. It's like, I don't believe you. We just fought the biggest, baddest, most evil thing like 20 times now. What do you mean this new 21st villain is the biggest, baddest guy of the universe? Both those things are in all the filler episodes. Both those things are really hard when you have a huge project. That is a fault in long run stuff like shonen mangas and animes, and that is also a fault, like you said, the opposite end with Marvel stuff. They did this huge thing, and then everything after that didn't quite meet up. What was the next thing you do after that? I think, God, what is it? Something with like Robert Downey Jr. again, right? He's gonna be like Doctor Doom or some crazy bullshit like that. And it's hard because so many people have already stopped keeping up with the Marvel movies. I know I certainly fucking have. The only one I've been tempted by is to keep up with Spider-Man, the movie franchise, but even that one's hard. I know I'm still behind on that one. It for huge projects, it's really hard to. Sorry, Chatty Matty. You're saying I should like, yeah, Cryptid, please. You've been saying the same thing over 20 times. I think I actually forgot we were talking about this. I think I just started ranting about Marvel. It shows. Oopsie. Hold on, I had to refocus. Let me take a sippy and we're gonna refocus. Yeah, Chatty Matty actually needs feedback for their thing now. Hold on. So yeah, I think reframing it. Yeah, I'm zoning back in. As Lulu, the readers can follow Lulu doing this huge epic team up over multiple books to defeat Morgana, right? ADHD is Lord. No, shut up. I'm gonna get distracted again. Don't say ADHD in this chat. It's like an evil chant. It will make me distracted again. And then when you're super famous and successful and everyone loves your books and everyone's like, please, Sir Chatty Matty, give us more books. We love this character. We love Colton. We love Anna. We love Vladislava Volk that Cryptid can't say. We love all these characters. Then you could be like, oh ho ho. I'll make separate prequel books that show their backstories. The mega combo. Yeah, Roots and definitely Mama Cryptid both have those. I don't know if Papa Cryptid has the combo. He definitely has the autism. I don't know if he has the ADHD too. I forget. Shows you how bad I got. I forgot. I forget all the fucking bullshit this family has. I had the dyslexia and the dyscalculia, whatever it was. That was all I had for years and years and years. And then what has more than likely happened, even though I haven't been diagnosed, is I probably have a smidgen, a little sprinkle, a little dash of the autism and the ADHD. And I think I'm the only one in the family who probably has a smidgen of OCD. And I just don't like admitting that because I'm like, that's too many letters. That's too many things to have. I definitely have anxiety. For a while I had depression and I'm like, this is too many things to have. I didn't go shopping for this. This wasn't like a buy one get 20 free sale. I didn't go to that sale. I didn't go to this brain soup sale. I don't want all these things in my brain. Can I please get rid of PTSD? Sorry, I know that's not funny. It was just the most perfect response. Would wolf girls have autism? Fucking maybe. But I'm like, that's too many fucking things. I sound too much like a special snowflake if I say I have all those things. So I kind of like forget and I don't admit I have those things. I do definitely have the dyslexia and dyslexia. That was medically diagnosed when I was a baby cryptid. I do have dyslexia. Which is why I get so mad at all those like, oh, you should use generated AI for writing is good because people like dyslexia can't write stories. They can't read. And I'm like, motherfucker? The fuck are you talking about? There are famous writers throughout history who have dyslexia. They've published books. There's people with dyslexia every day all around the world, like me. We still read and write. Was it harder for us to learn to read and write? Absolutely. Have some of us not learned to read and write? Sure. And if they still wanted to tell stories, do they still have methods of it? Absolutely. They have other people write it down for them. They have speech to text options. They have solutions. Some of them are even just oral storytellers. There are other options for them to do the storytelling they want to do. But to say like, oh, you're dyslexic, you're too stupid, you need the AI to make the stories for you. Can't you see it's ableist if you don't agree with me? And I'm like, I have the dyslexia. I know I don't need fucking generative AI to make my stories for me. I've been known for comedic timing. It's like Win 11. You may have one, just a working brain, but nowadays it comes with a ton of bloatware. No. No. Can I undownload it? Can I uninstall? Can I reboot? But that my dad used to make music. Never got famous with that though, and at one point he needed a wolf howl for a song. Commercial samples were too expensive, so he had my mom go, "Ah woo!" That's fucking great. See, that's being creative. That's problem solving. My brain went to the gutter with oral stories and I hate it. Oh yeah, it's Chatty Matty banned. Banned. Oh my god, that's funny. It reminds me in Ranga when everyone shares a part of vulnerability around a fire, and you have a guy saying, "I found a human spinal column in my fecal matter once." Everyone was speechless. Not banned, ban. Like BANNED, banned. You're out of here. You're banned from here. Get out. I'm kidding. Also, hello, triangle. It was so funny. One of the new animated emotes for subscribers, if Twitch had gone ahead and approved it, was the spray bottle bad one. Like, it was, you guys were gonna have so much fun with that. Callie's gonna start doing power yoga? What the fuck is power yoga? Why is it more powerful than regular yoga? Already regular yoga is hot. Have you been fucking seeing some of the crazy shit people can do with yoga? I only know a power hour. Oh, is that what you just like really focused and locked in for an hour on physical activity and exercise? Wish that could fucking be me. It's yoga but with power. Just fucking bullshit answer. Definitely sounds like something like, "Oh, you regular peasants are just over here doing regular yoga. You're doing regular exercise. I'm over here and I'm elite. I'm doing pro super powered yoga. Unlike you slubs." Oh, you haven't heard? You haven't heard of Gucci gold-plated yoga? You haven't heard of Prada Balenciaga yoga? Minimum $100 starting fee? It's when you take a shot of beer every minute for an hour, you'd fucking die. At least I would. I don't really drink. I don't fucking know. I had to plug myself in to do it. I'll scream, "I have the power!" Not doing yoga. Does no one just do regular, calming, relaxing yoga? Does no one be like, "Huh, I wonder, this is how far I've been able to stretch the past 2 days. I wonder if I can center myself and do a little bit more of that stretch with more stability, and it'll be really calm and relaxed and you'll feel proud of yourself afterwards." Does no one do regular yoga anymore? Is Cryptid fucking lame? Oh no. My fucking peasant yoga. My weak ass yoga. But yeah, that is what my current critique of that. And I don't really even consider it a full critique. I consider it like for the vision you have in mind for this as a massive project. I think this is a way that makes it more likely to reach the audience you want, and for them to follow along with the story of it. So that, I don't even know if it's critique or not. It's an alternative way. I'll say that. It's an alternative option. I just have an image of Palpatine doing yoga. Isn't yoga the Greek god? My mom did yoga once. She screamed, "Unlimited power!" Oh god. Okay. What are some other stuff here? So we do have Between Ink and Paper, which is a Marauders era fic. It's from, in Discord they're called Blub, but I don't know what the username is here in Twitch chat, so I don't know if they're here. I don't know if they're here for critique. So Blub, if you're here, please feel free to shout out. If you're here, then I'm more than happy to do critique. But if you are not here currently, we can move on to somebody else. The other one is Chatty Matty, which we just did, and then Tenebro and Just. My first script story, imagine a comic book script. Sebastian was sent on a hunting mission and came back for the reward, which this involves gangsters and drama. Is Blub in the same room with us? Yeah, afterwards you can set the prologue and first chapter you posted too. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, whatever you want. But yeah, I'm not hearing anything from Blub. So we will go ahead. Tenebra is here, so we'll go ahead and do that one. This one's called Friend. Let me set this up. Un momento. Un momento. Okay, here. Blub, where are you? We've missed you. But now we're gonna read something else cool. Here we go. This is a second draft. Okay. Here's all the credits. I guess I shouldn't scroll by too fast. Here's all the credits. And there's even an email. Nice. Hopefully that's okay to show. I hope that was okay to show. It was you. Okay, here we go. Let's see how long is this. This is 8 pages, but it is a script, so it reads faster. So I think that's fine. Page 1. What's my lo-fi doing? No, my lo-fi's good. Page 1, panel 1. The scene takes place at a Vegas club, specifically in a private room. The circular light bulbs embedded in the ceiling dims the walls. The ambiance corresponds to a Prohibition-era noir film. The absence of color emphasizes the beauty of the beams passing through the smoke, which atmospherizes the ceiling. Curtains adorned with bright patterns. Oh, wait. Circular light bulbs. Noir film. The absence of color. Curtains adorned with bright patterns. So are certain parts black and white? Because it says here the curtains are adorned with bright patterns. It's doing something like bright colors. There. It's okay. It's just, I just like making sure. Someone might be like, oh shit, I didn't realize that was there, right? So I'm like, oh, hopefully it was meant to be there and it was okay to share on stream. Like, hopefully they knew it was there to be shown. That's why I'm like, oh, I hope that's okay. I mean, like a golden pattern, but in black and white. Okay, so it's still in black and white, so that's okay. Okay, I just want to make sure I understood. Curtains adorned in still black and white patterns hide the room and their secrets. 2 burly men wear a light shirt under an ebony suit. So white shirts, dark suits. They stand at the entrance, from which they intend on beating up any looky-loos. I like that. They are equipped with earpieces and armed with 9 millimeter. That's not how you say it. But like the guns, they're equipped with they're armed. In the middle, a waiter distributes cards to the mobsters, accompanied by the boss, as we call him in the business. Each of them smokes a Colombian cigar. After an inspection from Larry, Sebastian approaches them, holding a suitcase with a telescopic handle. Don't worry, I won't email you unless asked. Alright. Everyone, go email them stat. No, I'm kidding. I'm playing. Don't do that. Don't bother people. Caption. If only it were seen from a movie, so that death spared my friend, so that peace flourished in my mind. But since the future had other plans, I was but only the instrument of a destiny, playing the melodies sung by the angels from beyond the grave. This is in Latin. I think it's Latin. Larry. Okay, pass. Mobster 1. You need to stop giving me those weed chips. Oh, here's pal. Emails questionable things labeled friendly content. Just kidding. Yep, Latin. Is this a film script? I believe it is. I think you typically work with comic scripts, right? I believe it's a comic script, unless they say otherwise in chat. Because it's not, we're dealing with like panels and how the artwork should look. Yeah, so it is a comic script. Okay. So that's why this is like a caption that's going to be at the bottom of this setting, of this panel. So this is from someone's point of view. Okay, pass. You need to stop giving me this week chips of yours, pal.
The boss says, haha, I have to give you a chance before you end up living the street life. Ah, Bastian, there you are. I was waiting for some good news, friend. Sebastian, friend? Listen, let's keep it professional, shall we? Tonight's our last meeting. I took down your guy. I'll take my cut. And das vidanya, capiche? I don't think that's spelled. Isn't it D-A-S? Like das vidanya? But at least it is in the Comic Sans. Hold on, I had to cough. I'm gonna mute the mic. I could be absolutely completely wrong. Full spelling, but like das vidanya. I thought vidanya is one and das is the other. Capiche? It is das vidanya, says the resident Russian. Oh, well then hey, yeah, fully admit when I'm wrong. Thank you so much for double checking me. That's great. So yeah, thanks. So das vidanya is good. Capiche? Let's look at capiche. Capiche spelling. So it's pronounced. K-I-P-I-C-H. I-C-H-E. No, it looks right. I think you got it. How to cram 2 languages in 3 words. Oh my god, and the rest of it's in English. So it's actually 3 languages in 1 sentence. Very, very cool. Oh, were there corrections? I don't even know anymore. Anonymous pumpkin. But yeah, this person's looking at the boss, and the boss said, oh, hey, friend. And this person's like, friend, let's keep this professional. To the boss? Sebastian's got fucking balls. Not gonna lie. So, next scene. The boss turns a chair so that Sebastian sits down. He accepts the invitation, but remains indifferent to his client's altruism. Meanwhile, one of the mobsters bets his chips. Boss, calm down, my friend. You need to relax. Are you bowling sometimes, you know? No? Fine. Come on. I said you a seat. Bowling? Like actual bowling? Speaks Greek-Lishkian? Right, together. Trust me, I'm a translator. I had to learn that shit. Oh no, Mike. I'm so sorry. But also, how cool to be a translator. That's incredible. So Sebastian says, all due respect, sir, but if I wanted to cut my wallet, I would have gone somewhere else. Oh. Orf, Bastian. Nissan problema. It's the casa that's treating you. You're not going to watch us play, are you? Come on. So it's the house that's treating him. You're not going to watch us play, are you? Come on. So the boss is trying to lure Sebastian to actually play. Greek plus English plus Norwegian. Bowling. It is not. It is not cool. Oh no. But I think, sorry, we talk about stories and fandom stuff here and stories spreading across cultures. I think, like, in fandom, this is unofficial translations. People who do the work of translating works as fandom stuff for more audiences across the world to consume a piece of media are huge, so huge. I think those people are so talented and gifted to try and spread a piece of media outside of its intended audience. And I'm like, those people are so talented, so generous, right? Because translating an entire thing, even if they're not professional translators, some of the translations aren't always good, right? But even if they were, it takes so much work and time and energy and effort. And honestly, it leads sometimes to huge pockets of people joining a fandom that they otherwise wouldn't have had access to, right? I think a lot of like the Chinese web novels that MXTX did, and now that is a worldwide famous piece of media. They're getting like TV shows, they're getting Netflix adaptations because so many English and Russian and other communities fell in love with the works because of fan translators, and then they realized there was a market for that, and so then MXTX did get the publishing rights, and then those works were officially translated and distributed all overseas, all over the world now, and they have a huge multi-continent following. Um, but a lot of stuff like that and other stories, not just MXDX, but other fandoms and communities, they get that worldwide recognition because of people who put their translation skills to work to share with fandom. Um, you, you said, I'm a translator. I sort of assumed you learned Russian second. Native Russian, translator for English and German. Oh dear God, so you learned 3. I was saying earlier, I'm like, man, people who learn like so many multiple languages, they're so smart. So much brain. Well, with numbers advantage, I declare Russian takeover of the stream. You're just gonna have a lot of Russian people hating me saying Russian words wrong. I can only say privyet. I can only say hello. Please be nice. You're learning Greek because of your sister. Yeah, and your sister's also getting you that possible publishing connection, right? Over there too. What was it? By the way, I don't know German. That's really hard for being a translator for English and German then, if you don't know German. Oh no. So anyway, so he's trying to get Sebastian to play. The waiter shuffles the cards before throwing 2 to Sebastian, while a second gives him chips. So there's multiple waiters here. Sebastian places his suitcase next to him. Sebastian, listen. Maybe you consider me your friend. No, that's not mutual, despite everything. You will remain a customer. This is ballsy to be speaking to a boss like this. Oh no. You can help with German? Sweet. You were taught German at school as a 3rd language. I remember nothing. When we get to yours, we need to look at how Barry is coming off and her bestie. Okay, just make sure to give that in the notes. That's what you want to get critiqued by. Otherwise, I'll forget. Got lazy. Oh, no, I don't think you're lazy at all. For just like, oh yeah, I've learned multiple languages. I just haven't learned too much of this other language, German. Don't call yourself lazy for that. That's crazy. Mafioso 2. His wife told me the same thing. Waffenkulo? By the way, Cecilia's joining us. I suppose so, right? No, she's having a girls' night. That's the boss. Sebastian says nothing. Okay. The boss consults Larry. Larry is one of the other mobsters, one of the other guys working here. He's one of the boss's men. Sebastian starts betting, so they did convince Sebastian to start betting. Boss. Bastian, the important thing is that you were the last guest of Larry. Larry says yes. What was his nickname? Ever since I lost count, I stopped remembering names. Oof, not important. So not important. Must have been right to keep it quiet. Well, das Vidania, as they say. Das Vidania again. Okay. So you were the last guest of somebody whose name they forgot. The boss bets in turn, while one of the mobsters makes fun of Sebastian by joining his thumb to his index finger, forming a 0. Sebastian's gaze glares at these cheeky fellows. So they're saying a 0 to Sebastian. I don't show up empty-handed. I hope the same for you. Mafioso 2, no luck. I suspect you missed that detail too, haha. Boss, yes, sorry, Bastian, I played your part, but not the right hand. Chappelle. Haha, this wee lad is just bumbled. We get close to Sebastian, framed in... Oh! Hello. Oh, thank you for the follow, Mike. So, did you give me a pity follow because I'm mispronouncing all these words? It's okay. I'm getting to be in uni and right now, and I too know nothing. Oh no. Formal education accounts for 0% of my present-day English knowledge. Wow. I learned to accept that our system isn't fit for teaching languages from scratch. Yeah, I feel like a lot of, at least from what I've heard, a lot of people who are very fluent in other languages are because like they immersed and they practiced those languages. They immerse themselves in the culture. They immerse themselves in media and TV shows and songs and talking people. Um, you were learning English through games. Yeah. I feel like that's how most people who are fluent in other languages say they got fluent. It's just from immersing themselves in the other language. I don't really know too many people who learned it just through formal education. For you, it was karaoke? You have no idea how you learned English? Was it just from joining English streams like this all the fucking time and being like, oh, I guess eventually I'll understand these people? So, let's see. He's the last guest to... I'm gonna guess the person that he killed. And they forgot the person's name. So Sebastian's saying, hey, I hope I didn't show up empty-handed. I killed the dude. I did whatever the job was. I hope the same for you. And it sounds like the others are saying sorry, like tough luck. You closest to Sebastian, framed in portrait format. He stares at them and turns over his hand, revealing a royal flush. Oh, that sounds impressive. One summer, I barely scraped by, and by the end of autumn, I was casually watching spoken English content. That's crazy. I vividly remember playing Witcher 3 on English dub plus subtitles, just to learn more words. Immediately switched back to Russian because Russian Geralt is so soothing and nice to the ear compared to English voice actor for Geralt. Oh, that's so funny. That's so interesting. I feel like that with like any language, like sometimes people will choose whether or not they watch sub or dub, depending on how good the voice actors are. They'll be like, oh well, I like the voice actor better in dub or in the English version or in this language, right? So I'm gonna watch it in this way. I was a huge Inuyasha. It's an anime Inuyasha fan, and I remember this was back in the olden days where there wasn't Crunchyroll, and stuff like that. So you had to watch like pirated, uploaded into parts of the episodes on YouTube. So you would watch like episode like 87 part 1 of like 8 from some YouTuber posting it up with like pixelated graphics, and you would just watch whatever was available. Sometimes you'd watch like a whole season with subtitles, but then that user hadn't uploaded the next season, so you had to find some other YouTuber who uploaded it, but they only uploaded like the English dub. So I had to be used to both voice actors, both sub or dub, like whatever was available. That was the wild west of watching anime back then. But I absolutely went through all of Inuyasha just for this character called Sesshomaru. I loved Sesshomaru. I think that was like one of my first anime crushes. I loved Sesshomaru. And I think, if I'm remembering right, because it's been so long, I loved Sesshomaru's voice in the original Japanese. I think I love the original Japanese voice actor for Sesshomaru. But he's often with this little girl character called Rin, and I love Rin as a character. But I first was introduced to Rin as with the English voice actor, and I feel, if I'm remembering it right, I think the English voice actor was less annoying for Rin. But then when I then switched over, because of just YouTube, watching all the stuff, whatever you could get, whatever scraps were available, the Rin voice actress in the Japanese was horrible. I think I hated how high pitched she was, or something like that. She was really, really loud and high pitched, and I hated it. I hated listening to Rin in the Japanese, but I loved listening to Sesshomaru in the Japanese. I'm like, Sesshomaru is 100 times sexier. Oh no, Rin is 100 times more annoying. It was the dilemma. You watch Moana in Greek? Her Greek voice is so much better. Oh, that's interesting. Watched a random anime in German dub with English subtitles splattered over it for the lulz. Oh no. I'm sorry, but English Geralt sounds like an edgelord who tries to be intimidating. Russian Geralt sounds like a charming drunkard with 2 swords to slash his foes. Oh wow. I mean, Polish and Russian are related, so it makes sense that Russian Geralt will sound more fitting. Okay. Sounds like a guy who swings swords for a living and has long since got tired of everyone's shit. I'm kind of curious now. What the... After this, when we're done with this critique, I want to hear Russian Gout. I'll look it up on YouTube. I want to find out. But yeah, so Sebastian reveals this royal flush. Caption: did he exchange our weapons at that precise moment or before? Don't know. Something happened with the weapons. You'll ever believe me? Oh no. That's what gets me. Men who have sexy voices, I'm like, oh no. That's what made me love Sesshomaru. That's what a lot of the crushes I get of men, I'm like, it's because they have sexy voices, right? We drive a Tesla and it gets stolen just to become an Edison. Oh no, that joke hurts my heart. You're tempted to recommend one particular clip? Oh dear god. You could put it in game clips on the Discord. There was a gaming clip section, I think. So did he exchange our weapons at that precise moment or before? That sounds like, what do you mean something happened with the weapons? Oh no. Sebastian, this day has exhausted me. Will you? Mafioso 1. Jings, waiter, deal with the same bra cards next time, huh? The will you here this day has exhausted me. Will you? The will you here confused me. But I also know I think you're translating it through Google Translate, so in the native language it may make more sense. The waiter picks up the cards, the boss stops laughing and pays attention to Sebastian. Boss, phew. Young people take themselves too seriously. Of course. Slide me in the suitcase and I'll slide the Benjamins. 100,000. Boss. 100,000? Sebastian says yes. The boss consults Larry again, who in turn shrugs. Boss, was it 100,000, Larry? Larry, I don't know anything about it. Boss, let's say 50,000. Oh, this is not good to be talking the numbers after the deed's been done. Oh no, oh no. What's happening here? I was thinking of Zalembert rhyme. I'll chew that one is good. Okay, I'll trust you guys. You guys are gonna upload something to the Discord and I can see it afterwards. So, panel 9. We fly over the room, allowing us to see all the important characters in the scene. Sebastian, we've already negotiated, sir. We're having fun with you. We're having fun with you. Bastian. Larry, give me my 100,000. But first of all, when you pointed your iron at him, what did the fella say to you? So when you pointed I'm guessing when you pointed your gun at him, what did the fella say to you? What were his last words? Hey, get any question, pal? What difference would it make? Just curious. Fine, you'll get an extra, let's say 1,000 more. It's only the money that keeps you talking anyway. Okay. He begged me, as usual, but then he told me about you. He told me you were... Page 2. One of the mobsters plays a straight flush, sure to win this round. Is Sebastian still playing, or did he stop after he got his royal flush? Sure to win this round. Sebastian coming up short. Oh yeah? Bastardo. Mobster 2, straight flush. Sebastian reveals his hand, a royal flush again. Something's fishy. Oh no. Sebastian, don't ruin a good thing. Don't ruin a good thing. Don't play your hands too much. Heavens, you guys are good. Again? Come in. Larry! Open the suitcase for me. The only loser in this story is his own stupid face. Let's just go into roll on the carpet. A close-up of one of the mobsters staring at Sebastian. So what? Excuse me? Is there anything else? Sebastian stands up while Larry hurries to open the suitcase next to the boss. Yes. A black mass escapes from the suitcase, not yet revealing the face, but that of the boss and Larry, surprised by their discovery. Something escapes the suitcase. So the caption says, what advice? Sebastian. He expressed his most sincere condolences for your... Cecilia's head, the boss's wife, rolls across the table, leaving a long trail of blood. Wife. Mi amor. What advice pushed a spirit to such an act. The next panel depicts fight scenes worthy of Frank Miller. Larry reaches into his sleeve, but it's not true. Sebastian has stolen his gun. I don't say if it's not true. I think it's not there. But that's again in English, in the native language, it might make sense. But it's not there. Sebastian has stolen his gun. What? Bam! Sebastian shoots Larry. The bullet sends him spinning. I think this belongs to you. Bang, bang! One of the mobsters punches Sebastian in the stomach. Wham! A struggle ensues between the two men to grab the gun, while the second mobster flees the scene. Oh, why are you fleeing? Mobster, get the fuck back over here. Mafioso 1. You wins, bastard. That's not the right accent at all, my bad. Sebastian neutralizes the mafioso and uses him as a shield against the boss's bullets, who quickly fuels his revenge with bullets and blood. Bang, bang! However, the boss's pistol is out of ammo. Click. The boss charges at Sebastian. He grabs his stomach and propels himself against the window, which immediately shatters under their weight. Why? We cross to the other side of the room, which happens to be the central part of the casino, the place where gambling enthusiasts rush to spend whatever remains of their bills and dignity. Everyone panics. The customers jostle and stumble like fleeing gazelles. Hey, gazelles! The sleeve is made of cake. The cake is a lie. And the mobster's made of Kevlar. Only Sebastian and the boss struggle despite the remains of glass stuck in their skin. Glasses sounds like reading glasses, like on your face. So the remaining glass stuck in their skin. However, the boss gains the upper hand and tries to disarm him. Customers, where's security? Boss asks again, why? The boss disarms Sebastian. Answer! And I think this is other language that I'm gonna butcher, so I'll just skip it. But he's questioning him in his language. He points his gun at Sebastian's forehead. 200,000. What? Your victim. You think I was gonna sell out on such an offer? The boss sheds a tear. Yes. We see a close-up of Sebastian's stoic face with the gun to his forehead. Das Vidania, as they say. The panel is black with white lettering of the boss's onomatopoeia and sneeze. Only a burst of colored blood spurts out. Achoo! Bang. Colors appear. We are no longer in a film noir. The boss remains standing in front of Sebastian's remains. This is interesting. I guess I'm wondering, so Sebastian killed the boss's wife because his original target offered him double. He was getting paid 100 what was it? 100,000 to kill the dude. The dude offered and said, "Hey, I'll give you 200,000 to kill that boss's wife." And he's like, "Sweet, okay." So you killed the boss's wife. You would normally then take the dead boss's wife to the potential victim and be like, "Yeah, see, the job's done." Why would you go to the boss? Because then you know the boss is probably gonna kill you. Gosh, if only this were just a scene from a movie. What vice drove a mind to such an act? Boss is then laughing. Larry, who we thought was dead, stands up. He's laughing, and the boss is laughing. A large panel shows all the customers and the mobsters laughing at this scene. Oh, everyone here is just cackling. Larry, the boss, the customers, the mobsters. The boss turns to look at an off-screen stranger, chuckling. "No, but honestly, guys. That's from somebody unknown. Boss, forgive me." Cameras are revealed. A boom operator, a lighting technician. It was all a Hollywood set. Ooh. We can even see the actors' chairs. Only Sebastian, better known as Zach, was lying on the floor. The stranger was none other than the director, who was saying, "No, but honestly, guys. I don't know, man. It was perfect. We almost had it. And of course you had to sneeze." Boss, actor. "Honestly, I got itchy in the middle of the scene. I say we keep it. It's spontaneous." We approach the director and the two actors. No. Hell no. Let's do it again. Come on. Mafioso 1 actor. All right, whatever. The boss actor. Don't worry, Zach improvising something for us? He's still on the ground. Oh no. What do you mean? Hotline Miami moment. Baby hotline. Do, 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 do. From a high angle, we frame the two actors who are watching Zach, who is still lying there. Mafioso 1 actor, go give him mouth to mouth. Boss actor, do you really think we have the same fantasies? Hey, Zach, messed up the scene. I'm sorry. We had to start over. Yeah, I think since this is the actor speaking, they would be more natural. They might say, I'm sorry, rather than saying, I apologize. But again, I know you put this through Google Translate. It's gonna have little wonky things like that, so that's fine. And start over. Page 6. The two actors move closer to Zach. Even the one playing the boss places his fingers on his throat. Zach? The other actor. Okay, method acting comes before that, Zachy boy. Director asks, what's he playing? We have to shoot now. The final shot is a close-up of the panicked expression of the actor playing the boss. Zach is dead. He... Caption, if only this were just a scene from a movie. What vice drove a mind to such an act? It was the last dream that Zach Belkins, my friend, ever had. At the hands of the assassins whose end I, in turn, promised to write with my pen inked with his blood. And then has more Latin. So, okay, so this whole mafia scene is an acting, it's an acting bit. They're in Hollywood. They're acting out the scene. I think this is a great leap here. It's the reveal of, hey, they're all just actors. This is just a scene. But I am a little confused. So it seems like it was almost an accidental prop thing. That the gun went off. It was supposed to be a fake prop gun. It was a real gun, and then the boss actor probably feels fucking horrified, right? He accidentally killed a co-worker. He killed the Zach actor. But if only this scene were just from a movie, what vice drove a mind to such an act? It was the last dream that Zach Belkins, my friend, ever had. At the hands of the assassin, whose end I, in turn, promised to write with my pen inked with his blood. This is where it gets, like, I understood the plot up until here. So then this writer, the writer of this comic, is then talking about this, if only this was fake, if only it was just a movie, this is real. Zach Belkins, my friend, has died. But it's mentioning now an assassin, that this was purposefully planned to kill Zach. You know, someone tricked the gun on the set. It doesn't look like we find out. It's just the actors realizing, like, hey, Zach is dead. I'm not sure. Do we find out? Because right here it just ends. So I don't know. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to click that. Who the real gun prop person switcheroo is. Who did this. Whose end I, in turn, promised to write with my pen inked with his blood. With my pen inked with his blood. So it sounds like the writer here killed the assassin and is now writing this comic with the assassin's blood. You think it ends too soon? I'm not sure if it ends too soon. I do like this end. The boss, like him, he, and then we as the audience realize, like, oh shit, it was a real gun that went off and Zach is dead. I think that ending is great. I think it's really impactful. I think it's really good. It's only the caption that's throwing me off a bit. Of then there's this other stuff we're supposed to infer of, like, this comic is from the friend of Zach Belkins, the dead actor, who has killed Zach Belkins' killer and then written this comic in his blood. This seems almost like more that we're supposed to assume than was actually shown on it. Yeah, I think everything was solid up until this little bit here. Marina might be slightly confused, yeah. Yeah, I think if the end is just the boss actor being, like, realizing, oh shit, I killed my coworker, this is a strong ending. But we're still confused. We actually don't even know who the artist is. Is it the boss actor? Is the boss actor also an artist? And therefore made a comic after they've killed the prop person? Um, we don't sure who the friend is. We don't know who the assassin is, but we know that the friend also killed the assassin and then wrote this comic in their blood. It's a little bit. There's a lot of story that happened after the ending here that's summed up. Um, but I think if the caption, I thought the caption, I didn't realize it was from the comic writer, this Avenger person. I actually thought it was first Sebastian, and then when Sebastian died, I thought it was Sebastian's actor, Zach. I thought it was Zach writing, like, as a ghost. Now that he died, he was like, oh, if only this was a movie, um, I wouldn't have died, you know. Yeah, the narrator's supposed to be the boss, who is an actor. Okay. I thought originally the caption was following um Sebastian's actor, Zachary. Um so yeah, I'm wondering, it honestly, the actual everything that's in the pages works really well. I'm just wondering if maybe the captions could be written from Zach, the actor. It's like his ghost being like, oh, if only this were just a scene from a movie. What would drive somebody to switch the guns? Um, my last thoughts were that the flash would go off and I would still walk away. Hello, Roots. How have you been? Is Roots in the chat? But also, hello, Dusk. Hello. It's good to see you. But yeah, I don't know if Roots is into it. They might be playing Final Fantasy XIV. It might just be me. Maybe shifting perspective in the end can make it clearer from third view to first, the actor himself directly speaking. It's your first story, so honestly, as a first story, I think it's really fucking strong. I like the switch around. We're like immersed in the mafia scene, and then right when we begin, we as readers would begin to question what's happening with the mafia scene, that like, oh, this doesn't quite make sense. Then it's revealed like, hey, it's Hollywood, it's the scene, it's this actor. I thought that pacing was really good. And that to show that transition, well, right, the Hollywood scene, it's in color. When they're all acting, it's in the black and white noir style. There was a lot of things you did really well here that I like. It's really the only gripe I have with it is that little trip up of who the narrator of the caption is. But I think it's still a really strong piece. So I might be behind now. But if it's intended, it might be fine. Yeah, that's a thing too. We also had to understand we are seeing this translated to English, so sometimes some of the more subtleties of like what's intended or not can be lost. So always take that with a grain of salt too, right? I might be missing stuff. I might be missing context because of the limits of Google Translate. You like to play with third and first person views of narrator to break fourth wall, so such an idea can work. Okay. You have something to share? What's up? You despise touching the fourth wall yourself? Sorry, Chai, just the way you said it made it sound like the fourth wall had cooties. You're like, oh no, I don't like touching the fourth wall. It's slimy over there. It's moldy. They haven't washed that wall in ages. Ew. I despise touching it over there. It's gross. Go straight to the roof fifth one. You know, Nas a change of accent and language. I was having fun, but it's too much. Well, if this was all in the native, it would be in one language, and then the mafia. I think, yeah, because they're doing Das Vidania, which is Russian, but it sounds like they're mafia, and I think they're also speaking Spanish or Italian sometimes. So yeah, just maybe having the mafia speaking one language, well, technically two, the English language, and then the Spanish or Italian, but maybe getting rid of the Russian, or just having them speak the two languages. The boss is Italian, so yeah, just English and Italian rather than English, Italian, and Russian. So Chatty Maddie, last time I broke the fourth wall, some dude dressed in red tried stabbing me. Did you accidentally kill his pool? This is Deadpool references. And that's one of the things too. I feel like I don't know if you remember what I was gonna say. I think I got back into the Marvel mindset, and I was gonna like talk about more shit with Deadpool and Marvel, and I'm like, nope, we're past that train. We're dead. I don't need to bring it up again. Let me take a sippy. Okay. Let's see. But yeah, that's my critique. I think you're right. I think you already self you realized like, hey, narrowing the language down would be good. And really, I like the story. I like what it's doing. I wouldn't really do too much with the story. I think just reworking what the captioning is and who it's from would then make it a really strong, solid piece. You should be really proud of this as an earlier first piece. I really like it. Um, find different country mafioso working together. Helps a lot to know what to improv. Okay, what to improve. Yep. Well, he wore Ryan Reynolds' face, so... yeah, and that's a big thing, too. I know sometimes me reading stuff out loud sometimes really helps people even recognizing their dialogue when I can say it right, when I'm not fucking up people's dialogue. It really good. It's a good thing if you realize, like, oh, is this dialogue natural sounding? Or does it feel a little stilted? Does it feel like prose? Sometimes reading out loud, especially dialogue, helps a lot. I think it does still help with prose reading out loud when you can realize if you have too long run-on sentences. But I think the biggest benefit to reading stuff out loud is dialogue. We can see if our dialogue sounds good. Here's the Backstreet Boys playing randomly. I mean, Wade Wilson is an amazing person. Yeah, wasn't it so funny seeing the explosion that happened with Backstreet Boys again after that Deadpool movie? Everyone was on there like, oh yeah, and that was a fucking great intro to the Deadpool movie, honestly. But yeah, I'm gonna have another piece of chocolate because we finished that critique. Thank you so much, Ingest, for showing that with us and hearing the critique for that. I think your scripts, honestly, this is your second script with us you've shared here on stream. I think your script writing is really strong. You should be really proud of your scripts. And I think you've also shared your Instagram artwork here too, right? Your artwork's really good. I think this will translate really well to comics. I think you have a really special talent here. I really hope you continue pursuing it. You're back hurting. Backstreet's back. All right. Oh, hello, and welcome to Cryptid Cult. Welcome on in. If you like hearing stories and getting critique and feedback and all the other different stuff, then hey, this is the right place for you. I hope you enjoy. Wade would like you to know he's an official Avenger and is the best anchor being in the multiverse. Yeah, he's also probably getting his back blown up by Wolverine, but that's neither here nor there. Lucky fucking bastard. Okay, we have, this is still the Marauders one. Let's see here. This is by Blub in Discord. If Blub is here now, if Blub is in the room with us now, please feel free to let us know. Official Avenger. Getting critiqued and most of all getting distracted. Wasn't Dusk just here? I just sent it to you in Discord. Okay. Yeah, the fourth wall is icky and gross. Nerd mode. Is it? Hey, if you can be a nerd and then have sex with like Deadpool or Wolverine, especially Wolverine, hey, whatever gets you to tap that, whatever's fucking needed to tap that. Get sidetracked from rap battles? Do you get distracted? Distract scripted. It's a concept for immersive psychological horror dinner theater. Wait, that was long. It's a concept for an immersive psychological horror dinner theater. Very cool. Did you want it read on here for critique, or was this just something that you were sharing with me just to pop in and let me know? Let's be honest, most of the distractions happen because of me. Only recently, Lord knows. I got distracted anyway from all my previous things. I'm a very easily distracted person. I think it's just because I plan just to yap, so I'm always looking for something else to yap about. And then now that there's more raccoons here, now that we're over 100 raccoons strong, there's a lot of people giving me reasons to yap about stuff. You like to share with the class? Sure. I believe we have to do, let's see here, Chatty Matty first. I think they have their prologue and first chapter that we were going to go through. And we did The Friend. And then Mike put one of the endings from my visual novel, Nihil. I think that's how you say it. So when you say, and the app cycle is endless. Yes. I did do an almost, Yeah, I think I did like 7 or 8 hour stream because yeah, we were just yapping and people kept joining and listening to me yap, and I'm like, holy fucking shit. There's still a lot of mine to go. Logical. Which one? Which one is yours? Hold on, hold on. Yours isn't the. Who are you in Discord? Sorry, people's usernames are different in Discord. I had to figure out who wrote what. Red Waves. Okay. Did you put it into the Discord again? Let me scroll up. Let me scroll up. Where's Red Waves? Where was Red Waves? What was that? Let's see, let's see, let's see. Hello, hello, Ink and Play. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. I hope you guys are having fun. Did you guys have a good raid? I did not repost it. Should I have? If you wouldn't mind, that lets me remember that I still have more to read. Sometimes if I just scroll up and I'm like, oh yeah, I did cover that, then I forget that I still have more to talk about with it. Just because so many of you are now putting stuff in for critique. There's a lot. So if there's still more to cover for your critique, feel free to go ahead and repost it for next stream. Like, hey, there's still more to talk about. Share chat later in this. Wants to collaborate? I don't know. I don't know if I can collab right now. Hold on, we're doing a Fayrolls Fairy dusting your stream. Thank you so much. But yeah, right now we're like, whew, I'm in the middle of several people asking for critique. I don't know if I can collab right now. But hello, and welcome on in. Hold on, what the fuck were we talking about? Jeez, there were several things happening. If I sent a hydrate, would you collab? I don't even know. I haven't really done a collab like that before with the shared chat. And I don't quite know what they're streaming right now either. We're just going through critiques right here. I don't know if that's what they would want to do. And I don't think the hydrate, like, since it's just a little free, like in chat currency, right? Oh, you meant cola? Do you mean drinking cola? Oh. You were trying to tell people to say something about a lamb deer. You're still strong on your lamb deer? Yeah. Hey, that lamb deer is always open for you to use in the future, though. But I'm opening another chocolate because that was a lot of stuff just happening. But what was I saying? Who are we working on now? We have. I don't think Blub is in chat unless they say otherwise. We just finished Friend. Oh, hydrate. Okay. Here's your sippy. Yeah, I'm trying to drink mostly like water and Gatorade. I'm trying to drink less soda. It's not necessarily always working, but I am trying to drink less soda. For me, if you collab, I don't mind chatting and writing critique. Good. I want to do a collab with you in the future for writing and critiquing and story time. I also low-key really want to do a collab in the future with Frozen Scarecrow. I want to present myself to the class. Okay, so yeah, we'll do Mike. This is a ending, one of the endings for a visual novel. So I'll open this, close that, open here. Yeah, and I think I was getting sidetracked. I'm like, fuck, who is next? Who has been waiting? So yes, hello, Mike, this is yours. Let me make sure I'm not in the way. Let's see how long. This is only 7 pages. I think, and the 7th page is blank. So it's 6 pages, and it's kind of in a dialogue format, so I think I can do that. You mean me for the first part, or am I misinterpreting? Misinterpreting what? Did I write anything down? Cryptids are vulnerable to puns. Noted. Sometimes. It depends on the pun. Sometimes there are like... I think I also sometimes don't like certain puns because I did work customer service. And sometimes for some reason when you're there just trying to like get work through a line and like deal with people with checkout and helping them out, sometimes like old little grandma and grandpas would come through and be like, oh, I'm gonna tell you a joke real quick. And I'm like, okay. And then they would tell you this fucking lame ass joke, and you'd be like, ah, that's so funny. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. And they're like, no, I'm gonna tell you a second joke. And you're like, no, it's okay. I just need to know if you want to sign up with our rewards program or not. And then they'd tell you a second joke, and you'd be like, that's so funny. Thank you so much. That's really clever. That's really cool. Yeah, anyway, so you're all ready for checkout. Da, 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 da. And they'd be like, okay, I'll put my card in the reader. But first, do you want to hear a pun? And I'd be like, no. And that sounds like, oh, Cryptid, that sounds like some like really weird one-off thing. It wasn't. It happened several times. There's something with older people who realize since you're working, they can force a social interaction on you, that you can't escape because you're working, and they will absolutely just tell you all their little punny jokes because you can't leave, and you're just trying desperately, like, okay, can you please finish this transaction? Like, you told me all your jokes, like, please go. And they never do. They never finish telling you all their jokes, and they never go away when you want them to. And it's just like, please. He once tortured a streamer with bear puns. um so yeah, so I'm weak to puns. Oh, for the collabs. Yeah, I think it'll be fun to do a collab with you in the future. I said I'd like to do a collab with you in the future, and then I'd also like to do in the future a collab with Frozen Scarecrow when they start streaming again. They were streaming a lot in November. I think right now they're taking a break. But in the future, I'd also like to do a collab with Frozen Scarecrow. There's some people I was gonna write off collabs, but I really had a lot of fun collabing with Penny and Mash. And I'm like, oh, this is fun. So I'm being more open to collabs again. So yeah, you've mentioned a few times like, oh yeah, like we should do a collab. So I'm like, sure, we'll try it out. And then the other person I want to do it with is Frozen Scarecrow. What's this thing? November? But I wanted to Vamba. Must have been unbearable. I was one of the first ones to fire once I brought all the guns to bear. We can talk about collabs whenever too, Cryptid. Yeah, feel free to just wait, did you say you can't message on Discord? I say normally like, oh yeah, if you want to collab, just message me on Discord. But if you can't, let me know. Anyway, I'm eating my piece of chocolate. Mike is probably waiting very patiently for us to finish yapping so we can give critique. Gonna go to bed? And thanks for the feedback. No, thank you so much for submitting again. I hope you feel really strong about the comics. I hope if nothing else yet, yeah, we give critique to help improve it. But I also hope, like, your script writing is really, really strong. Your script ideas are really strong. I have a lot of high hopes for your future doing that. I think it's really cool. But otherwise, good night, and thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you for submitting. And I think you qualify for bear puns. You sent a friend request on Discord to message about it. I'm behind. Fuck, how do I do shit? How do I do shit? Let's see, direct messages. Surround? Where the fuck do I see it? Fuck, I really wish I knew how to work Discord. Request. Yeah, I really wish I knew where that was. Add a server. Inbox? I've never opened my inbox before. Oh, this is exciting. For you? Oh. Accept. Okay. I'm not gonna bother with anything else. Ah! No, please, wait. No, let me get out. Discord, please. Please, I'm on stream. Don't do this to me. Okay. Anyway, we're fine. I fixed it. Very grisly jokes, aren't they? Truly polarizing. Are they causing you despair? They're causing burdening damage. You know your personal message page? Okay, I see you now. Phew, yeah, we worked it out. We worked it out. I am a fully functional adult who has Discord. It's fine. It's fine. I did it. Anyway, Mike's been waiting. So, context: a visual novel based on the concept of fuck. I'm just saying nihilism. Is that how you say it? In cosmic horror, heavy inspiration Silent Hill 2, Signalis, and Dead Space. Okay, I only know of a few of those. So if I say anything that's like not the norm of the genre, knowing those inspirations, it's because I'm not a huge follower of those things. So also take my advice with a grain of salt then, because I'm not in genre. Um, this sounds like a catastrophe. That's not a bear pun. That's a cat pun. I do like cat puns though. It's because I have too many cats. The visual novel based on the concept of fuck. Yeah, I can see that. How do you say? Hold on. So otherwise, I'm just gonna keep saying it wrong the whole stream.
Nihilism.
Nihilism. Nihilism. The concept of fuck. I can be cryptic if needed. There are a lot of those of my cats. Yeah, there's too many fucking cats. I got a problem with how many fucking cats I have. Problem is, they're so fucking cute. That's how they fucking get away with shit. I'm out of chocolates. I'm gonna grab more chocolates real quick and then we'll read this. So hold on, the model's gonna stare into your souls for a quick minute. Okay, just gonna stare into your souls. Everyone behave. I'm looking away for 1 minute. You guys can be good raccoons for 1 minute while I grab more chocolate. Alexa, turn off backlight. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm coming back. Was everyone behaving while I was gone? Was everyone behaving? You all guys all being good? Let me look at my lo-fi beats. We start the lo-fi. My favorite Pokemon is a cat. Well-known visual novel is based on the concept of fucked. Stares into the model so back. Did you win? Did you win? Did you outstare her? Alexa, make a soul-sucking vampire. Concept of fuck. Main character is yourself and is turns to sidekick. Go. Anyway, I now have chocolate, so we are good. So the main character is Rhea or Raya. Was traveling on an intergalactic spaceship called Sunday. I like that. I like that name for the spaceship. The model me is stealing into each other's souls. Staring into each other's souls. Hey. If you keep staring, you're gonna have to ask her out on a date. Okay? She needs commitment. Maddie / Cryptid soul swapping you. Someone write that. We have had our first official fanfic for Cryptid Roots already. Author Relic did it. I don't know if you guys were here for that stream, but we have had our first official fanfic written about us. That was by Author Relic. And, sorry, I haven't shown it yet, but Frozen Scarecrow actually, they were part of a stream where someone was doing a donation, a charity stream. They were doing artwork of little ornament quails or like ornament birds for charity. And when Frozen Scarecrow bought a few for some of their friends and other streamers they knew, and they bought one based off our model. So it's like this blue and like dark black one, and it's like this little bird and has like little stars on it based off our jewelry on the model. So we have like a little official cryptid fan art of our quail Sona, of our bird Sona. So I'm like so blessed actually that we've only been streaming for so long. We have such cool things from people who support us. I'm like, oh. Someone write that. I made this short synopsis in like 5 minutes so I can answer any questions that will occur. Okay, good. Good. You can let me know if it's Ria, Reea, or Raya, like Rya. Ria or Raya. Oh my god, please don't ship this. Or Soul Swap AU. Once it's out on the internet, so Chatty Matty, it's forever. You can't control the raccoons. A guy whose early works I did some editing for released a visual novel based on a concept of fuck, and it somehow blew up. Knowing full well the quality of his writing, I never touched the thing. Gonna head to sleep. See you next stream. Thank you so much and have a wonderful night. Thank you for joining us. Ia from Euphoria. Okay. So Ria. Well, rip to us. Yep. As soon as we entered the public's awareness, I knew I couldn't control my public image. I originally had a goal of like, I'm gonna appear cool on stream too. And then I very quickly gave up on that before I even started streaming. And I did not realize how unserious my stream would take me. And how much they would all think Roots is cool. Commander Roots is cool. And I'm like, what the fuck? When did that happen? Roots is hardly ever even here. Why do y'all think Roots is so cool? So it's funny. It's funny. Yeah, we can't control how the public perceives us. We can only control our own actions. So it's Ria. Ria's traveling on an intergalactic spaceship named Sunday. I still love the name of that. Hello, Lorenzo. Hello. Welcome on in. It's good to see you. I'm gonna appear cool on stream, says the cold blue woman. Oh, I got a hydrate. Alright, thank you so much. Let's see. Here's your sippy. Lorenzo. You been doing good? There's your guys' sippy. Yeah, it's Lorenzo. It's good to see him again, right? Hold on, let's see here. Why is the hydrate so freaking expensive? Because if it's not, all my raccoons are mischievous and they start spamming the hydrate or dihydrate, and then I had to take too many sippies in a row, and then my tummy hurts. And then I had to end stream early. So because my raccoons, with their little raccoon hands, cannot be trusted with the hydrate or dihydrates to do it responsibly, the price had to go up. Okay. AI data centers are driving up the price of hydration. Stop, wait, that's too real. That's too real, no. So she's on a spaceship to find new home for humanity. She's landed on a snowy, icy planet devoid of life, discovered a cosmic anomaly, and reports back to the on duty to Chief of Security, Marikov. But what she and her partner, Nikolaev? You know, you can put the redeems on a cooldown timer. People keep saying that. People. One other person has said that. I'm like, wow, that's so smart. I wish my brain was smart enough to realize that. It'll be something I implement at some point. And once I do, then I'll probably lower the redeem amount. But for now, because I'm too lazy to have done that, this is the solution we come up with. Lately, there's only 3 people I raid: Cryptid, Black Dragon Tavern, and Falker? I don't know if I'm saying that last one right. That's cool. I did, when they were streaming, I did like, one of the people I would raid was, Frozen Scarecrow. Jeez, I just said their name earlier. I really almost struggled to remember it. I do hope they start streaming again soon. You wish you could have been here recently? You were in the hospital. Thankfully not over losing an eye this time. I'm so sorry about that, Lorenzo. I hope you're feeling better. It's good to see you, but yeah, you guys never have to feel sorry about missing streams or anything. We're not that kind of stream where we guilt trip you guys for missing stuff out. But yeah, I hope you're feeling okay. I hope you're doing well. Foul core. Okay. My mom spam hydrate, yeah. I don't like it. And then I feel like I don't like lying that I didn't like do the sippy. So every time guys do a sippy, I actually do take a sippy. Um, and then yeah, they had too many sippies and it hurt my tummy. So that's why. Spaceship landing on a snowy planet only discover horror beyond one's understanding. I probably can guess an inspiration. Not doing much better. Still have over 100-degree fever. Oh, geez, God. I hope you're taking it easy, Lorenzo. I hope you're being kind to your body and trying to rest. Oh, I've already met 2 of your mods. Oh no. Are we? If we do a collab in the future, are me and your mods just gonna bully you? My Celsius brain had a hard time processing that. Oh dear God, I fucking bet. Um, let me guess, Canadian. Getting one. Captain Hurdy and Milu. Okay, yeah, I do remember Captain Hurdy. I don't know if Milu spoke too much, did they? But yeah, I think we'd all, if we do a co-op, me and your mods just bully you. I'm so sorry. So let's see. I don't know if I'm saying Nikolai. What? Damn, voice crack there. Nikolaev, but also being pressed about a synth soldier who's gone missing along their expedition. Ria lacks a crucial piece of leverage to turn the odds to her favor. So the conversation turns sideways, and the blame for the missing soldier is fully on her and Nikolaev. But it's a synth soldier, right? It's a synthetic one. It's a generated one. Oh, that's who you raided with today. Yeah, have they? I don't know if they've been chatting. See, they need to chat more. I'm also in the process of turning my story into a feature film. That's exciting. That's really exciting, Lorenzo. Partnering with your local carnival. That's so cool. But yeah, don't rush yourself now. You're feeling sick. You have over 100-degree fever. She went to bed a few hours ago. Weak sauce. Raccoon stay up late. Raccoon stay up late. Party all night. So M is Makarov, which is the chief of security. N is Nikolaev, and R is Ria. So we are looking at the ending. This is the what's been happening. That was a little intro to the world. We're going to be reading the ending. Short hair, blue eyes, long legs, and a lot of guns. Mostly in script space. You don't mind sharing it? Here's the name, Makarov. No, not the shit again? What? What is happening here? All those are misses, but she is female. You can see your design in Discord. You posted it. Very cool. So this is the ending. This is ending 2, the prison. Ending is achieved if Ria decided to shred photo to pieces. There's someone speaking in this first one, I'm not quite sure who. Yet it seems that there is nothing left to do besides accepting what is coming. I'm not quite sure. Makarov? Well, judging by your faces, you don't have anything to say to me, so I guess we're done here for today. Dismissed, both of you. We slowly rise from our chairs and exit his room. Is this the narrator? Is she narrating the events? Oh. You wouldn't know if you don't play Call of Duty. So, no. Yeah, it's the narrator. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Nikolaev looks pale. His movement became stiff for a moment. Once again, into the elevator. Press of a button. Descent. He seems as upset as ever. Oh, wait, I'm getting a little confused. Of who's saying what. What's just the narrator explaining stuff and who's saying what. So, he seems as upset as ever. As the elevator rises back down, he storms outside. It could be Nikolaev or Makarov. You, follow. Someone's silent. He frantically lights his cigarette and falls on the snow, defeated, leaning his back against a wall. You seat near him. This is Nikolaev. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He screams. Rage consumes him. We're so done, Ria. He sighs. This is a lot of the narrator. If there is no letter before the line, it's the narrator. In recent unmarked lines are by default main character's observations. Okay. So let me read this with that in mind. So the narrator saying, we slowly rise from our chairs and exit his room. Nikolaev looks pale. His movement became stiff for a moment. Is this observation that's being made? Because it's a visual novel. It's kind of like a game, right? So you click on certain things and then this dialogue props up. You go and you click on Nikolaev and then the narrator says, Nikolaev looks pale. His movement became stiff for a moment. Main cat. Nope, there's a separate narrator. Second face. Is it you seat near him or you sit near him? I'm just wondering that. He screams, rage consumes him. We're so done, Ria. He sighs. Well, what? I think this would be what now, not what's now. Nothing. Fucking nothing. Jesus, what have I done? You? It wasn't our fault. Yeah, now go out there and tell that shit to him. If he cares. Second person narration can get confusing fast. Yeah, in the context of this is a visual novel, we would be seeing things and this would be text on screen. It makes a little bit more sense. I'm just trying to keep that in mind. Maria says nothing. Nikolai says, I guess it was nice working with you. And so on. Saying and so on sounds a little bit weird. It makes sense in the long run for VN and for the story. Yeah, knowing this is a visual novel, it makes sense to have stuff like that. It was just a little bit weird seeing it as a script, and my brain's catching up. My brain's catching up is what I'm saying. Yeah, but and so on does sound a little wonky for dialogue. Any ideas what you'll be doing next? Nikolaev says nothing. Then Nikolaev says, I just hope I don't get fucking killed. I can't afford to care about your fate anymore, to be honest. Just leave me alone, okay? So these are each time the cursor ends and then it switches to the next dialogue scene. So I can't afford to care about your fate anymore, to be honest. For dialogue, it might make more sense to be honestly, I can't afford to care about your fate anymore. Just leave me alone, okay? So that is just a slight change to make the dialogue flow a bit more naturally. Yeah, it worked in the Slay the Princess because the narrator was literally telling me. Yeah, that's a good prospect. For anyone who hasn't seen too many visual novels, Slay the Princess is kind of the vibe where you're having the stuff you're reading, you're having the dialogue the characters are saying, and then you're also getting text for what is happening and that you're reading to. I probably will search Automatic. Probably will. Oh, small context, they are from Russia, USSR, so the sentence structure resembles that. Okay, that makes sense. I won't give critique about that. You probably know better than I would. Just leave me alone, okay? And then the text on screen says, there is nothing you can do right now, so leave him be. You stand up and go back to your room, lamenting about what happened today. Say nothing, and the text says, a few weeks have passed already. Nikolaev grows distant of you. Salutes and dramatic bow. The narrative, you continue doing your work as it was intended back at Sunday, the ship. But something still bothers you. You can't focus on your tasks at all throughout the days. The blizzard is getting stronger with each passing day. The soldier is still missing, and there are strange signals which are broadcasted to the whole ship through some speakers. So saying the days, and then the next sentence saying with each passing day is a little bit wonky. Yeah, I would shorten it, but something still bothers you. You can't focus on your task at all. Next one, the blizzard is getting stronger with each passing day. And then continue. They happen late at night, gasps for air, screaming, sometimes just static. No, never say anything's dumb of you. What the fuck? I wish you guys were kinder to yourselves. This is why we have critique partners and people reading over our stuff, to catch silly little things like that. Lord knows, you guys probably have seen plenty of silly stuff like that from me in my writing, when I did stuff like that all through November, and when I'll continue showing you stuff, right? And I hope you guys don't think I'm dumb just for doing silly little mistakes. So, I hope you guys are nicer to yourselves. You guys are very smart raccoons. Sometimes just static. All of that just makes you ponder more, scared of what may happen in the near future. Those exact thoughts are running through ship's crew too. Maybe through the ship's crew too? Most of them are on high alert. Guards are patrolling the halls and do regular checkups on every floor so that nothing can go unnoticed. You said the plot of the film and chat fan wants to read it. Yeah. I might try to scroll up again a little bit when we're further along with this, and then I'll read it. I just don't want to be reading that in chat and this in here and getting confused between the two stories. So I'm trying to focus on this just for right now, and then I'll try and scroll up and read that. Maybe this one. This is a very long sentence. I would do maybe most of them are on high alert. Guards are patrolling the halls and do regular checkups on every floor. Period. And then I think it might be more ominous because we're going. I think Silent Hill does have like an ominous feeling. So that's a period on every floor. Period. Nothing can go unnoticed. Period. So I think having that one be like a shorter sentence at the end. Nothing can go unnoticed. That would be a little stronger. Spacey with a water bottle. Your mind is also occupied by that strange letter you decided to brush off as being fake. All of those oddities that captured your brain was brushed off in a moment. Gunshots erupt. Wondering for this, your mind is also occupied by that strange letter you decided to brush off as being fake. Then I think it should be gunshots erupt. Then all those oddities that captured your brain are brushed off maybe in an instant. By the sound of it, something is happening on the floor below. You can hear somebody screaming in dismay as their flesh is tearing apart. Yes, I think gunshots erupt should be in between these two. Fair times to you. Maddie gave you a gun. Oh no, he's got a gun! Did you take my tavern Glock? I wrote that as self-defecating. Oh no, that's way different. That's very different. You quickly glance at Nikolaev. Your vision is blurry. He quickly grabs you by the hand and I think runs out of the office. You didn't even have time to comprehend what is happening. I would get rid of to its fullest. Everything is happening at once. Your mind fuzzes. Your mind maybe blanks out. Your mind fuzz out for a moment. Sounds a little funny. Your mind blanks out for a moment. Only now you've realized that he was heading towards your room. He shoves you in. You trip. I like that. As your gaze goes back to him, a single tear runs down his face. Nikolai, don't try to open the door. I'll come back for you when it's safe outside. You attempt to stand up and run away. Run away sounds funny. I'm guessing run back to the door, but he already closed the door. You try to enter a PIN code. Cryptid, you love it here? You choked on your teeth there. I'm so glad you love it here. I'm glad. I really like my community here. I like all my raccoons. I'm glad of the community and the vibes that we build here. It's worse than a sign that he misread. Oh no. Gunshot. The bullet hits the door panel. I'd say the door panel rather than the doors panel. The bullet hits the door panel. The screen goes black on your end. There is no way for you to open it on the inside. You're trapped. The same way that I like the "you're trapped" is separate, I think the gunshot here should be separate. So, but you already closed the door. You try to enter a PIN code, and now do you like the little dash here that's cut off, and the next screen, gunshot. Next screen, the bullet has hit the doors panel. Next screen, the screen goes black on your end. There's no way for you to open on the inside. I think the gunshot should be separate too. Most of your community is lurkers? Oh wow. Oh no. Basically, recently I was working at a farm and there was a sign that said "Don't step in the bullshit." But turns out it said "Don't enter the bull pit," which had a pit of very angry bulls. Like, please talk so I don't feel like I'm talking to the abyss. Please. Yeah, I'm definitely the lurker pit consumes all sounds. Yeah. I definitely, as I got more and more chatters who were talking, more and more people following and who talk and chat, it definitely became easier to stream. It definitely it becomes easier and easier and more natural to talk the more people there are kind of talking back. That's why I always appreciate when you guys are here. Ta-da! Good job, raccoons. Good job. Sharp inhaling. Your vision blurs once more. You panic. Find a way out. Fast. I hate it. The vents. You dash toward the vents, making a steel hatch fly off its hinges. You do not fit in. No, please. I guess now you approach the mirror. You shatter the mirror and take one of the sharp pieces. The vents! Someone assessed, but she couldn't go on the vents. That means she's not an imposter. She's safe. You've had a bad experience with pits. Lorenzo has so much lore. Sticking it in between the PIN code panel seams, you try to pry it open. The panel comes off, but to no avail. There is nothing underneath that can help you open the door. No, please, I hate it. Help me, please. A sharp pain goes through your chest. There is nothing left to do than to simply wait. There should be some sort of food here for a few days. Electricity is still running, so at least you have the lights on. In this moment, you regret that there is nothing in here to communicate with the outside world. Not even a phone. Now, why didn't you come in here with us? Motherfucker. Fucking abandoned us. Water shouldn't be a problem too, since there is a sink in your bathroom. Your mind imagines the worst. Your mind imagines the worst. You can still hear guns firing at those creatures lurking below. You can hear them ripping flesh apart. You just pray that Nikolaev is safe out there. That he will come. He will, right? 12 hours passed. No more noise. Void. There are only faint footsteps from time to time outside of your room. You never screamed for help, though. I would say, though, those footsteps weren't human ones. There is a faint rattle coming from the vents. You put the hatch back. putting some heavy items inside your vent exit. So did they put, so it's heavy items inside the vent. So then I think the sentence would be rephrased, you put some heavy items inside your vent exit, then put the hatch back. The sentence just needs to be worked with which one happened in order. It sounds like they put the items in first, then closed the hatch. Obligatory Among Us reference. Like, I'll be reading or saying what I'm writing out loud for hours. Then someone goes, "Damn, Barry, you savage." Yeah. I had some interactions and comments when I was doing my 30 days of rough draft live on stream. And I was doing my rough draft and plotting things out. And some people would ask a few questions and be engaged. And then would kind of die off. I definitely got more interactions and feedback and people chatting like this when I started reading their stories. I definitely have most of my interactions and views when I read other people's work like this. When I just read my own stuff, when it's just me gaming, when it's just me doing a collab or whatever, I definitely have less raccoons. Or if I do have some, I have mostly more lurker raccoons. It's not as an engaged chat because I don't think people are engaged with my writing compared to their own, right? People like seeing their stuff being dissected and discussed and being referenced and put back. Then they'll show up because it's about their work, right? If it was just my work on stream, I had a little bit. I did not have 100 raccoons worth. I wish I could play games, but since I had a son recently, I can't. You have a son, Lorenzo? There's a baby Lorenzo DeBoss? Oh my goodness. My son's name is Barry. He's a ferret. Oh my god. I should have just kept reading. I would have answered my own fucking question. You've also had people come in and ask what my books are about. My one mod goes evil stare mode, and I'm like, how to say this without spoiling? What do you mean without spoiling? People have seen the full beginning, middle, and end. They've seen the whole process on my streams. I think if you're doing it live and people are tuning in for that, they're not... The people tuning into a random stream on Twitch to like interact with you and engage with you as a streamer aren't you have a bad spoiler thing. Yeah. And that's why I have a premise sentence loaded up and ready to fire. Yeah. And mine in the beginning was like, oh yeah, this is about, we're mixing, for my, oh my god, please model move. For mine, I'm like, oh, this is we're doing script writing that's mixing the concepts of horror, story beats, and Studio Ghibli vibes. We're mixing Studio Ghibli and horror. And it's about somebody, a witch hunter who has to kill these witches, but the witches aren't really truly evil, and they're both wrestling with the issues thrust upon them and the sadness and despair about that. And at the end, it finally becomes too much, and the hero gives up. The witch hunter hero gives up. He can't keep hurting the witches. So that spoils the whole thing for you right away. You guys know what the fuck it's about. There you go. No surprises. You think you should? Yeah. But if you're thinking like, oh, these people are one day gonna be the exact people who are gonna pick up my random book in a bookstore or on like a Kindle or something download and like be all this, and then they won't read it anymore because they're my fans and they already like heard the plot premise of it. Like, the people who are going to be your readers and the people who are stumbling across a random Twitch stream, not necessarily likely to overlap. And if they do overlap, like let's say they do, like it's probably because you had a really strong fan. You had some strong, really loyal fans on Twitch who then wanted to support you by buying this book they've heard you work on and work so hard on. So therefore the spoilers won't fucking matter to them. I've had people literally ask where they can buy it already. Yeah, see, so you have people engaged and interested. I wouldn't worry too much about it, at least for me, my perspective. That's just my 2 cents. You don't have to listen to it. But it's not like the same thing. It's not like going on to like someone's interviewing you about your book. on like a radio station, and then you spoil the book in this interview, and then the interview host is looking at you like, why did you just spoil the book? We're trying to get people to buy your book by giving you this interview. um this is a random Twitch, the Twitch platform where people are just coming to hang out and chill with people. So just tell your mod doesn't even know the ending, so just tell my mod to cover their ears. Jeez, that's crazy. So you literally haven't revealed the ending for anything. That's crazy. My mod gets mad when I spoil. Oh my god. Well, again, as much as we love mods, right? Roots is my mod. As much as we love mods and all the work that they're doing for us, right? Um, at the end of the day, it is your stream, so it depends. Do you want to be spoiler free? In which case, yeah, it's whatever you want, and then the mod can get angry and make sure everything's protected. If you want to talk freely about your project and engage with that and talk about the ending and talk about, you know, story beats and stuff, including the ending, then I'm sorry to say it doesn't quite matter what the mod wants. It is your stream. It's not the mod stream. And as great as it is that mods do offer that time and effort for us, if it doesn't align with what they want, the mod is free to go be mod at other streams, right? It's not a forced chained obligation. They're not you're not chained down and they have like a gun to your head and they're like, oh my god, if you don't run the stream exactly the way I want, it's all gonna end. Like, it's just having fun here. That's why having a small spoiler-free synopsis is a must-have. Very interesting. Sorry guys, you guys already know the fucking ending to the Three Witches story. sorry, that was the wrong way to go about it. But it's my stream, so that's what I did. I fully showed I said this is no... I'm not hiding anything. You guys fully saw me as I came up with the Three Witches storyline. And yeah, and in the future, as I continue working on that project, you guys will continue seeing it. I think I can talk to her about that so she can mute me when she needs. So just to give her a forewarning. Yeah, whatever works for you. But yeah, anyway, we have these creatures roaming about. Those footsteps weren't human ones. I like that line. We're gonna rearrange this one sentence. You hope it will be enough to stop or deceive that thing from entering your room. 149. You stay silent for the rest of the night, tucked away under your bed. The next morning, you search your room for supplies. A somewhat good apple and a half-empty bottled juice. A somewhat good apple and a half-empty juice container? Was that it? And half-empty bottled juice. And a half-empty juice container you bought ages ago but forgot about. That's it. The rest of your desk is filled with paper and ink. Hold on. You dreadfully think about how Nikolaev is doing. You dreadfully think about how Nikolaev is doing. Again, there's gotta be a way out of this room. Out. There's got to be a way out of this room. 12:04. You've checked every corner. The room is sealed shut. So I think it's you apostrophe VE. As in, you have checked every corner. You've checked every corner. The room is sealed shut. The vent is too small, no matter how long you are trying to fit yourself in. The door's panel is dead too. You accept that this is it. Nothing can help you on the inside. 21:36. You eat half of the apple. Not enough to be a good meal, but definitely enough to be alive. Now this is interesting. Because earlier on it said there should be some sort of food here for a few days. But now the only food is apparently one semi-good apple. So that's changed a bit. I was thinking about that fucking juice for hours. Couldn't find any more fitting synonyms. Yeah. So I think, a somewhat good apple, and a half-empty juice container you bought ages ago but forgot about. It was an assumption from her, but it was otherwise. Okay. And it said there should be some sort of food here for a few days. You'll try to be less active in order to preserve energy, but this doesn't quite help you. You still feel hungry. 21:41. The lights are out. Electricity was cut. Oh. I think the same way that some of them, when they are like impactful, like the gunshots that he will, right? Like stuff like that, when something's like really impactful, it kind of gets its own text, like standalone text box. I think the lights turn off should be its own one. Like, what do you mean the lights are off? The lights are out, or the lights turn off if it's present. Next text box. Electricity was cut. The only way for you to walk around is a lamp on your desk. The only way for you... May not walk around. The only way for you to see is a battery-operated lamp on your desk. No, that's still not right. Wait. The only light is from a lamp on your desk, but its batteries are going to die too, sooner or later. Same as the clock, same as the ones on the clock. You turn them off whenever you don't need them, and usually only keep the lamp close to yourself. Hold on, wait, I got confused here. So the lights cut out is its own thing. The electricity was cut. The only way for you to see, the only light is from a lamp on your desk. I think that might be a better way to phrase it. The only light is from a lamp on your desk. Its batteries are going to die too, sooner or later. Same as the clock. You turn them off. You turn the clock off whenever you don't need it. And usually only keep the lamp close to yourself. So, something like that. This little paragraph here had some little wonky wording. Space. Next morning starts with you eating the rest of the apple. As you eat your breakfast, you can hear somebody walking near your room. You slowly crawl towards the door and listen. The steps sound like two metal pieces colliding. That means it's one of the soldiers. You begin to You begin to lightly knock on your door. Is it you begin to lightly knock on your door? Or what did you just say? You lightly knock on your door. You lightly knock on your door. I think that might be better. He stops near you. Taps back. You sigh with relief. This can mean that he's probably a human. This means that he's probably a human. Ria, help. Please. I'm stuck here. Her voice sounds more like a whisper. You feel exhausted even by just saying a few words aloud. Wait a second. So this is one morning to... This is the morning of the third day she's been locked up. And she's had water. She shouldn't be, like, dying yet. She wouldn't be dying yet. She wouldn't be that... you wouldn't be, like, crawling and your voice... You, like, losing your voice, you're, like, dying. Narrative dissonance found. He's a soldier, so he's deaf, not human. Totally forgot about that. Okay, so the soldiers are, like, synth soldiers. They're also, like, that. But yeah, after this soon, she shouldn't be this feeble, just from, like, 2.5 days of no food. She actually has had food. She's had an apple, but yeah, you can go longer without eating, without getting this weak. He taps on the door again. You repeat yourself and start banging on the door frantically. I beg you, do something. Help me. This right here sounds a little wonky dialogue. You scream, putting your last bits of effort in that effortless attempt of grabbing soldiers' attention. So this is effort twice. You scream, putting your last bit of effort in that attempt to grab the soldier's attention. After a few moments of silence, you can hear his footsteps again. But this time they fade from you further and further. You freeze, he just left. You lay down on the floor defeated. This is... So you say, help please, I'm stuck here. Can the synth soldiers talk? I thought of it that I don't specifically state the date, so it might have been more, but noted seems off to me too now. If we look, you don't specifically say the dates, like I'm not talking about calendar dates, but it's here she is put in here. I'm assuming this day when she's put in, it was a normal working day, so she's probably had food that working day. She gets locked in here, right? And he leaves. 12 hours pass. And then you stay silent for the rest of the night. So this has been the 12 hours and then the night. So this has been a full day. The next morning, so this is the second day, somewhat good apple, you're looking around, and then it mentions a time. So it's a time of this second day. You've checked, it's then the same time, we're still in the second day, you still feel hungry, and this is a few minutes later, the lights are out. And then next morning, this is the start of the third day. So because you say next, it implies it's the exact next day. So this is the start of the third day. If you want it to be unclear how many days it's been, you wouldn't put next. You would say, some days later, some hours later. You'd be less specific on how many days have passed. But with the current context, it's been 3. On the morning of the third one, she hears the soldier. Yes, not spoil. Well, this is the ending, so someone who was following along with this would already have those spoilers. But for reasons he will not speak to her. Okay. But saying, I beg you, do something sounds a little wonky dialogue. But anyway, so he leaves. You lay down on the floor defeated. 1451. A day passed. Okay, this is the 4th day. You feel hopeless and hungry. Very hungry. It gets to the point that a piercing pain goes through your stomach. You need to do something. Slowly, you rise and get to your desk. You sit down on a chair and open one of the drawers. Paper can do the trick. One after another, your stomach fills with ripped paper sheets. The pain goes away slightly, but we both know this is not food, right? I feel like people... It is 1 out of 3? What's 1 out of 3? Endings, I mean. Yeah. 1640, so just a few hours later. Water cuts off while you are drinking from the sink. There's some water left in the toilet tank, but not enough to last you long enough. Jesus, I feel like people don't understand how to survive in survival situations. That isn't specifically to you, I'm just saying in general. The pain goes away slightly, but we both know this is not food, right? I would say maybe the water cuts off while you were drinking from the sink. So she doesn't have cups or anything to have stored the water. There's some water left in the toilet. Maybe it's just my Floridian self. We always stock up. We store water before hurricanes. When we know the water and the power can go out. Like, you fill up the tub to use for, like, general, like, cleaning, and, like, general maintenance for, like, water that's, like, not for drinking. And then you fill up the sink. You fill up on, the sink with water. And then you also fill up, like, all bottles of water in the house. You fill up. You stock up on water before it goes out. So, like, girl, Rhea, you could have stocked up. but not enough to last you long enough. I'll say, but not enough to last you that long. We don't need enough twice in one sentence again. You could just lay down on the ground again. Eyes closed. You just lay down on the ground again. Eyes closed. The floor feels colder. Can she not lay on the bed? Now here we go. You lost count. Was it days, months? Only God knows. And God already forgot about this place. You stand up once more. All possible water is gone, and you've ate all paper sheets. And you've eaten all the paper sheets. Opening the drawer once more, there is a few bottles of ink. You drink them all at once. The taste is awful. Was it worth it? Nikolaev, where are you? As you take aim, you swing and put the rest of the energy left in your body. You aim for the neck and it hurts. You bleed. Black substance leaks outside the mirror shard. You feel as remaining will slips out of you. It will end in a moment. What? Why am I alive? I can't move. I can't blink. I can't do anything. I can still feel the pain in my neck, in my stomach, my whole body. I can't even sway my gaze elsewhere. My eyes are just fixated on this damned fucking door. Maybe on this damn fucking door. Not damned. Why am I not dead? What have I done to deserve this? Question mark. Help me. Somebody. Anybody. Help. I see it creeping in from the vent. Why is it only creeping in now? Compared to earlier. Now she's not making any noise. Right now she's stuck. She's not even moving. Why is it coming in now compared to earlier? There is no end to this. It will only get worse. You. And then it ends. I think I would end it on I see it creeping in from the vent. Please. And then the ending. This feels a little bit forced. I think a really strong ending is just I see it creeping in from the vent. Please. And then the silence. Hi, Luna. Luna, are you joining us? This feels a little extra. Unless it's part of the story, in case it's part of this creature comes and when it kills them or eats them or possesses them or whatever, then it makes their bodies say this. Unless it's part of the lore, if this is still just the narrator, it feels a little forced. Hello, pretty kid. Yeah, she's Luna Tunafish. This is Mama Cryptid's adopted cat. And she's the mama of Ghost and Baba. She's the mama of them. And then she didn't want to have her babies anymore, and she tried killing them, so we had to separate her. She's been separated from them for about a year now. And she's been reintroduced to Ghost, and she's been fine with Ghost. And so we're gonna start introducing her to Baba again and with the other cats. She's been pretty okay with the female cats. She's been okay with Ghost. She'll be introduced to Baba again soon, and then the rest of the cats. So she hates her kids. She hates men. She's pretty okay with the other girl cats. It was when she was pregnant and then after she gave birth. She hated boy cats, any male cats. Which I had the boy cats, and so she was attacking my cats, which was the problem. Which is normal if you guys have ever had a pregnant cat or a cat right after birth. They can be really hostile towards male cats, because in the wild, which she was in a wild, she was an outdoor kitty when we rescued her. It's the male cats that might not want to share the resources with any baby kittens, and so the male cats will actually sometimes attack and kill the kittens out in the wild. And so the mama cats have to be really, really aggro to any male cats, because the male cats are one of the biggest predators towards their baby kitties. So when she had the kittens, she was very aggro to all my male cats. What those birds called? I can't remember. The vultures? Do you mean vultures? That's my first thing. If it specifically eats on corpses. If you're looking for other spooky birds, you could be talking about crows or ravens. But the ones specifically that eat dead bodies and dead animals, that's vultures. Yes, those. Oh, hold on, I'm behind. Oh, Dad, he's like a few coffee cups, since obviously there are no kitchen pots around her personal room. Okay. And the thing from the vent feeds on the already weakened. Okay, okay, so it didn't go after her because she was stronger before. Okay. Why didn't the synth soldier come and fucking help her? Fucking bastard. Why was it going after the like Nikolaev and all the others earlier, right? It was ripping their flesh apart. That doesn't sound like they were going after weak people. Or are these separate entities? The thing that was patrolling the hallways and ripping people apart is separate from the thing in the vent. Hello, I'm here, part of writing reading community. I like novels. Very, very cool. Welcome on in. People actually submit their stuff here, and then for critique. So I read it on stream, and then we offer 1 or 2 pieces of critique and give feedback depending on where in the writing process you are to help make the piece stronger. So welcome on in. Additional context, the soldier didn't help her because he's already corrupted by the anomaly from this planet. It is explained in ending 1. Okay, so he was already a corrupted agent. He wasn't going to help her no matter what. I do wonder why he tapped back. If it's corrupted, did he want to kill her? Does the anomaly thing want to kill them as well? In which case, when he maybe break down the door to kill her, or is he just like malfunctioning? He just isn't doing what he's programmed to do. But otherwise, yeah, there's just some like general tidying up the words in the prose, like, you know, getting rid of the enough and enough twice in one sentence, stuff like that, making the dialogue flow a bit more naturally. Just double checking all that. And then the ending, I think, is really strong if it ends right here. I think in this particular case, it can be done well. It's not 100% of a no. To put the name of it, of something, as the ending, just right here, it feels a little bit forced. What length do you read? Jeez, it depends. It depends on my voice. I try to keep in mind how my voice is doing every day, because, you know, sometimes I'm reading for hours. Here we've already been doing 4.5 hours. So it depends. I normally try to at least read a few pages. If you submit a longer piece, I won't read normally the longer piece all in one go. Normally you had to split it up in between a few sessions. Like, I'll read a couple pages in one session, then I'll touch everyone else's things that they submit, and then you can be back in queue if you want to continue getting critique, and then I'll continue reading. It just depends. Have I been quiet? You never need to be sorry for being quiet. You've been hearing out my ideas since I hopped on. That's awesome. I'm glad you're getting work done. That sounds great. You wrote that shit in a few hours, so it's not polished yet. That's fantastic for just a few hours. Then yeah, just polishing up the dialogue, the ending, I think can be fixed. And then there was just like the minor things, right? Like, hey, if you want it to be an indeterminate amount of time in this section, get rid of the next mornings. It seems like later on, then we get like here, then we get the you don't know how long it's been. So here it seems like you've lost count. But yeah, in the beginning you do say how many days it's been. It's on the beginning of the 3rd day, and she's already so weak she's crawling, she can barely speak, she has trouble just tapping on the door. That's a little too soon for those symptoms of starvation. We can there are people who fast, right? People who fast and who purposely do not eat for 24, 48, for a week, for 5 days, right? And they don't have these symptoms yet. It takes longer than what some portrayals would have you believe to actually starve to death. And also remember, your body also has to work through any body fat you have. It will start eating itself before you fully go out. You can't do anything crazy. You will start getting weaker. People who fast and people who are, their body is eating itself, they are weaker. You're talking about freezing death or fasting? In this case, we're talking about fasting and starvation. So in this case, it's the morning of the third day, and the person's already dragging on the ground, barely able to tap on the door. They're having trouble speaking. That's a little. It will eventually happen. This is a little too soon for it. I literally switched places. Water and food starvation symptoms around while waiting. Yeah, okay, so lack of water could do this. We will die from dehydration before we die of starvation. That would be 100%. If you switch it around between the water and the starvation, 100% this works. 100% that works. In which case, yeah, that's the other edit. But otherwise, as far as like the idea and it as an ending, I really like it. Sorry, it took me a minute to like wrap my brain around what was happening in the beginning. But once I got it, then I'm like, oh yeah, okay, this is a visual novel. This is how it works. Yeah, then the flow, I definitely got it. It just took me a minute. But once I was in it, I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, otherwise I think it's good. Those are my critiques. Thank you so much for sharing. I really liked it. There's a rule of threes. 3 minutes of no oxygen kills the brain. 3 days of no water kills you wholesale. Kills you wholesale. I was thinking like wholesale, like Costco wholesale. Like, yep, 3 days, no water. You end up at Costco wholesale. 3 days of no food does the same. But yeah, thank you so much for submitting. I hope the feedback helps, and you should be really proud of this for a really quick draft ending that you did in just a few hours. This is some really good, strong groundwork, and I hope those critiques help you. So thank you so much. Let's see. We still have. Let me go here. Where am I? I've done all these different things now in Discord. Blub in Discord. I still don't know who they are in Twitch, but Blub, if you're here, you are on the lineup. You have been to be read next. So if Blub's in chat, please let me know, and I'm happy to read your stuff. Curse the starvation guards. But if Blub is not here, then let's see here. That was the... Ironically enough, theirs, after what we just read, theirs for Blub's is between ink and paper. And for a second I was like, oh, yours actually, like she's drinking the ink bottles and she's eating the paper. She's literally in between ink and paper. It happened to match up with the name for Blub's fic. Isn't that funny? Oh, hydrate. Here we go. Here's your sippy. Okay, we did the enforcer submission. I'm scrolling down through the Discord to see what's next. We did friend, and we did the Nihil ending. So then I believe it is Chatty Matty with your prologue and first chapter. So let me get that loaded up. I hope Chatty Matty's still here. That'd be so embarrassing if they're not. Let's see here. Dots. Everything is going good. Citizen Blub, proceed to the chopping block. You going to bed now? Been up through the whole night, and it's 10 a.m. already. Good night, y'all. Thank you so much for staying up as long as you did, Mike. I'm so sorry. I would have gone faster if I knew you were waiting on me. But have a wonderful, not really night, it's 10 a.m., but have a wonderful sleep. Have some good sleep. Let me restart my lo-fi. Okay, so last time we left it off when she left the forge. Let's go here. Prologue. This is her. This is here. Let's see here. I'm still going. Hold on. It's... God, I had to remember how I said all these fucking words. Is it Berenice? Berenice? I think that's how you said it. I fixed some parts though. Oh, nice. New Year holiday streak does that to one's sleep schedule. Oh no. Bereniki. Berenice. Bereniki. Okay, Bereniki. I was almost there. Bereniki Mintaka. Let's see. That's right, the time's called She decides to keep working on overtime anyways, because homegirl cannot fucking rest or catch a break. Bereniki. Okay, I think this is here. Okay, so she's left the forge. She's looked at the statue of her father. The city buzzed softly around her, alive and familiar. The sun-drenched market was already humming, aglow with lanterns and streaked in multicolor shadow. Rows of stalls crowded the main street, each brimming with voice, smell, and texture. This song, I don't like this line. I tell you when I really, really like lines. This is, good night. The important part is bear. Because it feels like if the writer is supposed to tell us, the smell and texture and what things sound like, here you just said, oh, it has smell, voice, and texture. This one feels a little bit, like, yeah, don't worry, there's sensory details, guys. So I would either get rid of that or actually say what some of the smell and textures are, even if it's just one of the oh my god, I'm forgetting. Sensory details, that's what they call it. One of the senses. You can do all of them, you can just do one of them, whatever it is, but I would actually say what the senses are rather than just saying they exist. And there, just ahead, stood her favorite vendor. A kindly Nixon woman in a bright yellow dress, white as snow in both hair and skin, with laugh lines etched deep like they've been carved by joy itself. Okay. A kindly Nixon woman in a bright yellow dress. The break here is a little funny. A kindly Nixon woman in a bright yellow dress, white as snow. That almost, at first, when you're first reading it, it sounds like a contradiction because we're hearing bright yellow, white as snow. And then we keep reading and we're like, oh, white as snow in both hair and skin. So she has white hair and skin. But having the two different colors right next to each other initially reads funny. What do you do, fellow human man things? Me leaving my swamp to start interacting with human beings as a cryptid. I'm like, wow, human beings are so interesting. How do you do, human beings? What's it like being a human? What do you do? Oh no. So I would consider maybe breaking this up or rephrasing in a way that the two different colors aren't right after the other, because initially reads wonky, and then you get, oh, in both hair and skin. With the laugh lines etched deep like they had been carved by joy itself. As always, the woman pressed a plump, fragrant fruit into Barry's palm without slowing. No charge, child, she said, winked sharp and maternal. Barry opened her mouth to protest, closed it again. What was the point? This woman had probably been giving out free fruit since before Barry was born. Thank you, she murmured, fingers closing gently around the gift. She continued, weaving through the colorful chaos. Oh, you're not even gonna stop and say hi to her? This is your favorite vendor. You purposely walked up to her. You didn't even say hi. Would a semicolon work? Let's see. Semicolon. No, because again, it's the initial, it's how close they are. It's a kindly Nixon woman in a bright yellow dress, semicolon, white as snow. And then you're like, wait, it's a bright yellow, why is it white as snow? Then you're like, oh, in both hair and skin. White as snow in both hair and skin. So it'd be like a kindly Nixon woman in a bright yellow dress, hair and skin white as snow, would read better. Because then it's the bright yellow dress, hair and skin white as snow, with laugh lines etched deep like they've been carved by joy itself. That would be how you fix it. You just don't want bright yellow and white as snow to be back to back. You don't want them like touching each other. That's what made it read as confusing. The idea is I get food from her. Yeah, she's a fucking mooch. Barry, what are you doing? Barry, what are you doing? You just walk up to this woman just to get food and walk away. Um, She continued weaving through the colorful chaos, her eyes flicked across the sprawl. Rich silks and sun-burnished metal, perfume and engine smoke, shouting in a dozen tongues. A melody of worlds colliding in commerce. One stall, draped in violet silk and lined with shimmering necklaces, caught her eye. Fuck. Selenians? Purple-skinned and sleek, like living statues carved from starlight. Their jewelry curved like constellations, delicate and glowing, breathing light into the canopy above. Golden fleece-like bags hung at the side of the stall. Fleece-like bags. So is it not fleece? Is it just a material that looks like fleece? Also, the vendor's only her favorite because she gets fed. Is the vendor important? Like, is she a reoccurring character? Does she do anything plot-wise? Yes, it's not actually fleece. What is it? What's something that looks like fleece but isn't? Unless it's polyester, but I don't think you're dealing with polyester in this world. She's a reoccurring background character in the trilogy. Does she do anything like plot relevant though? Because otherwise it feels really weird. It feels like we should be paying attention to her, and I'm not sure if we should be. That's like kind of something that you can do in a TV show. You can have reoccurring background characters. Cryptid readies the Occam's razor. Understand, like in a TV show, we have things like if you've watched Arcane, the TV show based on League of Legends, there is a fish merchant, right, who reappears throughout the series. And we can do that. But in a story, because you can have that visual shorthand for like, hey, look, here's this little reoccurring character in the background. But besides for him like giving some information to Vi in one scene. Sorry, cough. Minus feeding Barry, not in book. This is her only scene in book 1. Book 2, it leads into Medea's plot. Okay, this is gonna be a critique. I'm not sure if you'll like it. I don't know if we need her here. That took away from stuff, and we're leaving the story, which is about Barry wanting to make this in the current story is she has this weapon for this famous wealthy elite person she's gonna make. She's off the clock, she's sneaking the work out of the workshop, and she's gonna continue working on this super special ceremonial weapon off the clock when she's not supposed to, and she's sneaking out of the work area, the forge. And then we move the story to something else. She's going through the market, and I'm like, okay, yeah, she has to go through the market to get home to work on the stuff, but instead she's meeting people, and it's specifically mentioned this is her favorite vendor, this is what she looks like, this is how she smiles, this is a line of dialogue she has. This is Barry like carefully accepting a gift from her, something that she's been getting for years. It feels important, and apparently it's not. You've been a fence on the vendor for a while. If this was an animated thing, absolutely you could have her as a reoccurring background character that the viewers would keep seeing in the background and be like, oh, hey, it's that vendor. But if she's not plot relevant yet, I would consider getting rid of her and then working her plot into book 2 in whatever capacity you need for that. So yeah, let's see. Let's continue on. So she's at this other stall now, with Selenians. So the stall, draped in violet silk and lined with shimmering necklaces, caught her eye. Selenians. So I'm like, okay, the stall caught her eye. Selenians, purple-skinned and sleek, like living statues carved from starlight. Their jewelry curved like constellations, delicate and glowing, breathing light into the canopy above. So are the Selenians the people? Or is it the jewelry? I think it's the people, and then their jewelry is curved like constellations. Okay, I think the Selenians are people. And their golden fleece-like bags hung at the side of the stall. Why is it fleece-like? Do they have poly fleece? This is foreshadowing me planting the image, and the Selenians are the people. The Selenians are the foreshadowing? Okay. One Selenian caught her gaze, smiled, a knowing sort of smile, brief but weighty. Like they saw something in her, not just the crafter, the girl beneath. I think we've had this before with Bear. I think you saw the flashback scene. Somebody does like one slight facial expression, and Barry's like coming up with whole entire stories and important character things and meaning that she's then telling the readers, telling us as the readers. It feels a little heavy-handed with the stuff that Barry infers from people smiling at a random passerby in a crowd. From people, I think in the flashbacks it was even stuff like, oh, she like Cersei, not Cersei. Maybe it was Cersei. Cersei said something about men, but then it was like this whole, it was like, I think like 2 sentences of Barry like explaining Cersei's relationship with men and how she views them, and it's not hatreds, but it's this, in just the way that Cersei happened to say the word men. And I'm like, that is a lot for her to gain from that. That is, especially since she hadn't seen, if you know somebody and you're like really like familiar with them, then you can kind of get that kind of insight from them. Like if somebody knows me and I say something and I'm trying to be polite to people, somebody on the outside who doesn't know me might be like, oh, Cryptid seems really polite. But a BFF might be like, oh, Cryptid's trying so fucking hard to hold it together, but she's gonna snap. She's gonna snap at this customer in a retail space or something, right? If you're familiar with people, then you get that insight. But this is a lot of Barry meeting people in passing or for the first time, and she just knows shit. She knows shit. And if this is foreshadowing can be a little more subtle. We don't need all this information from the one Selenian. I don't know if I'm saying that right, my bad. It can just be very brief. One Selenian caught her gaze, smiled a knowing sort of smile. She moved on, heart lighter. Maybe not even like heart lighter, but like she moved on like feeling warmer, or her like cheeks heating up, and she thought like the Selenian was like cute or something. Cryptid's trying so hard to keep it together that she turned blue. Why you guys hating on me for being blue? I need to get that audio cue working soon, right? Where like people can like pay to do like the audio things, and then like have it play like I'm blue da da dee da 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 da. I think that would be a funny bit. I need to get that set up. I don't know how I set that up, but at some point I'll ask Roots to set that up. Toward the market's edge, a stall nestled in twisted wood and river stone offered carved figurines, tiny gods, spirits, and beasts that seemed to hum with memory. Behind it sat a young Tartarosan woman, lines braided into her black hair, fingers still smudged with pigment and sap. Her smile was soft, rooted, Barry thought, like it had grown there, not been placed. The scent of wet soil and fresh wood followed Barry as she passed, a quiet blessing trailing behind. See, again, this is another person that... Is she important? Everywhere she looked, the market pulsed with heritage. Lives pressed into color, texture, and sound. And Barry, Sarah Pearson, daughter of two bloodlines, two homes, felt that same thread humming in her bones. Sarah Pearson. Sarah Pearson? Tata Rosen. Oh yeah, definitely, like, yeah, you could show her bisexuality there. Well, maybe not even, because we don't even know... One Senalian caught her gaze, smiled. A knowing sort of smile, brief but weighty, like they saw something in her, not just the craft or the girl beneath. I don't even know if the Senalian is a boy or a girl, or non-gender specific. So that doesn't quite go hint at the bisexuality. I think if you did, you would have to give it the Senalian, like, he, a knowing sort of smile, he, like, one male Senalian caught her gaze, one female did. So having something there, we're like, because right now we actually don't know. It's more foreshadowing for what the villains are. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I wouldn't worry too much about foreshadowing who the villains are, because we're gonna find out who the villains are. I'm assuming in book 1 we get some villains. And again, if this was like a visual thing, this would be important stuff to do, because you would just say like, oh, there's a bustling marketplace, and the people designing it might be like, okay, what details do you want in the bustling marketplace? And then you could have done Easter eggs like this visually. That would have been in the background, would have filled up the space, because they very physically needed to work through the space and they visually needed to show it. And that could have been a cool design concept visually, either in a comic or in an animated thing or a play. But for the written word, for the prose, it feels like you're trying to show the reader something, and the reader's like, is this important? Is the readers are cluing in to you as the writer, what you're trying to do. Sarah Pearson? Sarah Pearson? Is that like another name? Daughter of two blood? Or is that just a different last name? Felt that same thread humming in her bones. This was Exia, loud, bright, alive, and she was part of it. The footsteps carried her toward the old bridge, arched and beautiful, wood and brick holding hands over the city's central river. Below, boats passed lazily between districts, some sail-driven, others steam or engine-powered. From there, she could see the curve of Iris City on the far side, and Athena City's towers growing faintly in the haze beyond. City and City's tower? Wait, so she's on a bridge. Below boats passed. From here, she could see the curve of Iris City on the far side, and Athena City's tower glowing faintly in the haze beyond. So, beyond that. Okay. Very slowed. It's unusual to see two cities that close to each other, right? Well, this is also like a little steampunk fantasy. Sarah Pearsons are hybrids. This is the beginning chapter, right? Chapter 1. So yeah, I feel like for introducing that concept of what a Sarah Pearson is, you might need to explain it more. But honestly, at this part, I wouldn't really worry about it yet. I wouldn't worry about it. Dad, another. Thing with word that has to pull some immediate weight besides being important in retrospect. Or I wouldn't even say it has to have immediate weight. I would say it has to be, if it pays off later, it has to be really subtle and natural in the moment. Like, we could look at stuff like, I'm trying to think of a good example. It has to feel like you can't realize that you're looking at foreshadowing. if the payoff is way later. Um, I'm thinking of stuff like oh, you know what's good, you know what's good, and Azula, uh, Legend of Avatar, Legend of the Last blah 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 blah, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Jesus Christ, if I can speak. When we are introduced to Azula, she is training on a warship, and there's two people watching over her. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yes, I can finally fucking say it. Um, Thank you. Love. My brain was not working. It's almost 3 a.m. here. That's why. When she is introduced, her opening introduction scene to the audience is her training, and she does this super badass lightning technique, right? And then she acts all Avatar: The Legend of Avatar. My raccoons need to stop fucking making fun of me. Now during it, when she's waiting for the critique for the two ladies then say, "Oh, nearly perfect. Just a hair out of place." And then Uzula looks at the singular strand of hair that is there in front of her. I'll hail the Angatar. Yeah, right. Um, Now in the scene, it reads naturally to us, right? She then goes to do the lightning technique again. It seems like, oh, this is showing that she's a perfectionist. She's training this lightning technique, and she's a perfectionist. She's not settling for anything less than perfect, and it goes on, and that's a natural scene. The foreshadowing that is happening there that we do not realize goes all the way to like the very fucking, is it the final episode where Azula goes crazy, or it's the last few episodes. Azula starts losing her mind. She is going insane, and her hair starts coming out, and she can't keep up with her hair, so she like cuts off her hair. She gives herself those fucking fugly bangs, right? She's going insane. Her hair's coming undone, and it's showing her descent into madness. um the singular hair, and her seeing the visions of her mom and everything coming apart, it all shows that she's not keeping it together. Everything's not perfect. Her plans are falling apart. She's going insane. It's her psychotic break. That hair comes into play again from that opening scene. The opening scene we have of her is being upset and redoing it to be perfect because she doesn't want a single hair out of place. Now, did it feel like forced foreshadowing there? No, it felt like it was just for that scene. We're just seeing her being a perfectionist. It reads naturally to the audience. But once you finished it and you see her descent and you see the ending of her storyline, when you're rewatching it, then you can see that foreshadowing. You can see that being referenced and being set up all the way from the beginning. So foreshadowing doesn't have to have an immediate payoff, but if it doesn't, it has to feel natural. It has to feel just part of the flow, just part of the natural writing. Like you're basically telling your readers, don't pay attention to this. Don't worry. This is just words on a page. We're just telling a story here. And then later on, you'll do something. You're like, haha, suckers! All those words meant something. I was setting up your downfall. Mwahahaha. That's how you do it. Where was I? Fuck. But she's seeing two cities at once. That's a little natural. But I don't know this fantasy world. So Barry slowed. The bag at her hip was heavy, not just with metal, but with promise. The sword she was about to craft would carry her name farther than any commission before. And the person it was for, chest-blooded Gorgophone. Oh my god, is it Gorgophony? Do you say the E separately? The blue house inside and outside, the blue little window, do. Yeah. That's not specific like that entire episode. It was just for anyone watching too. Like when we're explaining why, because when I do critiques and feedback, I try to explain why and give examples of it. Because it's all well and good to get a feedback on one particular scene and see what one fixes, but it doesn't necessarily help you for the rest of your writing journey, right? Then you'll just continuously always need people to point out the same mistakes repeating. But if you know why, if you have those examples, if you have that reference, then going forward, you'll know to avoid those kind of mistakes, or at least you'll make it less frequently. Um, and then you'll make other mistakes as a writer. Right? You never get perfect as a writer. You just make new and different mistakes. New and different mistakes. That's all we can hope for. But yeah, explaining why hopefully helps you in future scenes and projects and writing, avoiding those kind of things. Um, Gorgophony. Her bestie is coming. She glanced up again at the dance of suns, then back toward the bridge ahead. She stepped forward toward the river, toward the next chapter, and didn't look back. Just before the bridge, a quieter alley offered a shortcut, and something caught Barry's eye. A flash of color, shoulder-length red hair, pale peach skin, fiery red eyes beneath arched brows. A flowing green gown clung to her figure, and her brown boots rose to her knees. Is it a high-low dress? Like, is it up to her knees in the front, and it trails behind her? Sorry, did you say yeah to my dress? My question about the dress? I didn't register when you typed the yeah to. Because I was like, oh, it's a flowing dress. How is she seeing her knees? But if it's a high-low dress, that would explain why she saw it. The dress is a bit to her knees. All around? Or just in the front? Is it high-low? Enough Barry can see the boob's height. If it's a high-low, that explains why it's a flowing green one. If it's just knee length all the way around, front and back, if it's just a knee length dress, I don't know if it would be flowing. Sorry, I'm a seamstress. You're gonna. Oh my god, who had the Merlin fanfic, and then I was giving them advice for the historical gloves that a knight would wear compared to the peasants. Sorry, you're gonna get advice and feedback about clothing in my channel. Get wrecked on the details. I don't mean to, I just know clothing. I'm so sorry. Yeah, if it's it can be short in the front and flowing behind her because it's a high-low dress. If it is just a knee-length dress, it's not really flowing because it's not flowing behind her. Flowing is really for long dresses or dresses that have a train because they're literally flowing behind you. That's why. We don't often, unless we can do flowing if it's not for the whole dress on sleeves. You can have flowing sleeves. But that's not really normal. I wouldn't naturally say it that way. Normally, flowing is for things that flow behind you. They trail behind your feet. And they're like touching the ground and they're flowing in the breeze. Which can happen with a high-low dress. I'm just not quite sure here. So, Bridget, O Dubda? Bridget O Dubda? I'm not saying it right. Bridget O, this person. Barry's best friend, crafter in crime, and flirtation in sylvan form, was currently wrapped around an Yosen boy and kissing him like the world was ending. Or just beginning, Barry couldn't tell. A tinge of jealousy welled in her, wildfire in a forge. Crafter in crime, and flirtation in sylvan form. What is she? She is Barry's best friend. She is Barry's crafter in crime. And she is Barry's flirtation in sylvan form. I'm not sure if the last one fits. Duvda? Bridget O. Duvda. Bridget O. Duvda. Jesus fucking Christ. Duvda. O. Duvda. But yeah, that, because when you did this list here, it's Barry's best friend, comma. When you do these commas like this, you're still giving each list after the comma the same prerequisite here. So it's Barry's best friend, Barry's Crafter in Crime, and Barry's Flirtation in Sylvan Form. That one reads a little funny. Tinge of jealousy welled in her, wildfire in a forge. No, she shouldn't feel this way. Her and Bridget, they worked best as friends. This is a lot of telling the reader. You need to show it. So it could just be a tinge of jealousy welled in her, a wildfire in a forge. She quickly she quickly poured water on it. She quickly quelled it and didn't pay it any mind. It's Irish. Blame them. You're gonna get me canceled if I blame the Irish. Don't get me canceled. I only have 100 raccoons. Please don't cancel me yet. I have so much to live for. But then saying they worked best as friends, I'm like, don't just say that to the readers. Like, show it to us through the story over time. They only go after the English. And that's true, I'll always make fun of the English. I'll make fun of us Americans too, don't you worry. Hold on, I'm chewing. She quickly averted her gaze, cheeks flushing with heat, and coughed as she passed, loudly. 3, 2... Oi! Fuck, what was that? My voice cracked. Hold on, let me cough real quick. Oi! Don't you fucking take another step without me, Minataka. Mintaka. Bridget's brogue rang out right on cue. She walked away from her breathless state and jogged up to Barry, her grin wide, her cheeks nearly as red as her hair. Mischief sparkled in her eyes. Barry smirked. What's that now? 12 guys this week? Bridget's eyes went wide with mock offense. 3! It's been 3, you liar! Don't you be inflating the numbers just because I got a better love life. Barry laughed, the sound light and teasing. Sure, Briggy. If that's what you want to call ambushing guys in alleyways. Her eyes found Bridget's. So, are you coming home later? Or is tonight reserved for... what's his name? Bridget grinned, unashamed. I'll be home. But first, we've got a hot date. A dramatic pause. With a pint. The tavern's calling. I think at this point, Sir Chatty Matty's actually gonna get fucking cancelled. You introduce one Irish person, and you instantly make them both a redhead, kind of a whore, and then the next thing they say when they're not kissing people is going to a tavern to drink. All in like a page worth of being introduced to her. You're gonna get fucking cancelled. My mentor's Irish. They're planning it. Just you wait. They're planning to ambush you. They're like, we're gonna set up Sir Chatty Matty to fucking get cancelled. Get wrecked by the Irish people. We're gonna make Sir Chatty Matty write all the fucking stereotypes. And then as soon as it's done, we give them the okay, then our brethren will rise up. And we'll fight Sir Chatty Matty. Ready? Your pitchforks and torches? Yeah. See, I'm telling you. Also, I have a packet of M&Ms. I don't know if you guys can hear the little packet here, my little M&Ms clicking around, but I got fucking M&Ms. But yeah, overall, because it sounds like Bridget is going to be a recurrent character. This is a cool, important scene. So, her leaving the forge, walking through the market should probably be like a little quicker. It should be a reference. And her crossing the bridge to then meet Bridget. But I wouldn't do all the details of everyone else, all these other specific vendors she meets in the market. I'll just mention the market, she's here, and then on her way home, she passes Bridget. Because Bridget is going to be a recurring character. He liked her, Bridget makes him laugh, but yeah. Your mentor's plotting your downfall. It's a trap! It's a trap! Anyway, I was saying a pint. Here we go. The tavern's calling. Another, slightly more dramatic pause. And his name doesn't fucking matter. As they walked side by side, old friends immersed in easy banter, the alley gave way to golden evening light. The city's pulse throbbed just ahead, but they weren't in a rush. So, Barry said, her voice bubbling with excitement, guess who put in an order today? Barry arched a brow. Judging by that grin, I'd say someone important. Barry practically danced as she whispered, Queen Andromeda. Bridget's jaw dropped. No way! You're having an absolute crack with this one, aren't you? I'm absolutely butchering the accent, but hey, we're gonna try our best though. Bridget is one of your golden trio. Yep. Barry's grin threatened to split her face. You have no idea. I have to get it done. Hopefully tonight. And she gave her satchel a shake, and the unmistakable clink of metal on metal echoed. The sound of promise. Oracleum and adamantine bricks knocked against her gauntlets and goggles. Bridget's eyes narrowed. Barry, you didn't? Barry gave an innocent shrug. Borrowed. Temporarily. It's not worse than mine. Okay. Bridget cackled. You bloody rule breaker. I swear. I'll never... Well, okay. Maybe once. Barry shot her a look. Twice? A raised brow. 3 times? Arms folded. Bridget sighed in defeat. Alright, 7. Alright, 7. Those jobs are fucking legendary, alright? Barry chuckled, shaking her head. Never change, Briggy. Bridget tapped the satchel with a grin. Oi, read me something. You know I love when you do your story voice. Barry smirked, her fingers already diving into the worn leather. We are choking on M&M. Fuck. Don't clip that. She knew exactly which book Bridget meant. The book. Maybe the should be like italicized. She knew exactly which book Bridget meant. The book. But if you italicize it, then it's the book. Her fingers found it by feel alone. The black tome with the cover speckled like the cosmos. The edges were frayed, the spine cracked from love and repetition. Oh, I love that. The spine cracked from love and repetition. I like that. That one's cute. That one's fucking cute. So I'm eating the M&Ms really fast so they can't choke me later. Hold on. Nom, 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 nom. Alright. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I'm gonna have a sippy. Alright, she said, voice softening as she pulled it free. But no interrupting this time. Bridget gave an exaggerated zip of her lips and mind tossing the key away. Barry chuckled, then opened the tome with reverent fingers, pages whispering secrets as they turned. She slowed her pace beside Bridget, letting the rhythm of voice match the cadence of their steps. Are the pages... This is a really nitpicky thing. I know I normally do broader stuff, but we've already worked on kind of broader story stuff for you, so I feel like it's okay to kind of zone in more and like focus on little things. If you don't like me focusing on little things, that's absolutely fine. Just let me know and I'll stop. But for this one, I'm like, do the pages whisper secrets? Like, are they saying secrets if they've read the spines? Because it's saying like, oh, she's read it before, she knows which book Bridget means. The edges are frayed from repetition. It sounds like they read this one a lot. So I don't really think the pages do have secrets for them. They've read everything. Yeah, I'm not saying like literally whispering. I'm saying the secrets part. What the pages maybe whisper a familiar story that they've heard 100 times. A familiar tale, something like warm and close to their heart that they've heard again and again. they wouldn't necessarily be doing secrets because they know this story. They already know it. It's familiar to them. She slowed her pace beside Bridget, letting the rhythm of her voice match the cadence of their steps. In the time before time, she began, her voice clear and warm. Before the first breath of creation, there were the three forces: nothingness, somethingness, and everythingness. They did not think, they did not speak. They were only locked in an eternal, ceaseless struggle. Barry tilted her head, already drawn in, eyes fixed on Barry as if the story were casting a spell. Can you imagine you talking with or former secrets? I wouldn't even do former secrets because you're still using the word secrets. And I don't know if that's the tone you want to convey with this, if this is a familiar story that they love. And I'm not sure if I would lean in on secrets. But anyway, the joke I was doing with this, I know it's probably not, but can you imagine you have this hot best girl roommate, and they were roommates, that you like secretly crush on, and that you're hardcore like crushing with, and like when she asks you like, oh yeah, talk to me, tell me those pretty words, tell me that story, tell me the good stuff, and then you like pull out the Bible and you start with page 1 of the Bible with a creation myth. That's the sexy stuff. That's the kinky stuff. That's what all the badass bitches want. They want you to crack open the Bible and read the opening creation myth. Sorry, I know that's probably not what's happening here. I just thought of that joke. But anyway. Bridget tilted her head, already drawn in, eyes fixed on Barry as if the story were casting a spell. Barry's breath hitched, just like it always did here. The words settled in her chest like gravity. I like that one. That's a good line. And from that single instant, she emerged. Her voice dipped into awe, a hush falling over the alley like the breath of the divine. The crafter of all things. The first to create, the first to conceive, the goddess of creation and motherhood. It says create and create twice. I don't know what else to put here, because you can't say craft, because it's the crafter of all things. So what can you do instead of create here? But yeah, create and creation so close does read a little funny. The crafter of all things, the first to create, the first to conceive, the goddess of creation and motherhood. Like motherhood and conceive are fine, because those are different words. Creation and create are a little close for me. Maybe she just uses the goddess's name. Yeah, if the goddess has a name, then yeah, sure. She glanced at Bridget as she spoke the last line. Her voice quieter now, intimate. The word crafter left her lips like a secret prayer. Crafter isn't in the last line. As she spoke the last line, her voice quieter now. The word crafter left her lips like a secret prayer. Crafter's one of the earlier lines. But yet intimate, the goddess of creation and motherhood. Quiet, intimate. Don't you know that's what girls like to flirt with each other? We talk about conceiving and motherhood. That's how we flirt. That's how we talk sexy. Especially with the other lesbians. Barry felt it stir in her again, the strange magnetic pull, the one that made her heart hum like a forge. As if this goddess hadn't just created the world, but Barry herself, spark and soul. Dear God, is this a really religious Barry? Bridget didn't speak. She didn't have to. Well, yeah, Barry's just said like a paragraph and a half. It's a little too early to speak. Barry turned the page, her thumb tracing the edge. She birthed 2 ancestors, she continued, the story flowing from her like breath. Her daughters, the first daughters, time and fate, luck and fortune, each one born of her womb. But then her voice shifted, heavier now, shadowed. And yet there was another, the one even they would not speak of. The one even they would not speak of. Bridget straightened, sensing the change in tone. Bridget, this isn't new to you. You guys have heard this a lot of times. While mortals built temples to stars and wishes, Barry read, they feared the void. While they whispered to nature and wildlife, they shunned the silence of space. And so, in his solitude, resentment festered. Barry's voice faltered just slightly. She didn't need to look up. She felt Bridget watching her. The Wicked One, they said together, like a ritual. Are you guys in a cult? Oh lord, she's doing that whole line there is flirting. It's really weird flirting. It's a little weird. Barry, I'm not religious. Also, Barry, I'm Lady Jesus. Yeah, this feels like, I know it's their religion in the universe, but if we do like in parallel, somebody religious here, like say really Christian person, this feels very weird to have, like, let's say like two LGBTQ plus friendly like lesbians walking along. And what do they do when they're walking home together? They're gonna crack open the Bible, and it's gonna be their intimate thing to read the opening of the Bible together as if it's brand new, and say it in like a sexy word every time Eve and the creation of mankind is mentioned. It's reading a little funny. He tried to create, just like the others, she said, but space and antimatter can't create, only fold or destroy. His loneliness grew, and from his loneliness came only ruin. From ruin came hatred, and from hatred. So he is space and antimatter. Okay. They feared the void, they feared silence of space. He's space and antimatter. Barry paused dramatically. The Scone were born. With the Scone, he devastated the galaxy. No, wait, that's an RN, not an M. Hold on. I fucking need glasses. The Scorn? Is that how you say it? The Scorn were born. With the Scorn, he devastated the galaxy. Until Barry's heart pounded. You are reading the Bible for the millionth time. You don't need to have your heart pounding. Until he met 3 noble Exians who'd formed alliances with other feuding noble houses. A breath. Queen Artemis, King Hephaestus, and Princess Pyrrha. Barry's voice caught for a moment. There was something about those names. Something Barry couldn't quite place. Like something familiar just out of reach. It's the Bible you've been reading a million times with your lesbian crush. The cultist says being Lex. Yes, like Scorn. Okay, so at least I was getting that part right. Once I read it. The sounds of neighing and carriages drew her attention. Again, if this is supposed to be foreshadowing, it feels a little heavy-handed. It feels a little unnatural for this character to be reacting this way. Drew her attention. She looked up. The alley had opened to the edge of the town square. Her father's statue loomed ahead, stone armored stretched to the sky. Ever silent, ever... Wait. What? It has 1984 vibes where people get riled up about the same thing every day for 5 minutes. This is world building for the gods. Yeah, it's just a little... If her saying like, oh, something familiar just out of reach, I'm guessing is foreshadowing to the fact that she is going to interact with or see, or these people are going to be important to her magical space adventure. If so, saying it here is too strong of foreshadowing. We don't need that. that foreshadowing here being told to the readers. Um, if this is just world building, it is a little jarring. We're getting away from the point of she has the sword, she's gonna finish it illegally in her apartment so she can finish it in 24 hours for brownie points. She's descended from those three. Yeah, so again, it feels a little unnatural here. Like me, even if I hadn't read any of your other stuff about this, just reading this line, which is in your first chapter, this is still chapter 1, I believe, right away any reader would be like, oh, something Barry couldn't quite place, like something familiar just out of reach. These three people, these three noble Exians are going to be important. She's going to meet them, she's going to be descended from them, she's going to be the long lost daughter of one of them, she's going to be one of them. Like something is happening here, and you've kind of told the readers that just from the sign. It's too heavy-handed foreshadowing. We don't need it. That's spoiling too much. But yeah, this line like kind of the reason why I stopped here, I'm like, wait, didn't she leave the town square with her father's statue? Barry held the book to her chest, the words echoing in her bones. The wicked one was sealed away, she whispered, recited from memory, but the echoes remain. Bridget's expression had sobered. Well, I can't say words now. Her teasing grin replaced by quiet thought. Barry closed the book with a soft thud. I kind of assumed the book was already closed when she held it to her chest, but I guess she could hold it open to her chest, sliding it gently back into her satchel like it was something sacred. It kind of is, if it's a religious text about this creation myth. So it's not like it's something sacred, it kind of is sacred. The wicked one. Barry's mind was drawn to him, like a meteor drawn to a planet. She couldn't quite explain it, just like her draw to the crafter of all things. Barry shivered. At least the wicked one was sealed away. Ancestors knew where. Right? Again, it's too heavy-handed here. It's too heavy-handed. That always gives me chills, Bridget said, rubbing her arms. Barry turned to her, breaking free of her thoughts. No. Barry nodded, eyes thoughtful. It's my favorite story for a reason. They reached the circle street, the evening crowd beginning to buzz around them. You're coming home tonight, right? Barry asked. Yeah, Bridget said, pulling her into a tight hug. She glanced at the pendant around Barry's neck. But I don't want to interrupt your time with him. Barry's eyes briefly flicked to the statue. Barry smiled into the hug. See you, Briggy. Bridget nodded with a smirk. As Bridget turned across the street, Barry called out with a laugh. Try not to suck his face off next time. Bridget turned and stuck out her tongue. Oi! Get yourself a love him and Taka. Then we can talk about sucking faces off. Their laughter mingled with the sounds of the city, bright and alive just like them. With a wink, Bridget disappeared into the crowds moments later. We don't need moments later. As she approached the statue, Barry paused briefly, waiting for the traffic to pass. Barry watched with interest as several carriages, drawn by white unicorns with their sparkling spiraled horns, rolled by. When Barry reached the statue, she reached into her bag and pulled out a few blue and white flowers, gently placed them on the statue's feet, and sat cross-legged in quiet contemplation. I don't know if it's quiet contemplation, because it's not quiet around her. It is noisy. There's traffic, there's unicorn, there's carriages, there's people, there's laughter. So it's not quiet contemplation because it's not quiet around her. She can be quiet, in which case she's silent. It's silent contemplation. She's being silent. Or I don't know here. That one because it's not quiet. It's not quiet around her. I don't know why that one's bothering me. Maybe it's just 3 a.m. and I'm autistic and that's bothering me for some reason. I'm not sure why. So just in silence, except the city's noise. Yeah, just in silence, except except it's not silent. Yeah, that's a tricky one. Um, I don't know, something else there. It's not quite hitting right because it's not quiet. It's not really quite silent either. She's silent. She's being quiet in her own silence. Trying to have her word. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe even just like maybe changing the line, like the hustle and bustle of the city passed by her, but she stayed quiet at the bottom of the statue or something, right? Like she's being quiet, but it is noisy around her. Um, but yeah, Sir Chatty Matty, wasn't she? Let me scroll up. Sorry, I've highlighted that. Bernicky. No, there's no limits. Light fragmented off windows and rooftops. The old statue of her father. The city buzzed softly around her, alive, familiar. Um, and even when she's in the workshop, she is looking out the window, and she's like asking the statue of her father, "Would you be proud of me, Dad?" Right? Because the statue is right next to her workshop, so she did all this walking just to end up back here, or just sitting reverence. Okay, I think you could do that. Um, I think you could do that. The idea is that she can see the statue from her work. I don't know if you can just see it. She passed by it. Wait. Okay, wait, no. So she does leave. Shifting palace, she made her way toward the old statue of her father. Okay. Okay, yeah, so it is in the distance. She can just see it. This is Little Monkey. She did a lot of fucking walking with how far away this fucking statue is. Okay. Is my brain farting? Probably my brain is farting. It is past. It's almost 3:30 in the morning. But yeah, that was a little unclear to me. Um. So she laid out blue and white flowers. So those flowers have been there the whole time. Okay. Quiet contemplation, her daily ritual. Barry's mind echoed with her mother and aunt. How her mother would speak of him with the fervent fondness. I don't know if you need the there. With fondness, even though her words were often clouded with deep sorrow behind the joy. She compared Barry to her father, her heart, her nose, even her eyes, every day. It filled Barry with a fiery warmth in her chest, a small flame she clung to in the darkest of moments. Her aunt, on the other hand, often recounted stories of how her father was smitten with older ladies, which never failed to draw a laugh from Barry, though she couldn't help but cringe at the same time. There was always a truth that both women shared, something Barry knew deep down. They both loved him dearly. His legacy wasn't just in the stories they told. It was woven into the very fabric of their lives. She had to live up to his memory. She needed to. For her mother, for her aunt. Otherwise, what kind of daughter was she? Barry tilted her head back, eyes tracing the contours of the statue that towered above her, her breath caught in her throat. There he was. This is very self-aware and kind of telling it to the readers as well. I think over time, you could show more of how Barry's struggling to live up to his memory. That he's so great, that the town worship him, the mom and aunt worship him. He is so great and perfect in all around her life, and she's struggling to live up to that image. but you do kind of mention it very clearly to the readers, both in the earlier time when she was speaking to her father's statue in the forge, and here. Her breath caught in her throat. There he was. This is really good. I like this one. This is a really good showing. I like this better. Every detail carved with reverence. The soft sweep of his snowy hair, the glint of sapphire in his eyes. Even in stone, they sparkled like starlight. His skin, smooth and blue as a twilight sky, glowed faintly beneath the gleam of light silver armor. The familiar curve of his pudgy nose made her chest tighten. So this is a fully colored statue. We're seeing the blue skin, we're seeing the silver armor, we're seeing the white hair. So this is a fully in-color statue. Wow, that's impressive. He stood proud, unshaken, one boot planted firmly atop a broken spearhead. His crossbow pointed skyward, caught mid-lift as if he'd just taken the shot that would change everything. He looked ready to face down a fleet of warships with nothing but his stubbornness and grit. Barry's fingers curled into fist. The statue didn't just honor him, it dared her to match him. What did her father do? Hello, Callie. It's good to see you. Has it been shared yet? Did I just forget? We've talked multiple times now in the story about how great and perfect and amazing and world-shattering he was. They have statues of this dude. Everyone's talking about him. What did he do? She took a slow step forward. That's what I'm struggling with right now. The last thing she was doing was sitting. She sat cross-legged in quiet contemplation. Now she's taking a slow step forward. She's either sitting or she's stepping forward. The story does go into detail about him. Okay, if it does go... So he is a hero. The story does go into detail about him later. I feel like it's okay to reference him. You've referenced him 3 times in a chapter that's supposed to be about Barry stealing a sword and going and hiding it. She stood. Yeah, okay. Even if she stands, that's a little awkward too, right? She sits, she stands, and she's taking a slow step forward. It's like, girl, this isn't like groundbreaking for you. This is like your everyday ritual. This wasn't just a monument, it was a promise, a challenge, a whisper only she could hear. Make him proud. At the base of the statue, Barry's gaze fell on the white marble slab, smooth and cool, veined with faint silver streaks. The letters, carved deep and filled with sapphire enamel, shimmered faintly in the light. Her eyes scanned the words, even though she knew them by heart. She didn't need to read them to feel the ache in her chest, and yet she always did. Each word struck like a heartbeat, steady, unyielding. They pulled her back to early mornings with Auntie Riri, to late nights staring at old schematics marked with cramped handwriting, to the warmth of arms that had only ever held her for 3 months as a baby. Her throat tightened, but the tears didn't come. Instead, her spine straightened. The weight in her chest didn't crush her, it steadied her. And Barry reached out and traced the first letter with a finger, lips parting in a quiet breath. Orion Mintaka. Your remarkable journey has left an indelible mark on the indelible? That's a fancy word. You know, I was watching someone play Final Fantasy X, and it reminded me of the opening scene about Titus and his father being a pro Blitz player through a radio. Well, I haven't I haven't played Final Fantasy X. I've only played a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV, and Roots is the main, like hardcore Final Fantasy XIV gamer. Indelible mark on the galaxy. As a son, brother, husband, and father, your selfless courage and heroism have ignited a beacon of hope within our hearts. May your eternity with Fasana be filled with peace and joy. Born on the 3rd of Wild Arrow's Hunt, 1633 at the 50th era in Aeolus City, Died on the 13th of Caldara's Flame, 1897, at the 50th era of Ankh-Met, aged 26 decades. I'll be real honest, the timekeeping of this world is really throwing me fucking off. Showing through the radio how great his father was and what he meant. It also shows his resentment for his father, so it kind of establishes the relationship. That's interesting. I like that. I do like that. I think I'd have to look at memorials. In memorials, do they do the date and death at the end? Or do they start with it and then give the little speech? You have the calendar system, my story bible for this week. Yeah, but this isn't the story bible. This is the prose of the book, and it's almost it's a little distracting. If you use it, it has to be used, I think, a little bit more naturally. The relationship they had being the son that wasn't good enough for his dad, and the dad who was loved by everyone. Classic. Yeah, it's almost distracting because they're even in different eras of it. I don't know. Maybe it's also my gripe with sci-fi, so I could be biased. So I want to take that as I take it with a grain of salt. But for me, it's distracting. It's detracting from it because it feels forced. And it feels like, oh, I've made so much cool lore and world building. I need to shove it in your face that you realize all the cool math and time and world building stuff I've done. When normally we don't pay that much attention to it. Simplify it? I don't know. It's 3:30 in the morning. I'm not quite sure about that. I'll take it with a grain of salt. I'm not sure. I'm not hard set on it. Barry stood still for a moment, so she's still standing, her breath shallow, eyes locked on the statue's crossbow. The marble weapon gleamed under the low temple light, too pristine, too silent. Her gaze slid downward, past the stylized armor, the sculpted folds of a jumpsuit carved in immortal stone, till all she could see were her own hands. They were trembling. She clenched her fist, but it didn't stop the shaking. It just made it hurt more. She already has fists. Here, Barry's fingers curled into fists, and then here, she clenched her fist, but it didn't stop the shaking. It just made it hurt more. Her throat felt like sand. Hey, Fasana, right? That's your name, isn't it? Voice came out too small. I don't really know how to do this. Praying, talking to the ancestors. Feels weird. Like I'm speaking into a void and hoping someone is listening. Yeah, nails dug into her palm might be better. Yeah, it's called the world builder's disease. Yeah. Sometimes we have a lot of world building and lore and all the different stuff. And quite frankly, even though we know it and it keeps our world and our universe consistent, and that's why it's good for us as the writers to know it, it doesn't necessarily ever come up in the story. It could be really important for us to know why the currency is made the way it is, and of the materials, and why it's called that, and the different counting systems. But if our character never thinks about that, we never need to say it. Once it is a profuse bleeding of world building into the story once it's attempted. I heard about that. People who rather build their world rather than write their stories. Yeah, some people just enjoy world building. I think there's even subreddits where, right, they just like making a complex, cohesive world with history, with governments, with empires, with dynasties, with star systems and agriculture and farm. They like world building itself as an art, but they don't necessarily like storytelling. Yeah, that is actually a thing. Yeah, but once it's a profuse bleeding of world building into the story once it's attempted. We can be nicer than that, Nevermore. You don't need to just be a better storyteller. That's a bit rude. I hope you can be a nicer raccoon than that. But yeah, it is a balancing act of what world building that you've made actually needs to show up in the story. Um, it's a balancing act. How do you portray it naturally? How do you do it coherently? Oh, so I was just being honest, and we can be honest and nice. You can also be honest and rude as fuck. So just watch it. There's another subreddit making fun of that world builder subreddit. Oh, I think there's a subreddit making fun of everybody. Right? That's not like a new thing. I can't say it another way. I literally just did. You watched me say it. I literally said, yeah, it's a struggle to balance it and to find the right words to put that world building and to do this. So don't say you don't know how to do it. This is just book one. I can do a better job with the world builder. Absolutely. And this is also earlier drafts. It will always be fixed in rounds of edits in different books and versions of the story. But yeah, we can be nice raccoons in chat. We're dealing with writing, we're dealing with personal craft here. We can be nice raccoons when doing stuff and giving critique. She gave a nervous laugh, thin, shaky, and wrong in the quiet. But I figure if anyone would hear me, it's you, since this is, your thing. Afterlife, funerals, death. All the stuff people are too scared to talk about. Barry paused, her breath caught, sharp like something snagged on a broken edge inside her. A shaky breath. I guess I'm scared too. The words barely made it out. She blinked hard, eyes stinging. She glanced up at the statue's face, but only for a second. The eyes carved into the marble were too knowing, too calm. She dropped her gaze, let her hair fall like a curtain between her and the world. It's about Dad. Orion Mintaka, legendary sellsword. Her voice wobbled. She swallowed, trying to keep steady, but her stomach twisted. You, probably know him? Orana-san. Kind eyes. Orana. Auntie Riri says they glow like sapphires. Crossbow always in his hands like he was born holding it. Everyone says he was a hero. The galaxy's best hero, if you ask Auntie Riri. She says he always tried his best to do the right thing. Always put people first. That's interesting from a sellsword, because that's kind of like a mercenary, right? Is Trash Panda okay to say in chat? Yes. Yes, that is. That's fine. Hello, King Cal. Cryptid in chat. But yeah, trash pandas are okay. There's just sometimes people try to shorten raccoon, and that is technically a slur. So that one we don't allow on stream chat. It's not a very wildly used slur anymore, but it is still technically one. There are still people alive who have experienced that, and so we do. The only really banned one is slurs and the shortening of raccoon. But trash panda is fine. He was a soldier, blah blah blah. He was a soldier, then a sellsword. Oh, it's actually interesting that he's known for being the sellsword mercenary rather than being the soldier then. Okay. Her lips quirked in a sad little smile that didn't reach her eyes. She makes him sound like he could have saved the whole galaxy if he wanted, with nothing but a cocky grin and grit. I feel like this is a lot of excuse to talk about how cool Orion is. She let herself believe it just for a second. And maybe he could have. A shaky breath. I believe her. Because she's praying. She's never really known her father, because it said he only had her for 3 months as a baby. So for most of her life, and this is like a late teenager or early adult woman, she hasn't known her father. She's visited a statue every single day. On this particular day, even though she's super religious, kind of, by reading that book as a lesbian flirtation attempt, she's praying for the first time just now on this particular day. And rather than during her praying, normally when you're praying, you're asking for something, or you're confused about something, you're asking for guidance. You're asking for help. You're asking that someone like is safe in the afterlife. You're asking a question like, can you ask him if he's proud of me? You would normally ask a question, and instead she then goes on and she's telling the readers more about how cool, and more information about Orion. This just feels like not quite the natural place for it. You have a main tabby cat. He had a bigger impact as a sellsword. Okay, that's why they're referring to him as a sellsword. That would have that word in their name. Oh. That's the initial pool for fannies. My slur vocabulary gets new entries almost exclusively from Don't Say Exits slur rules. Oh no. Yeah, it's just here. Again, all the stuff gets saved for VODs on YouTube. So, and it's also just a nice community, right? We don't necessarily want to use slurs all the time here in chat. This just isn't the place for it. But do we still use profanity? Yeah, you guys hear me say fuck all the time. Yeah, it's sci-fi and fantasy. It's that little mix. She's hero worshipping him, basically. Yes, that is very clear. This girl hero worships her dead dad. She is asking something in the end. Okay. A shaky breath, I believe her. Her voice cracked, sharp and sudden. She bit her lip hard enough to sting. I never got to know him. The words came tumbling out now, her voice growing thinner, like it was unraveling. He died when I was a baby? Too young to remember anything. Too young to even say his name? And it's like I miss him without having memories, without even knowing him. She drew a ragged breath, like her ribs couldn't hold it all in. I don't even know what I'm missing, and I still feel it, like this hollow spot inside me I can't fill. Her hand curled into a fist at her side, her nails dug into her palm, grounding her ankle. Oh, so even if you had that earlier line of her nails dug into her palm, it's then repeated again here. So there's a lot of repetition of her curling her hand into fist and digging her nails into her palm. Want to practice perspective, but brain foggy. You might need to take a nap or go to sleep, Callie. Oh. Sci-fi, blah, 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 blah. Science fiction fantasy is hard. Yeah, I typically don't like science fiction. I'm more of a fantasy person. What was I saying? So I do say, like, whenever I do critique on the science fiction side, understand that I'm not a person in that genre. So take my critique on anything science fiction wise with a grain of salt. I might just not be the target audience. But general plot, story structure, character development, and with the fantasy side than I am in genre. So certain things I know pretty well, other things take with a grain of salt. That's always the thing with critique, right? Hello, Naiko. It's good to see you. Is better to make her shake more or hold back tears? I won't tell you exactly what to do with it. I'm just letting you know, hey, there's some repetition of stuff she's already done in this scene. Star Wars was an influence. Sci-fi is a great genre to test your imagination. Oh, that's interesting. It feels so unnatural to me. I really typically don't like it. It's not natural to my brain. I don't like the science fiction elements of it. I do prefer anything more magic-y, and so I'd like anything fantasy more that science fiction could do. Star Wars is like the best example of sci fantasy. Okay. Especially if you're world building. Doesn't it have, now that so many people have been involved in it, isn't there plot holes in it? Not your cup of tea. Yeah, you and me both, Nevermore. It's not. Oh, you prefer soft sci-fi. Is there a difference? What kind of distincts soft sci-fi from hardcore sci-fi? Yes, there is. Oh. Yeah, fantasy is a good choice too. A good example is Left Hand of Darkness. Let's see what Left Hand of Darkness is. Oh, that is a very famous author there. That is a silent planet Winter, whose androgynous inhabitants can change sex, exploring themes of gender, society, and culture through the eyes of a human envoy trying to forge an alliance. A galactic confederation, he navigates the complex politics and unique biology of the planet. During a perilous journey through the ice. It still sounds pretty sci-fi to me. There's other planets, there's other species on aliens' planet and figuring out their politics. Um, mm, I don't know. Maybe that probably shows how out of the genre I am, right? How biased I am for the genre. Just cause like all I'm like, oh, it's all sci-fi, and like, can I read it? Yeah. People call it soft, but it usually deals with more philosophical ideas. Doesn't other sci-fi normally deal with it too? Like, I mean, Star Wars has the whole entire thing of the Force and the light and dark side and like things like that. Soft sci-fi is things that might not be possible in the real world. Interstellar space travel, for instance. Also, it's just not as technically scientific. Oh, hard sci-fi tends to make the fiction part of itself compliant with actual sciences, where soft sci-fi handwaves the technical how of all the thingamajigs is unimportant. Oh. And hard sci-fi is rooted in reality of how things logically work. It's focused on the science side of it. It's really hardcore, like, actually, the science is, and if the gravity worked this way, this is what would happen. Okay, okay. Okay, I kind of get it. I kind of get it. Thank you, guys. That's really cool to know. I didn't know that difference before. Star Wars is more for kids, if you want me to really break it down in brevity. I'm not sure if it's a... Well, I guess you could say, like, yeah, the technical sciences would be for more adult people, more like engineers and science-minded people. Versus soft sci-fi, where they kind of do hand-wavy gestures, could be for younger audiences or general audiences. Quantum computing would be hard sci-fi. I'm gonna ask you a question. Yeah, it's not dealing with the hard science of it. Like, okay, what is the logistics of them going to this planet and dealing with all this different stuff and how does time travel work and how does this work? It's dealing with, yeah, here we're in a sci-fi setting. Now let's do some fiction-y shit. Also, hard sci-fi is in the forever spiral of not being hard enough, not being scientific enough, not being actually enough. Oh, very cool. I'm so glad I'm not part of science fiction. This sounds toxic. Yeah, Star Wars had beam swords. Yeah, all of the speculative fiction. Okay, okay. Actually, Callie doesn't need to sleep because his brain, he's a robot or something, just as his family suspects due to all the times we all ate the same food and I was the only one who didn't get sick. Whenever that happens in our family, it normally, Roots or Papa Cryptid, we call them the trash pandas of the family because they sometimes eat garbage that we're like, what the fuck did you just do? And they're like, what? It was food. It was there. And we're like, what the fuck did you just eat? Let's see here. I need to restart my lo-fi beats. Phew. But, a good book will make you think. Yeah, I think, but I mean, like, sci-fi will make you think. I think he's talking about they're talking about the technical aspects of the science, of the applied science. Like, if we know this about wormholes or this about this certain scientific theory, this is what could happen. This is how we could apply the sciences. This is how we could do it. And it's going along the technical aspect and thinking about the possibilities of this applied sciences, of the hardcore factual sciences. Okay. Yeah, I kind of get the vibe. I get the vibe. I don't know, what were we reading? We were reading this. Grounding her, anchoring her to pain. I spent my whole life trying to be someone he'd be proud of. Someone brave. Someone useful. I fix things, I build things, I craft things, but deep down, I think I'm just this kid who never got to say hello. She hesitated, her voice falling to a whisper. Or goodbye. Or anything, really. She sniffed hard, wiping her cheek with the back of her wrist, like she could wipe the shame away too. She hated crying, especially here, especially now. So she has cried here repeatedly in front of this fucking statue in public. A good book has great world building. Mm. Does every single good book have great world building? That's an interesting idea. I'm not sure technically. I think for some things that are set in our world or in our plausible reality of our world, they don't really need to do world building because it just blends in to our world. Like if we did a you read Russian literature and you love it. Oh. Historical and contemporary books are exempt from having good world building. Yes. I don't mean it that way. I'm saying like you don't. Those ones we are immersed in the world because it seems like it's a natural part. We can picture it, right? We envision what they're talking about. When we have to actually world build, like actually building kind of the world from scratch or making an alternate world, then we are building a world. And would we say every single good book has great world building? Well, let's see here. I'm trying to think of some like famous examples of books. Would we say Narnia in Chronicles of Narnia, that the fantasy world that they go through the wardrobe, they experience Narnia? Would you guys think, does Narnia have good world building? Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is a story built around world building and language building. Okay, the fucker built languages for this. Don't bring that in here. We're not talking about that. We're trying to... Does Narnia have world building? Narnia is just a good story about kids. It does technically, it has world building. We're talking about a fantasy world that is Narnia. But is it good world building? And is it a good book? So I would say it's a famous book. So I don't really know if we can argue good or bad. We'll just go ahead and assume, like, let's say it's a good book. Let's say Narnia, it's a famous example of a good story, right? So it's a good book. It has world building. It's created the world of Narnia through the wardrobe, right? Is it great world building? I would argue no. I don't think it has insane world building. We're not understanding the depths of how Narnia works, right? So I do think you can have a good story that has world building that doesn't necessarily have good world building or great world building. I think you can still have mediocre world building and it still be a good story. But Narnia had decent WB? Granted, I've only watched the films. Hunger Games takes the cake of having a wet noodle in place of a world? Oh. Is it a wet noodle in place of a world, or is just their world from our protagonist really zeroed in? It's really focused on only what she's experiencing. So we're only seeing her perspective, which is limited. But yeah, I think with the Narnia example, we can have story that has world building. It's a fantasy story with world building, but it doesn't need crazy good world building. We can just have vibes and follow along with a story, with these kids doing these experiences and stuff. Yeah, I agree with you. I want to say its world building is great. It's mediocre. It's not insane, intense world building. It has all these different things about it, with beavers talking and shit, and then some animals just being animals, and some mythical creatures, and then not other mythical creatures. I didn't read Narnia because I was into the world building. It was just a good story. Exactly. I'm just saying it technically, on a technical aspect, has world building, right? They world built Narnia. Narnia isn't our world. The argument earlier was, does every good book has good world building? And I would say argue no, that Narnia is a good book. It doesn't have great world building. It has mediocre world building. It has interesting world building, but it's not great. Exactly. It's not what sold. No one was sold over, guys, did you hear Narnia has the greatest world building? No, it was just interesting. So I think you can't have a really compelling story. You can have a great story and just mediocre world building. Not every great book needs world building. That's what I'm trying to say. I think me and Nevermore are saying the same thing, and we're we're talking past each other. So I'm gonna move on. So I don't know how the afterlife works, let alone how you as an ancestor work. If you're allowed to give gifts, or if this is even something you can do. But if there's any chance, any at all, can. Her voice broke as she had to stop. Her chest ached. The word stuck behind her ribs. Can you let him hold me? Just once, just a moment, one moment, so I know what it feels like, what it felt like, what he felt like. She closed her eyes tight, trying to breathe past the tightness in her throat. That's all, just one moment with him. I'm not asking for miracles. You are. The whisper came out brittle, shattered. Thank you, Fasana, for listening, or at least pretending to. She reached out and touched the foot of the statue, cold, smooth marble beneath her fingertips. It was all she could do not to collapse under the weight of it. Barry took a slow, trembling breath, then another. Hey, Dad. Her voice was thin, barely above a whisper. She tried to make it stronger, but it refused. Today, I finally got a chance to prove myself. Queen Andromeda wants me to craft a sword for Princess Gorgafone. She blinked through tears, smiling through the sting. He probably never met the princess, but I'm so excited. I wish you were here to see it. She sucked in a sharp breath, chest tight. I hope you'd be proud of me. Yet this feels like what the scene could be about. No, that was not your point. Oh, okay, King Cal. Narnia isn't one of the greats. It's good but not great. You want to address a conceptual issue I have with this scene? Yeah, go ahead. As long as everyone's nice. Yeah, please. My raccoons are more than welcome to give feedback in the chat. It doesn't just have to be me giving critique. Fasana is the death goddess, by the way. I consider it great. Yeah, I'm wondering what your definition of the greats are then. That's interesting. That's interesting, King Cal. But I was just showing, like, there can be really good books that have world building, but they're not necessarily great world building. You know what I mean? And everything that has great world building isn't necessarily a good book. You're planning to do a major edit on this chapter soon, too. Chapter goddamn 1. An average reader does not have enough attachment to the main character by that point to emphasize with the level of tear wrangling that we're subjected to. And yeah, this is kind of detracting a little bit. It also feels a little far-fetched that, let's say, I forget what age she is. She's, let's say, 18 or 20, whatever age she is. She's spent years and years and years, and her only place to talk with her dad is this statue of him in public, in this public statue. She wouldn't have like just a place inside, especially since it says that she hates crying in public, and apparently she's cried in public multiple times at this statue, equivalent of 20 at this point. Okay, yeah, so let's say like she started coming to the statue when maybe she was a young teenager. She spent years coming here, crying in public, not liking crying in public, apparently never praying or talking to her dad, but now she is. It just feels like it's a forced way for the author to tell the readers about how cool Orion is. And I don't really think we need to hear about how cool Orion is. I think the main part of chapter 1 was introducing Barry, her getting this cool order for the princess, meeting up with Bridget, introducing Bridget as a character, and her on her way here. She's stealing stuff. The cool part of this chapter was the fact that there's this character who's stealing stuff to go finish this order ahead of time. You've read so many things that jumped the gun with heavy emotional moments that it became a sore spot for me. Oh, okay. Nevermore? Oh, that's good. Yeah, I read the first book whenever I read it long ago. What book? Did I fucking miss it? No, Things is better at war, but oh, Maddie challenging Cryptid at 3 a.m. Oh, please, no challenging. But if we go back, some of Lewis's prose is amazing. Very cool. But yeah, I think there are times when we sidetrack from what this chapter is about, and this does feel like a sudden jerk of a strong emotional beat to how cool Orion is. You will never get to see Orion, he's dead, but look how cool Orion is. This is such a cool character, and I'm like, we don't quite need this yet. The point of chapter 1 here was meant to show Barry's deep motivation here too. And yeah, and we kind of get it. We have that she's probably ADHD. She's hyper fixated on getting this weapon done off schedule because there's something there. And in the opening scene, in the beginning of chapter 1, we've already mentioned Orion's statue kind of watching over her and how she feels like she's not enough. So that has already been established. We've already established Orion's connection here. That's why I said earlier, like, this is chapter 1. We've mentioned Orion's statue here. We mention her backstory of listening to her mom and Auntie Riri talking about how cool Orion is. And then we have her actually be here at the statue and doing her very first prayer ever, even though she is religious, and talking with her dad. It is a chapter that I think actually leans heavier on her dad, who isn't here, than it is on the cool plot stuff that's happening, which is she is stealing a sword. She's stealing stuff to maybe, against the rules, work on stuff after hours and make a cool weapon for a princess in 24 hours. Consider Animorphs to have good world building. Pure soft sci-fi lol. I only read the first... I didn't finish the Animorphs series. I only read maybe like 12 or 14 of the books. Does it have good world building? So I don't know if later on in the Animorphs, if they actually explore some of the alien planets that happen, but for at least the beginning books, it takes place on Earth. Just with the fact that it's an alternate world where there are these alien species that combine, they have shape-shifting powers, right? And they can be anybody around us, right? That's the war that's going on. So is it doing heavy world building? No, it's based on our world. It's just an alternate version of our world. But like it's not making up new languages. It's not making up a new society. It's not making up. It's just including alien races into it. It's our world plus. So is that hardcore world building? I would argue no. Do I still like Animorphs? Yeah, I loved Animorphs when I was little. Is that me saying anything bad about it? No. But at least from the books I remember, which still took place on Earth, it wasn't hardcore world building. I was introduced to C.S. Lewis with an animated show made in the 80s. I was a kid when the movie came out, but the original animated movie freaked you out. Oh my god, yeah. 90s kid here, huh? I was born in 89, but this was before the live action came out. Yeah, I do remember a lot of people talking about how the animated version of it was super cool, but also low-key traumatized them if they were little. Hmm. You think you read the Redwall novels during that time? Those were good. I did read the first few of the Redwall. I was super into those when I was little too. I did not. That is a very expansive series too. I did not finish that, but I did read a couple of the books. That was very good. I did like those. Um, Harry Potter and Lord. I was gonna say Lord of the Rings, but that's a different acronym. Lortor. I don't know what Lortor is. Are the king of world building. I would argue, again, Harry Potter is based on our world. It's our world plus. It's our world plus. So as far as from scratch world building, um, Star Wars is third. Okay, Star Wars I think you could argue has more heavy world building. Yeah, Harry Potter's urban fantasy. You're right. It's a but it takes place in our world. It's a believable version of our world that has plus, that has other magical or supernatural elements tied into it. Is that heavy lifting world building? I would argue no. They, because when you're dealing with the concept for world building of our world plus, um, you're not having to rebuild currencies or language or society structures or government structures or history. You're just borrowing everything that's already happened in our world and then adding some extra little pizzazz, some little extra razzle dazzle. You didn't like Harry Potter, to be honest, but I see why people loved it. A magical world. Oof. You were turned off by the British stuff. you saw British and you're like, nah, not for me. That's a mood. That's a vibe now. British people. Ew. No, I'm not dealing with that. I know, I fucking messed shit up. That one. It's a great novel if you want to learn British culture. My sisters love the series. That's the most French or Irish thing I've heard. Weasley House built from essence of claustrophobia. Is it really claustrophobia? It's cluttered. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not gonna overthink that anymore. Yeah, and I would also agree too. It wasn't meant to be too, like, even the houses, even the way the houses in the school are and the way the school works. That wasn't like something she came up with. Again, it's our world plus. She was borrowing a lot of things that already existed in British school systems, and that's just how the magical school system worked, right? So that's why I say it's not they still have world building, but it's not the height of world building because you're just doing our world plus. Meet Wizard blah 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 blah. Wizard of Earthsea. Yeah. They have a movie off that too, right? Am I completely off fucking base? Am I completely making shit up? Or didn't Miyazaki's kid make a movie adaptation of Earthsea? Am I completely making shit up? I could have, so don't even listen to me. I'm making shit up. The book is better. Most books are. Most books are better than the movies. That's not new. I was just saying, like, isn't there a movie? Wasn't it made by Miyazaki's kid? You forgot I was a Miyazaki fan. I only did in the whole entire thing of November. The combining Studio Ghibli vibes and horror. Yeah, they did make a movie about it. Okay, see, I wasn't completely wrong. And did you guys hear, like, Miyazaki, as great of a storyteller as he is like an absolute trash dad. So, like, I think his kid made that movie, right? And it was like supposed to be his like debut movie, and it was being released in theaters, and it's like this preview thing where like everyone could go and see it. And Miyazaki showed up, looked at like watched the screen showing the Earthsea movie that his son just did, right? For like 5 minutes. And then went out and like just to smoke or some shit. He's like, this is fucking trash. I don't want to waste my time watching it. You know, to be honest, people judge him too harshly. He grew up after the nukes dropped. Yeah? Yeah? Wait. Are you saying that because you saw the nukes drop, you can be shitty to your kids? we can say I say a lot of good things about his storytelling, right? He's an incredible, masterful storyteller and artist. No doubt about it. But that traumatized an entire generation. Yeah, it did. 100%. You know what people do when they're traumatized? They do shitty fucking shit. I'm not gonna say he didn't do shitty things just because the shitty things were caused by trauma. That's a really weird thing. Oh, someone's traumatized. The shitty things weren't shitty, people. You can't say the shitty things were bad. I never said he beat his kids. Nevermore. What are you talking about tonight? You're acting different today in stream, but I never said he beat his kids. I just said, like, damn, his son finally did this whole movie, and during the thing, looked like 3 minutes at it or whatever bullshit, and was like, nope, this is garbage, I'm leaving. He didn't even bother watching the movie that his kids made. He also told his son not to go into the studio business. Yeah, because he said he wasn't talented enough. He said his kid wasn't talented enough. He didn't think he would make it. I was just gonna ride on his coattails, but it would make talentless shit. So that's why I'm like, he was not. And then his wife has also mentioned it was originally, I guess, supposed to be that Miyazaki was gonna focus on his career, and she was going to take care of the kids for a while because they were having kids. And then once his career was established and the kids were older, then she could focus on a career. They would switch, and that way she could have a career too. And then he never did. He never let it. She had to stay taking care of the kids forever. He just kept wanting to work on his own career, and he didn't give a shit about the kids or the kid. I forget if they had just one or multiple. And he never took care of them, so she was stuck, and she couldn't pursue her career for a while. Her career was just at a standstill. And that is not caused by nukes. That's caused by sexism. What do you think about The Boy and the Heron? I haven't seen that one yet. What was I saying? But yeah, so he can be a great person. He can be a traumatized person. He can be a complex person. A complex person can do good things and shitty things. And just because the shitty things were caused by trauma doesn't mean we can't talk about the shitty things. And yeah, he did a lot of shitty stuff as a family figure that is coming to light now. Now, is that abusive shit? No, we haven't heard anything about that. But did he do shitty stuff? Yeah, you can be a crap dad without beating the fuck out of your kids. And I say this as somebody who, I have Papa Cryptid. Papa Cryptid is my adoptive father. I do have a biological father out there somewhere. My biological father tried to almost kill me as a baby. So like I can sometimes people are out there like, oh, you don't understand, like it wasn't abusive, you don't know because you didn't come from an abusive household. Like, dudes, my biological dad almost killed me. Straight up. I only didn't die because Mama Cryptid came back home in time to save me from being a dead baby. And then eventually had to flee him. And then I grew up, and then Papa Cryptid adopted me. Now I have a wonderful family. But I can say, like, yeah, no one has to be that shitty to beat or like almost kill your kids to still be like a shitty parent. Like, there's levels here. There's no need to be like harping on all the technicalities here. Like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, you can have reasons for doing stupid shit. You're still gonna be judged for doing stupid shit. Not gonna lie. Like, Lord knows, I can have reasons for being a bitch. But if you ever see me being bitchy to you, you're not gonna care about my reasons why. You're just gonna be like, damn, Cryptid's such a bitch. It's not gonna matter the reasons why I did it. What was I saying? Oh, fuck, I scrolled way up. I don't know where we are anymore. Fuck, where were we? But yeah, what were we saying? This was a really long emotional beat in chapter 1 for the third time mentioning Orion. I don't think we have the earlier reference with Orion when she's still in her forge. I don't think we still need all these other references. So I wish I could have known you, Dad. Her voice hitched, barely holding on. I miss you so much. She stood there for a long moment, chest rising and falling in uneven breaths, the silence thick around her. Oh wait, no, this is forward. It's here. I hope you'd be proud of me. Her eyes drifted up again to the statue's face. The sadness behind them was impossible to mask. She tried. Ancestors, she tried. Mom's doing okay. She's making that stew you love tomorrow. She still makes it every week. Still always sets a plate for you. Jesus Christ, these people do not move on. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm sure she'll be here today, too. She misses you a lot. I tried making her happy, but, well, she's Mom. She gave a quiet, broken laugh. And Auntie Riri, she misses you the most. Barry looked away, her fist clenched again. The sister misses him the most. You would think it would be his wife, his partner. That's interesting. Auntie Riri, she never stops talking about you. She tells all these crazy stories. Like the one where we fought off those pirates to save Mum and her. Yeah, this is more just excuses to talk about how cool Orion is. She smiled now, real and hurting all at once. She still laughs about how you hijacked that star sail and crashed it into a city while trying to figure out how to fly it. Tears slipped down her cheeks, mixing with her laughter. My birthday that year. What a day for you, huh? Mum's in labor with me, and you're out there just destroying a city. Oh, that wasn't her birthday, because he died before she was 1 year old. That was her literal birthday, the day she was born. Birthday is a little weird for her. This has been fun. I need to head to bed. I'm finding my eyelids and I'm losing. Good night, everyone. Good night, Dust. Thank you so much for hanging out. Her lips trembled. She wiped her face again, but the tears kept coming. I wish I could have known you, Dad. Her voice hitched, barely holding on. I miss you so much. Yeah, her literal birthday. She stood there for a long moment, chest rising and falling in uneven breaths, the silence thick around her. There is no silence. She's in a busy, bustling public area. Then, slowly, she reached out and brushed her fingers across the statue's foot one more time. Gentle, reverent. The cold marble didn't offer comfort, but it was something. Something real. Something to hold on to. Her eyes wandered upward, sadness replaced swiftly by wonder. The Exian sky was a marvel. Barry caught glimpses of riders on Pegasi. Even skyships and starships from all corners of the galaxy soared through the milky clouds. Blah, 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 blah. Milky clouds. Barry's eyes followed one skyship across the horizon to one of Exia's marvels. A city that defied gravity, suspended above the endless expanse of milky clouds. Milky's repeated twice here. It rested on a massive metallic platform, gleaming under the sun's soft touch, the marble buildings rising like ancient sculptures carved with a mix of history and innovation. For a moment, Barry felt the weight of its grandeur, but recognition soon grounded her. Zeus City, the capital of Uranus, a place of power and endless whispers. Its towering spires seemed to pulse with energy as if the city itself were alive. So is this a moving city? And that's why she looks up and marvels at it because it's finally passing overhead? Or is it always here? Is it always above them? Barry's heart swelled with enthusiasm and a longing for adventure as she beheld the stellar sail ships departing Zeus City, bound for unknown adventures and treasure. The floating cities move around. Okay. Her eyes gleamed like bright sapphires as she watched the star sailors. You've already described multiple eyes with bright sapphires, right? Because her dad has the bright sapphires too. Barry wanted nothing more than to be on one of those star sailors, fly to unknown corners of the galaxy. The thought of exploring uncharted worlds, unearthing forgotten secrets of ancient civilizations, discovering what lay beyond the stars. This was her biggest dream. Oh, this is interesting. So before it seemed like she just wants to craft, and she wants to craft amazing things that maybe help people or get her famous to get her that recognition that her dad Orion had. But now instead, in this part, it makes it seem like her goal is actually to explore and be an explorer. And at that point, I'm like, can you be... What part of crafting helps you be an explorer, you know? And the perfect opportunity had arrived, as it always did once a year. I would think if she wants to explore, she might even be upset at being stuck in forges all day making stuff for orders and not exploring. These almost seem... You can have multiple dreams, but at this point they seem like kind of a... The model she makes is meant to show this. I thought she just liked making stuff. She wants to make cooler, better stuff. She wants to make cooler, better... What the fuck are they called? Star sailors? Sky sailors? I forget what they're called. That's still just showing her crafting. But they're almost contradicting dreams at this point. As it always did once a year, Floria's Odyssey. A month devoted to exploration, discovery, and the fearless pursuit of the unknown, and named after a figure named Pleoria. Named is twice, you could just say, and named after Pleoria, an ancient Sylvan explorer. Barry's ears twitched. Does she have pointed ears? A strange sound cracked through the air, like a soft, ethereal pop, followed by a quick burst of golden light that shimmered across the bronze statue and spilled over the smooth marble slab. Yes, pointed ears. Okay. I feel like if this is such an important month, maybe it would have been mentioned earlier. It feels weird to mention it here. I don't know why. So a golden light that shimmered across the bronze statue and spilled over the smooth marble slab. Is this a bronze statue? Is all of it bronze? Because before it was colored. Can you color? Can you paint the bronze statue? Because it has the blue skin and the white hair. Do bronze statues have that? I was thinking earlier, I'm like, oh, this is a fully colored statue. Oh, it's just your brain farting. Okay, then yeah, just keep that in mind. She turned, blinked. Standing just a few feet away was a girl. Not quite a woman, not quite a child. But something else entirely. I think when you say girl, you still think child. You could say young woman. No, that still makes her older. But something else entirely. Something that was neither and both. You could just say she's young. Hello, hello, welcome on in. We're doing story critique right now. People submit their stories and we do feedback and critique. So I read it here and I give critique back on some things that could be improved to make it an even better story. If that's kind of what you're interested in, then welcome on in. Petite, glowing with the soft peach hue of dawnlight, the girl's skin radiated gentle warmth. Her hair, sun yellow and leaf light, rippled down her back in loose waves, catching the breeze like strands of living light. And her eyes, stars, bright orange, lit from within. Think of like a girl, but if she was fully matured. You're a writer too? Very exciting. This is your kind of place. That's... Do you mean like a teenager? Like a more older teenager? Is that what we're going for here? Is that the vibe? Like a paradox. I think in my head, this is a little wonky. I'm just hearing like a baby-faced young woman. You can just say young girl? Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a paradox yet. Not sure what the paradox is. You can say you're uncertain what age she is. It's hard to tell her age. But I don't know if not being able to tell someone's age is a paradox, unless there's something specific, like she has like a baby's face and like a mature woman's chest, but she's the size of a toddler. Um, she's visibly young, but looks fully mature too. It's kind of giving me ick vibes. I'll be honest. It's Tolkien's birthday today as well. Wow, that is a funny coinky dink. My fic is going to be more of a Pokemon fic, but with realistic situations. That's really cool. And yeah, people submit their fics all the time here. The only thing we ask is no spicy content, no sexy content, just because it gets embarrassing reading that on stream. But if that's ever anything you're interested in sharing, you can absolutely submit it in the Discord. There is a story submission section. And then yeah, we can consider it for future story time here, and then we do read it out loud and we give critique. No profanity. You can have profanity. I prefer no slurs. And that's just like a chat rule too. We don't like too many slurs, but this is like a more grown up area here. We have good vibes, but we're mature enough. If you're not an adult, I assume you're adult enough to be left on the internet alone, to be in a Twitch chat room, right? So no slurs, but yeah, I do absolutely curse here on stream, and there can be cursing in your work. That's fine. The main thing is just no spicy stuff. It gets embarrassing if I read spicy, sexy scenes on stream. But yeah, please feel free to hang out. I'm not sure how much, if you want it to be read today, I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be streaming today. I think I'm going to try and get as far as I can with Sir Chatty Matty's work today. Oh, you're doing a Pokemon RSE fanfic in the future. Ooh. Within reason comes to mind. I think sometimes when you do stuff like within reason, I think everyone's going to debate over what's within reason. Yeah, you see, you're an older teenager too, right? So yeah, this is mature enough. You will be treated as an adult here, but it's not going to be any like crazy adult explicit content, right? We're mature enough for the internet here. That's the vibe. And then for me in particular, I'm approaching hag age. I am just a little bit shy of turning 30, so you're going to hear me complaining about horrible adult things like taxes and running a business and money and finances and having too many cats. So that's the vibe you're looking at here. Shopping for exercise equipment that sleep-deprived me wants, but rational me will yell at sleep-deprived me for buying. Don't ruin your finances while you're asleep. Lord knows I do that all the time. It's gonna be like hundreds of chapter episodes like the anime. King Cal, that sounds super fucking cool. I'm not gonna let this show's too much about me. I love long-running fics. I love long-running fics. I fucking love them. Like, the bigger the fic is, I'm like, I'm eating it up. I'm eating it up. I will easily read 30, 40, 50 chapters of a fic in a night because I'm like, I'm invested. I'm here. If I've read fanfics that are easily over 100 chapters, right? I love them. I love long-running fics. You another country than America? Can't digress. Oh no. You say extra scratch that arrow ace. Oh, okay. But yeah, I think yeah. Pokemon fics absolutely welcomed here. But yeah, you're in a different area than America. Yeah, it's late for me here. We're just a few minutes shy of 4:30 in the morning. It is fucking early for Cryptid. It is really early. Oh no. Fuck. I messed up my OBS settings. So there's bright orange lit from within. Barry stared, unable to look away. The girl wore a sleeveless dress the color of ripe citrus, the fabric fluttering like it barely clung to gravity. Each of her movements was weightless, fluid, as if she wasn't quite part of the world she danced through. Her bare feet hovered inches off the ground, never touching it, drifting like a leaf on wind. Barry blinked again. That's kinda cool, she muttered, mostly to herself. Yeah, Pokemon is gargantuan episode-wise, so I might as well make hundreds of chapters. Oh, it's almost 5:30 p.m. for you. Oh my goodness, that is way different. It's crazy. No, I'm getting ready to go sleep soon. I'm tired. Which side, people in chat, you guys saw that I was talking about a really big nervous order. Somebody was commissioning us for a project, and it ended up being a huge, expensive project. It was going to be multiple hundreds of dollars, and I was really nervous about sending them the invoice because I assumed they wouldn't want to pay it. It was going to be $360 if they wanted me to do the embroidery project for them. And they got back to me today. They got back to me in Roots. And not only did they agree to that, they also asked to place a bigger order. And they said I was undercharging and they offered me more money for the bigger order. And so it's now over a $500 order. And they already paid it. I sent them the invoice and it was instantly paid. And I'm like, this never happens. This never fucking happens. What do you mean? So yeah, this $360 order, they did not fight at all. They were actually like super good with it. We talked it back and forth. It's up to $500 now. It's just past $500, and they've already paid it. And I'm like, thank God. Such a huge relief when business stuff works out. When I get tired, I get loopy, and I hate it. I do too. I get you. PM PH. Friends and family think I'm fun when I'm loopy though. My loopy brain read that as Philadelphia. I forgot how to spell Philadelphia. Philippines. Okay. So you gotta specify stuff for silly Americans. Yes. So that's kinda cool, she muttered, mostly to herself. The girl didn't respond. Maybe didn't hear. Maybe didn't care. As she twirled toward her like sunlight caught in motion. Then she spoke. Orion Mintaka. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to Cryptid Cult. I hope this is the kind of place where you enjoy hanging out. You're considering splitting this chapter into 3. I don't know if we need to split it yet. Orion Mintaka, so very brave he was, protecting his family with pirates all abuzz. The girl's voice was sing-song, bright and lilting like wind chimes in a summer breeze. Barry's eyebrows lifted. Yeah, that's what Auntie Riri always says. Voice softened and uncertain. Are you not worried about, like, she appeared in a golden light? There's a golden light and there's an ethereal popping sound. You're not questioning that? Or is this normal in the world? That's what Auntie Riri always says. Her voice softened, uncertain. She never stops talking about Dad, always telling me the silliest things. I know your secret, Cryptid. You have nice energy and a pleasant voice. It's totally not the VTuber, rar. My secret is that I'm nice. Please tell that to my family. I'm the meanest fucking bitch to my family. They all think that. I'm the mean one of the family. What the fuck? What is wrong? So yeah, if Callie, if you could message Mama and Papa Cryptid and Roots and let them know I'm actually nice, that would be fucking fantastic. The girl twirled again, dress flaring out in a soft blur of gold. Barry hesitated, curiosity edging into wariness. Sorry if this is rude, but what's your name? She asked, stepping forward slightly. And you don't really look older than me. Maybe younger, actually. So, where are your parents? Barry, this is normal. Building is on fire behind her. Oh no. The girl came to a delicate stop, hands behind her back, smiling like she knew a joke Barry didn't. Rude you are not, my dear. No need for shame or for fear. My name a secret it may be, yet in the light it's plain to see. My parents, far away they reside, in realms where shadows cannot hide. Barry blinked. Huh? Fur, that wasn't an answer. Not really. My realms were shadow. I wouldn't ask if I knew, she muttered. She wasn't saying that you knew. And what's with all the rhyming? The girl tilted her head. Tilted her head. Tilted her head. Jesus, I can't speak anymore. Mama and Papa Cryptid. This is a message to you. Your daughter is the nicest daughter. So nice. She's famous on Twitch for being nice. That would be nice if we could have a community kind of raccoons famous here for being a really nice place to be on Twitch. I think there's a lot of really shitty places on the internet. This would be really nice to have a more... I'm saying nice too much, but you know, like a nice place on the internet. That's really what I wanted this to be. I wanted this to be a place I would feel comfortable on the internet. And that's what I could do. You know, this is my little corner of Twitch. She makes us smile. Jesus Christ. Stop it, you guys are gonna make me blush. Okay, I'm gonna take a sippy and we're gonna continue here. We're almost... We have like 3 more pages left and then I can go to sleep. I could go to sleep soon. We can do it. We can do it. Take a sippy. The girl tilted her head, eyes bright as ever. Then, curiosity drives brilliance, Berenike. Yet she must stop her mind's attack to see. Berenike. Yet she must stop her mind's attack to see. What lies before you, a truth untold? Is it the warmth or is it the cold? The sun shall shine if you but turn, and in that glow your soul shall learn. Barry exhaled, frustrated. Her heart kicked a little faster at the sound of her full name, spoken by the strange, weightless girl like a lullaby. Yeah, this isn't totally making you question things. Joined the server and posted it. Thank you so much. It might not be read today, but it can definitely be read on the next stream that we do. I stream currently every other day, so I won't stream tonight on the 3rd. It will be the day after. And if you're ever curious about it, you can always ask in the Discord chatting community, and I always say when I'm streaming and when I'm not. And yeah, I typically try to wait till the person is in stream to hear their review, to hear their critique. So if you ever miss a stream and I notice you're not here, then don't worry, I won't do your critique when you're not here. Barry's definitely going, this is a bit weird, but okay. What do you mean? Am I missing something? Voice sharpened. Why would I be scared of you? When is she mentioning being scared of her? Curiosity drives... I feel like the answers Berenike is giving are different. They don't match up. I wouldn't ask if I knew, she said earlier. But the girl doesn't say anything about knowing. She said, my name is secret it may be, that yet in the light it's plain to see. My parents far away they reside in realms where shadows cannot hide. She doesn't say like, oh, you already know. She kind of says like, oh, in the light it's plain to see. But she doesn't say, oh, do I do work in progresses? Yes, I do. The person we're reviewing right now, Chatty Matty, is even given their chapter outlines of some works. Actually, multiple authors have. They give their chapter outlines for stuff. And we just even read chapter outlines, we read story concepts. Some people even just give their intros, and they ask stuff like, hey, is this a strong intro? Does it capture your attention? Yeah, it can be at any stage, though. Absolutely. I think I forgot Barry's responses when I went through it. Okay, yeah, because the responses feel a little disjointed. Why'd I be scared of you? The girl only smiled, radiating calm. Fear not, dear one, for I am the sun and I am the light. In your heart I shine so bright. The warmth you seek, it lives in me, and through my glow, the truth you'll see. A chill feathered down Barry's spine. Ancestors, she muttered under her breath, arms crossing instinctively. I don't understand you. I'm no good with riddles. The girl beamed as if Barry had just passed some invisible test. A correct answer, unknowingly though it is given. Yeah, so she's an ancestor. My name is what you seek, a quest for which you must be given. You must be forgiven. Sorry, poof. You found an equipment hack? Unknowingly though it is given, my name is what you seek, a quest for which you must be forgiven. My name in the light is plain to see, my name in your tongue is Telii. I think that's how you say it. Barry watched stunned as the girl broke into a cartwheel, limbs spinning in fluid motion, each step impossibly light, not touching the ground, not even trying to. Barry found herself half smiling disbelief. Telii, the goddess of light and sun? This has to be a joke, right? Telii, oranges... blah, blah, blah. Telly, oh Telly. I'd submit entries only for the constructive critiques. Telly, gravity is a suggestion. So let's see. Plain to see, my name in your tongue is Telly. Telly's orange eyes sparkled like molten gems. My name across the stars, it glows radiant and bright. And in my light, all is right. The old clock tower chimed 9. Barry flinched. Great, she muttered, I'm late. She turned toward the street, toward the world that made sense, her mother, her workshop, her tools. But something pulled at her. Tully's voice called out one last time. This time, no dance. Time is repeated twice. I see time bids you to go. So yeah, time here is repeated actually 3 times. I see time bids you to go, but before you thrust your legs to and fro, trust not what your eyes can see, but what your heart knows. That heart is your greatest gift, but it will take the deepest blows. So blows, nose, go, fro. Okay. Barry turned, eyes wide. The air around them seemed quieter now, heavier. Telly looked straight at her. No more twirling, no more riddles, just sunlight in her eyes, fierce and eternal. From the past, the present shall learn. Your future, fraught with love and loss, heart and hurt. Your heart is boon and bane, so heart's repeated twice. Your greatest gain and darkest pain. Beware, Berenike Mintaka, for dangers lurk in a deep barrel. Keep vigil or meet your peril. The words landed hard, and then she was gone. Not vanished in a flash, just gone. A giggle on the breeze, a spark of light, as if she'd never been there at all. Barry stood frozen for a beat, then slowly turned, her eyes drifting toward the edge of the street, toward the old wooden signs swinging in the wind. A black dragon carved in silhouette. Black Dragon Tavern. Her mind, yeah, so Black Dragon and Black Dragon, are they repeated right after another? Her mind still puzzled on the strange girl, she stared at the sign. A grin tugged at the corner of her mouth. Not one of understanding, one of disbelief. Weird, Barry muttered, shaking her head. But the echo of Telly's voice lingered in her chest, warm and heavy, like a secret just beginning to bloom. She repeats a line, trying to unravel the goddess's riddles. She frowns. That sounds like what that priestess or priestess? It means light. That means light. Was there a funny word that meant light? Priestess. Okay, okay. Yeah, so priestess, not priestess. That sounds like what that priestess. Boom! The sky shattered. A violent, bone-deep rumble cracked the heavens, folding in on itself like the roar of a dying god. Lightning snapped above, illuminating the jagged silhouette of a starship ripping through the crowds. The sound was too loud to be natural, like thunder chained to an engine, screaming. We must protect Barry at all cost. Barry's ears rang. The air turned electric, sparking across her skin like a warning. Her heart kicked hard in her chest. Panic, wonder, raw adrenaline. All around her, the crowd cried out and scattered, but Barry surged forward, cutting through the chaos with laser focus. The ship was already smoking. One of its wings gone, just gone. Black smoke twisted through the air behind it like ink bleeding into water. Her breath caught. That thing's going down. That thing's going down. Sounds a little funny. Maybe even just saying the ship was going down might sound a little bit better. But that thing's going down. I know it might be her thoughts, but it reads a little funny here. Like here, like when you have her thoughts, it's italicized. So this sounds like the prose, and it reads funny as the prose. She tracked its descent, mind racing, calculating. It was spiraling, sputtering. No way it cleared Orion City. Then, oh, ancestors! Her voice cracked out loud. It's headed toward the edge of town. Maybe it's heading toward the edge of town? Toward my home. Her legs moved before the thought finished forming. She sprinted through the streets, weaving past people too dazed to move. The smooth stone roads gave way to dirt and grass beneath her boots. So we're doing this. What was with the Black Dragon Tavern? Why were we focused on the Black Dragon? I thought we were about to go there next, but now there's this instead. That's meant to be her thoughts. Okay, then it should be italicized like the other thoughts, like my home. Or something to let it know it's thoughts rather than just more prose. The tavern is where Bridget went. Okay. But even then, it can be mentioned when Bridget left that she was going to Black Dragon Tavern. I'm not quite sure why the focus switched to here. Why it switched to the tavern. This is a weird point of, like, focus shift to be focusing on the tavern. What was it? The smooth stone roads gave way to dirt and grass beneath her boots. The River Clio glinted beside her, swollen and fast, lined with sailors shouting and pointing skyward. Barry didn't stop, couldn't. The pain in her lungs, the burn in her calves, none of it mattered. She vaulted onto the back of a passing carriage, gripping the wood rail so tight her knuckles went numb. The wind slapped her face. Ahead, intersection. She leapt off before the carriage slowed, hitting the ground in a stumble that almost knocked her flat. She kept going. The river overhead deepened. She looked up and flinched. The roar overhead deepened. She looked up and flinched. The ship was nose-diving, thrusters flaring and dying, metal screaming. One fell clean off, plummeting into the hills and out of view. "Come on, pull up," she whispered, but the ship didn't listen. The ship spun in a violent spiral, dragging a trail of flame behind it. Then she saw it, her house. Red walls, blue roof, 1 story tall. Fragile. Too close. The ship slammed into the ground. A spray of earth exploded upward, followed by the grinding shriek of metal skidding across grass. 10 yards. It missed her house by 10 yards. How can she tell that from here? Either the ship hit, like, it's perspective-wise, it's Barry, then the house, and the ship fell behind the house, and then she's somehow able to tell, like, oh, it fell 10 yards behind my house? Or it's in front, it's Barry, then the ship, then her house. In which case, how can she tell if it didn't hit the house or not? But that is crazy close. How do I give perspective of that? I see it's like there's natural markers to that. So which way is it? Is it Barry, the house, and then the ship? Like the ship fell behind her house? Or is the ship in between her and her house? That's what I'm wondering here, the perspective. The ground gave way beneath it. The whole ship tilted, sank. The last thruster broke loose, shot into the sky like a cursed firework. It's between the house and her. If this ship is even like small ship-sized, stars, like how big is a starship? Because if it's like a decent sized ship, she wouldn't be able to tell. If it's in between her and the house, I don't think she'd be able to tell. Because she can't see how the far side of it is. At least how I'm picturing it in my mind, she might not be able to tell. Unless this is a smaller than I'm imagining. Barry's legs felt like they were made of molten iron. Her heart tried to climb out of her throat, but she ran. Someone could be inside. So it missed her house by 10 yards. What did it hit? Did it just land on the street? Is it on the road? Well, it missed the house by what looked like 10 yards. That's what I'm saying. If it's between her and the house, I don't know if she can tell because her perspective would be blocked by her house. Depends on the classes of starships this world has. Yeah, I'm thinking it's like this big thing. Is it just like car-sized? If it's car-sized, then yeah, it could be in between her and the house and she can tell that it didn't hit her house. But if this is a big thing, if it's bigger than her, when it lands in front of her, she can't tell that, how far away is. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I think we need to know how big this is. But she ran. Someone could be inside. She crested the crater's edge. So this has made a crater and froze. The wrecked starship looked like something out of a dream. Black and gold. Spearhead-shaped. Wings like curved blades. Its crystal dome of a cockpit shimmered with a light that didn't seem entirely real. It's the size of a truck from how I picture it. Okay, so even a truck still has differences. Do you mean like a semi-truck? Or like just a regular like pickup truck? If it's a pickup truck, then yeah, absolutely that could land in her yard. That could just be in the street. Nobody gets hurt. And she could tell, oh, thank God it missed my house by 10 yards. Right? But if it's like a semi-truck, that might be harder to tell whether or not it avoided her house, because it's blocking her view. She wouldn't be able to see her house behind it. Okay. Hey, Mom, a starship fell into the yard. Mom! Dear God, right? Can you imagine that? I don't want to deal with that fucking shit. One time there was a police chase that happened right outside our house, right? And like the person was like running away from the cops. They actually did like circles and stuff in our across the street neighbor's yard. So that like yard was all torn up and shit and had like those donut circles from the car in their front yard. Thank God I wasn't there. I didn't want to fucking deal with that shit. We just came home and I heard about it. From Roots. Roots was there when it happened. Roots was like, what the fuck is happening? On to reread. Damn it, not again. Yeah, I was just thinking, like, there was just the story of how Orion crashed their starship into the city. But apparently Orion's a good guy. But yeah, now here's another one. This one's crashing into the city. You'd think they'd have better protections now against starships hitting the population. Since it's happened twice now. Her stomach twisted. This wasn't just wreckage, it was beautiful. She darted closer, boots sliding in the grass, eyes wide. The wings, adamantine? That had to be adamantine. One of them had melted. That's Impossible, she gasped. How does adamantine melt? She scrambled up the ship's side and toward the cockpit, hands gripping hot metal. Ouch! Her pulse thudded in her ears. She peered inside, chest tight. Breath caught. Two beings sat slumped inside, silver-haired, winged, elegant. For a moment she thought they were Exians, but no. Their skin was pale peach, their wings massive and white as snow. You do use white as snow as a descriptor a couple of times. If you remember the angel guy from the prologue, he's here. Yeah, I remember that fucking angel guy, whatever. Their beauty wasn't earthly, it was both alien and divine. Do they have, so they have, you said it's an angel guy, so they have feathered wings, right? They don't have fairy wings. I think they have feathered wings. Barry knocked frantically on the glass. Okay, feathered, yep. Hey, are you okay? She shouted over the sputtering and groaning of the dying ship. The female stirred. It was both alien and divine. So two beings. So there's a female one and the guy one. Blood dripped from her brow. Her hand rose, slow, shaking, toward Barry. The look on her face was desperation. Please. The please is here is like the prose too. This feels weird here. You could say desperation, pleading, but not just a random please, because it's not dialogue and it's not a thought. Barry tore open her bag and yanked on a gauntlet. Fingers fumbling, latches clicking. Hope this works. Yeah, pleading. So how much of a work do you usually critique? Do you have a limit? There's no hard limit yet. I normally, for like a first person, I try just to do like a few pages. I think in the beginning the limit was 3. I'd read up to 3 pages. And then if I could do more, I'll do more. People who submitted a couple times, I'm like, oh, okay, you can take critique then, because you showed up multiple times. So you can take critique. And typically for people who then show up more times wanting more critique, I then try to read more. So this particular one, I haven't read 22 pages in one sitting. This one we did start before. We did the prologue in one stream, then another one. We did the beginning of this chapter 1. And then for this stream, they submitted again, and I'm doing the ending of their chapter 1. So yeah, this has been over multiple streams because I don't read this long of a section normally. But there's some, like when I was still, oh, I thought I was reading like 20 plus. No. This has been over, just this thing that they submitted here, the 22, has been over separate streams. Yeah, this has been broken up. I did for Author Relic when Author Relic was in, and I didn't have as many people submitting. Like when there aren't as many people submitting for critique, I don't have as many raccoons asking for critique earlier on, but Author Relic was there asking for critique. Then they did have a thing where it's like, hey, can I show you the first 5 chapters of my published work and let me hear what you had to say for critique for this already published work. I want to see what your feedback is. And if there wasn't anyone who also wanted critique, then yeah, I actually read a full chapter a stream because there wasn't anyone else asking for critique. So that was fine to dedicate more time to that. But now that we have more and more people wanting story times and critiques and feedback, then yeah, it's typically I start with a couple pages for it, and then if it's a person who comes back wanting more critique, then I try to do longer and longer segments with them. It's hard because sometimes with new people, they say they want critique, and then we have that, I'm cool sharing the spotlight, all at Cryptid's pace. Yeah. See, that Sure Chatting has also been very good with pacing. When I'm like, hey, we've read part of yours, somebody else hasn't had critique at all, I'm going to switch over to the new person, then we do the new person, and then when that critique's done, then we go back to Sir Chatty Matty. Yeah, like people who've returned and submit multiple times. They're typically more flexible, and they work with that. Author Relic submitted multiple times. Chatty Matty submitted multiple times. We have a few raccoons who do that, and that's absolutely fine. But it's kind of just a soft test, like, hey, this is a brand new person. I haven't interacted with them before. There is sometimes people who ask for critique, and I'll like read the first 3 pages and I give critique. And again, like my critiques aren't normally harsh. They normally get more thorough the more times you submit, because then I realize you can take critique. But in the beginning, I say it's like, oh, it's 1 or 2 pieces of critique, right? Um, but there are always some people who like, yeah, give me the critique, and I'll do like the 1 or 2 pieces of critique, and then they're like, you think it's not perfect? You're just so mean. How could you critique my woo boo? And they get their feelings hurt. Yeah. Um, so it's not even just the fact that you're the type of person who likes to share, you're also the type of person who can take critique. You're getting feedback. You don't even have to agree with me. You happen to agree with some of my feedback, but you don't have to. And I do say that you never have to agree with my critique. If you don't agree with it, it was free critique. You can throw it in the trash for free. Um, it's just the fact that you have to be like, like kind of, even though this is nice critique, I don't do mean critiques. You still have to kind of be strong enough to take a critique, you know what I mean, to see where things could be better, or where things aren't quite hitting the head, nail the head. That expression I'm butchering right now. If they can't take the critique now, they can't handle the target audience. Yeah, but also, um, I don't need to be the person who handholds them and teaches them how to be a critique. Um, I'll test it. I'll give the critique, and if they normally are upset over just 1 or 2 pieces of gentle critique, they'll leave. They'll run somewhere else to try and get the cheerleader kudos, right? And that's fine. And then if they do show up and they take the 1 or 2 pieces of critique and they're like, yeah, this is exactly what I was looking for. This was great. Even if they agree or don't agree with it, you never have to agree with the critique. And then they continue showing up and they're willing to submit more or other works or submit again after working on it, then I'm like, oh, okay, this person is a capable adult who can handle critique. Yes, I will now read more of your work, and I will spend the effort to give you more critique and to work on this more with you, because you kind of pass that initial tester critique of like 3 pages or so, and I do like 1 or 2 critiques, like how do you handle that? Because remember, this is, as much as this is a really cozy and comfy chat room, this is just me as a little cryptid being a blue person on your screen, talking with a lot of strangers on the internet, And you never quite know when you meet a new stranger on the internet how they're going to handle feedback. Like for me, I know I can take it. I had to get used to it too. Plus, I have a harder critic than Cryptid. Yes, you said you have like mentors and stuff too. You're working with mods. You're already sharing some of this with your stream. Um, so that's kind of a, yeah, I have a lot of critics for Nevermore. Yeah, so that's kind of the vibe. Once I realize, oh, okay, this is a person who can handle it, now we can go through. So if you guys have been paying attention, right, this has been a longer session with Sir Chatty Matty. And I'm doing a few more little nitpicks that I don't do with like a new person who's just submitted for the first time. Because they've submitted before and they've been really good about accepting critique and feedback and talking back and forth and chatting. And I'm like, okay, this person isn't gonna cry and scream that I'm a mean bully. All I hear when I get critique is you're perfect and amazing, and Callie, go get sleep. And then I remember the actual critique 2 to 3 weeks later and realized I was delusional when I thought I was perfect and amazing. Your mentor has high standards, so his critiques are harsh. Oh my goodness. Way more. I don't think that I told you about the time I got someone upset for making a film in a room of like 15 people. Wait, what's happened here? Hold on, let me actually look at the full chat instead of just the OBS. Yeah, you have a lot of critics, way more. I don't think I told you about the time I got someone upset for making a film in a room of like 15 people. So you made a film and then other people were upset by what you filmed? Am I reading that right? I mean, I write for funsies, but I still want to be the best writer I can be. Yeah, you're improving your craft, even if it's not for financial stuff. You want to improve your craft, and that's kind of what I'm offering here. You made a film, and I got a critic that really went into me. Oh, dear God. That would be annoying. That's why I know my issues are mostly craft issue, not my world or characters, but I do think I need to dial some things back here. Good times. Yeah, Nevermore. having like one harsh critic that feels like they're purposefully like going at you, like attacking you and your work, that's unnecessary. That's not what we're doing here. That's why it's like, okay, here's a nice soft test. Can you take it like as general critique? It doesn't matter. I think sometimes it does, because if you feel like the person's just attacking you to attack, maybe that wasn't what this person was doing. I might be making up a scenario in my head, and I admit that. I feel like some critique people, um, just critique to critique, like they want to tear you down. Like even the good things they might tear down, right? There are some people who are overly harsh, not as in like they're trying to protect your feelings and not making you be the best you be. I'm saying like they'll hate on everything even if it's not there to hate. um like I'm trying to think of similar stuff. Like there will be people who critique if you, let's say, write a coming of age modern day story, right? And the people critique it like, modern coming of age stories are stupid, coming of age stories are stupid, nobody wants to read this trash. You'd be like, that's not a critique, that doesn't help me. I don't know if it's hate, to be honest. Okay, so yeah, so your person wasn't like hateful in that way. If people are passionate, it can come off that way, but I don't know. Okay, so yeah, I think I was making up a different scenario of someone who was just being needlessly hateful, but you just had a really impassioned, very harsh critic. Okay. Yes, I'm saying you gotta keep an eye. Yeah, people who are not being good critique people who are just being hateful, um, to hate something that's not even like critiquing. You know what I mean? My funniest critique was, so is everyone in this universe gay? Best critique to get. Yes, the answer is yes. being being straight's not non-existent now. Nobody's straight. Fuck that. uh as I say, yeah, right, slow. Sometimes you just can't tell. But yes, finding a good critique partner who sees the vision you are trying to achieve and who will help critique everything that's unnecessary for that vision to make that vision materialize in the best way it can. That's what a good critique partner is. You care more about being paid, to be honest. Yeah, someone's meant to pay me and they don't pay me, then like fuck that shit. I have earlier on in our business been waiting on payments when like certain payments were promised and they weren't, and I had already delivered like big projects. This was earlier in the career, and this is for like certain celebrity high-end stuff, right? This was like big ticket stuff. Um and the payments were running a little late, and I was getting really, and nowadays I don't do that type of system anymore just because of that kind of broken trust. The payments did come through, I did get paid for all that work, but it was a little sketch there for a while. um I'm more open to grammar critiques myself rather than critiques on my characters, to be honest. Oh, that's an interesting thing. So again, I'll point out some grammar stuff if I notice it, especially if I notice it's a consistent issue. But I will always say I'm not that would be like a copy editor. I'm not naturally the best noticing the super fine details of grammar, right? I have decent grammar. I can notice when stuff is wrong, but I don't do super technical stuff with grammar and those copy edits. Um, I do more the line editing and developmental editing. That's kind of the sphere of critiques I do. And yeah, if I always say, if you guys are looking for credit for critiques and edits on a specific thing, then hey, please let me know. Um, and I'll try to focus on that because that's the thing you're asking for. That's why some people just submit an intro and they'll ask in the critique, I want to know if this intro is hitting. Is it capturing your attention? Is it a strong opening line? And I'll just focus on that, right? Because that's the critique you're asking for. Um, yeah, I'm able to catch grammar stuff. It's noticeable. Yeah, same here. Like I'm not over here like absolutely horrific with my grammar and stuff, but I'm not like going to super focus on. I'll just point out stuff if I notice it. But I'm not focused on grammar. I'm more focused on the development, on the interest, on the story, on the characters, on this or that. And if there was something you're like, hey, I actually don't want critique on my characters. I just want critiques maybe on the story flow, on the line edits, on the pacing. I'll be like, oh, okay. Um, and I'll then not do critiques on your character, right? Just, you guys can let me know stuff like that. That's fine. Absolutely 100% fine. This is just us hanging out and being better writers. Oh, that's why you trust me? Don't. I'm just a blue cryptid who likes stories. I'm not sure I should be like a trustworthy authority. Critics can say whatever they want. Stephen King said that. Very cool. You write a story and you get paid for it. Nice, nice, nice. Get paid up front. I'm able to catch grammar issues. It's noticeable. What I know I need is critiques and how my characters come off. Is Maddie making Cryptid blush a little bit? I'm like, oh, I shouldn't be a trustworthy person. What do you mean? I'm just a blue person on your screen. Sometimes you guys give me compliments and I'm like, oh, shucks. Stop it. If you guys bully me, I'm like, why are you guys bullying me? And then you guys are nice to me and I'm like, stop being nice to me. There's no winning. No. Banned. Somebody ban Chatty Matty real quick. I don't want to hear those compliments. So let's see. So hope this works. She slapped her palm against the glass. The emitters flared hot. The gauntlet hummed. The ship shook again, hard enough to make her knees buckle. Hold it together, she muttered. Come on, Berenike, you've done worse. You fixed the clock tower during that crazy-ass storm a few years ago. The glass began to bubble, blister. She dragged her palm in a circle, melting a hole big enough to pull someone through. The heat bit at her face, sweat pouring down her back. The air reeked of fuel. That's not good. Oh no, the scent filled her nose and gut with fear. Yeah, if there's like leaking fuel, if you can smell the fuel, and she's working with like heat and heating stuff up, that's a little scary. You could set everything could explode. Cryptid is the nicest. I ever told Mom and Papa Cryptid, and they were like, impossible. Yeah, it would be like impossible. Oh my god. Let me see here. So yeah, not much time, she hissed. The hole was wide enough. She reached in, grabbed the woman, pulled, too light, too limp. In the moment she was free, the stranger's wings unfurled and she flew a few feet, then flopped to the ground nearby, unconscious. Barry turned back to the cockpit. The man inside stirred, eyes fluttering. He was bleeding, barely conscious, but still alive. He lifted one trembling hand and tossed something at her. She caught it instinctively. A pendant? No, a data stick? He met her eyes. Oh, you must leave me, he said, voice gurgling, wet with pain. You're not dead, she growled, reaching for him. I can pull you out too. I'm too far gone. Protect her. He nodded toward the woman. They must not find her. Or the fleece. What the hell is the fleece? What are you? It is decreed by Mother Anankia. His golden eyes rolled back. His breath hitched. No, I'm gonna save you, damn it! Barry lunged into the cockpit, and something blew. I'm not sure if she would be arguing with him here. She could be trying to pull him out already, even as he's, not helping out. You know, I do ASMR. I tell people they're a good girl for a living. Oh no. Yeah, everyone feel free to check out Callie's stream after mine's over. But something blew. A gust of pressurized air slammed into her like a cannon blast. She flew backward off the ship, flew through the air, then tumbled down hard. Her back screamed. Her legs were on fire. Grass and smoke blurred in her eyes. She shoved herself up. The ship exploded. Was it, like, when she was launched back, was that the ship exploding? So the ship had exploded? Or was she blown back by a smaller explosion, and now that she's back, now the ship explodes? Heat and light tore through the crater in a plume of golden fire. Jesus Christ. Still streaming? That's crazy. Yeah, we're gonna be ending soon. I really, because we were so close to finishing Chatty Matties, I really wanted to get to the end, and now we're on the last page. So, um, it's 3 in the morning for me. I'm going back to bed now. Good night, Ajuna. Thank you so much for checking on us. The artificial air tanks blew. The first one. Okay, so there was a smaller explosion, blew her back. She shut herself up, and then she watched the ship explode. Right, so now the actual ship exploded. There's a bigger explosion. Barry collapsed to her knees. Her whole body shook. Where's my lo-fi? My lo-fi finished. There we go. Her whole body shook. The man gone. She clenched her fist and screamed into the dirt, punching the ground until her knuckles hurt. No! Her voice cracked. Her breath hitched. Vision blurred not from the smoke, but from the tears she refused to admit were there. She didn't know who these people were. She didn't know what the fleece was. What was happening? I don't think we need the what was happening, and she didn't know what the fleece was. We as the readers already know that she doesn't know what the fleece was, because she asked, like, what the hell is the fleece? And what was happening? Like, this is like, kind of repeating stuff to the readers a bit, so we don't, And I'm wondering, this thing just crashed into the city, right, outside her home, like you said, in her front yard, kind of. How do I tell Mom and Auntie Riri? Well, they should, if they're home, they kind of can look out their window and see there's not really much to tell, you know what I mean? So are there passerbys? Are there other people around her that are kind of like, that were kind of standing around, that were kind of like, holy shit, like pedestrians, like are there civilians nearby? I was just wondering. That's not like a something you had to answer. I was just wondering, because right now it kind of seems like she's the lone person who's here next to this crashed ship. So I was wondering, like, oh, I wonder if there's any passerbys or people nearby who are like watching this happen and saw the ship just explode. But yeah, otherwise, I kind of gave you my critiques as we went. But yeah, I feel like these last lines here, these kind of like, what was happening? She didn't know what this is not the strongest ending. Her mom is at the market. The passerbys definitely saw it, but it's too far for them to reach quickly. So there's no one on this street, basically. There's no one. There's not like a neighbor in her mom's neighbor's house that's like standing around being like, holy shit. There's no actual people surrounding her. Interesting. I don't know how much that would happen, but okay. Okay, so she's the lone person here. It happens to land in front of her house. She's in a more rural part of the city. Okay. So this big thing just happened to crash in front of her house right after she met a goddess. She met the goddess Telly. This feels like a lot's happening. A lot is happening. What was happening? Sorry, that's the last line. What was happening? But yeah, I think the actual ending here, these last 3 lines are detracting from your ending a bit. I just wanted to make a sword. That is what Barry wanted, huh? So I have given you my critique as we went. Are there any particular things that you want me to critique on before we go? Because I think as soon as this critique is over, I will actually be calling it a night, because it is past 5 in the morning for me. But yeah, let me know. Otherwise, I'll be heading to bed. I'm curious how Barry and Bridget came off. How did they come off? Okay. I'm thinking not just of the part we read today, but of the earlier chapter we read in the other stream. I feel like I could like Barry up until it got the weird religious thing. That felt weird. Of them reading their space Bible together while they're walking, as if this is the only time for them to reading, and it's this weird flirty thing, this weird lesbian flirty thing as they're talking about the creation goddess giving birth to the first ancestors. I'm like, this is just a weird scene. It's just weird. Before that, before the challenge, I thought Bridget came off pretty cool. Um, I wasn't sure if she was also a crafter or not. Um, because it says it's her crafter in crime, but it's not really mentioning her doing any crafting. I don't know if she also works with her. But as far as her dialogue, I think her dialogue and the back and forth banter was really strong. I liked it up until it was this weird forced religion thing. She is a crafter too. Okay, okay. That's what I assumed. It just didn't really mention it too much. I assume will be mentioned later that she's a crafter too and they do their crafting adventures. Um but yeah, this weird back and forth with them talking about the creation myth as if it's a normal story they talk about constantly, but they're still reacting to it as if it's the first time ever. And they're doing it in public while they're just walking and chatting. I'm like, and it's like a flirty thing too. There was a lot of stuff going on there that just didn't quite make sense. And then we leave that, and I think honestly, after that scene, I don't like Barry as much anymore. I liked Barry in the first half of the chapter. It was from that Bible scene on, she just felt a little bit weird. Bridget gets put as a repair girl and complains about, so she's just repairing stuff. Okay, I like that one of them's actually a crafter from scratch and the other one's like repairing. I like that they're similar but a little different. That's a good little twist to it. But yeah, honestly, from the story scene afterwards, I don't like Barry as much because it goes from that to she's religious slash not religious. She's heard this religious story 100 times. It's the first time that she's kind of like reading it. So then it's all about Orion, and it's her having this immediate deep grief for her father that she's never really met besides being like a 3-month-old baby. It's her having this first conversation with a deity. So we happen to be seeing her first time ever praying, I guess. And it feels a little awkward. She spends most of the prayer still just talking about how cool her dad is. And then she asks for stuff for him to hold her. And then she plays a little stupid with the deity, with Telly. That Telly's doing all this magical, mystical stuff, and we as the audience are like, hey, this feels important, this feels like a big thing. And she's coming off a little dumb during the conversation. And then we get back into the action of like, hey, now there's a ship falling, and she's going through and she's gonna help these people out of it. And I'm like, okay, this is the similar to the Barry that we saw, who was like kind of capable and actiony in the first part of the chapter when she's making stuff, when she's stealing supplies to continue making stuff. So like her in the beginning of the chapter, and then her at the very end rescuing the people from the ship. I'm like, I like that Barry. The Barry mourning her dad in this first chapter multiple times. And doing this weird religious thing as if it's a first time experience. Those were the parts where I most disconnected from her. I can fix it so it's less her being religious and dial back where I need it. Yeah, and that's, just fixing the plotting and stuff too. I think like the Orion tidbits is a cool motif, it's a cool theme, it is a part of her character. I think it could just be spread throughout the book in other sections more. In this first chapter, it's pretty heavy hitting. And then the religion thing, I think it was a method for you to show the world building, the lore, the creation myth of this world. I think it just needs to be introduced in some other spot. Yeah, so I think some of those ones, the Orion bit, the Telly, not the Telly bit, the religious bit, need to be put maybe in other spots. The Telly, I think you're right. You can just fix it a little bit to make Barry's dialogue a little bit more aware. I think that's just a slight fix, but I think you can absolutely keep that scene. I think Telly being seen here is a cool, interesting bit. But yeah, I think Barry's character is strongest during this and most readers are engaged with her, at least me as a reader is engaged with her more during this airship scene and during the beginning part of it up until she meets Bridget, and that opening part of her talking back and forth with Bridget I think was still really good. I did like being introduced to Bridget here. um you might read the book stuff because book 3 is focusing heavily on the creation stuff anyway. Okay. Yeah, that's what I said. Like, some things don't need to be like gotten rid of, they just need to be placed somewhere else. It just feels weird that they were placed here. This wasn't the right home for them. You know what I mean? It's kind of like if you have a shoe and you place them on top of the dining room table. I'm not saying you had to throw away your shoes. The shoes just had to be put in the place where shoes belong, by like the front door. They don't belong on like the dining room table. It's the wrong place for them. They're just not at home there. But yeah, otherwise, besides those scenes, I think Barry is a really compelling. I think when she's in action, when she's doing things, that was her most compelling. When she was here in the first chapter, being very up in her thoughts and very self-aware with her thoughts about Orion, that felt the most like I'm trying to think of the words. Like the most like this is Barry's just being used as a plot device to talk about Orion. Orion stuff, I can definitely use a flashback. Well, the statue stuff, I mean. Okay. Yeah, that just figuring out the right places for things to be. But yeah, this emotional beats, and it happens 3 times in this chapter of mentioning Orion. Well, it was a little too much. That kind of separated us from Barry a bit, because we haven't connected for her. I think somebody mentioned earlier, it might have been Nevermore. We haven't quite connected with her enough to have this emotional connection with her right away. But otherwise, yeah, I think it's there's a lot of cool stuff happening here. It starts with her getting the commission for the weapon. We then meet Bridget, and she's making her way home, and then on the way home, the starship falls, right? This star sail ship. There's a lot of S's here. I forget what it's called, but the ship falls, happens to land in front of her house, and she has to save people. She can't save everyone. She can only save one of them. I think that's a really compelling. There's a lot. I think some people struggle with the fact of not enough happening in chapter 1. You have a lot of good material here. There is a lot of cool stuff happening in chapter 1. There's explanation why Bridget and Barry lived together too. Oh, that's true. Because you did say that it sounded like they were roommates. But it sounded like Barry was going towards her home, which I assumed was like where her mom and Aunt Riri were. But maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's just like an abandoned place not an abandoned place. It's just an empty place that just her and Bridget live in. You just had too much happening. Yeah, I think focus on what needs to happen in this story, in this chapter. What are the scenes you need to hit? I think the opening, she gets the commission. I think we should meet Bridget. I think maybe she passes the statue, and then the starship falling. Those feel like the most important beats that have to happen here. I don't know if Telly needs to happen here. It could happen somewhere else. I think it just depends on what the other chapters do. But yeah, the religious bit and the mourning at the statue for the multiple years that she's had. Those parts were out of sync with the rest of the chapter. Bridget has been living with Barry since Barry was equivalent to 12 to 14. She was kicked out at 12 to 14. She was just a baby. Oh my god, Barry, what is your mom doing? Can't believe your mom kicked you out when you were spaced 12 to 14. But yeah, that is my feedback. You wanted to know where I connected most with Bridget with Barry, and where I didn't. I hope that helps a little bit in recognizing what the stronger and weaker parts of this chapter are. But hey, it's always better to have too many cool things happening in a chapter than too little, right? Because we can cut things pretty easily. It's hard to add more things. Telly is meant to set the trilogy arc itself in motion, in addition to the book 1 plot. It definitely helps. Okay, good. I'm glad I was able to help. That is what I try to do my besto for.
Otherwise, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me for how long we streamed? Almost 8 hours, 7 hours and 43 minutes. So thank you guys for hanging out. I loved hanging out and chatting with you guys. Oh, hello, first time chatter. Good night. Your first time chat's just to tell me bye. Thank you for joining Cryptid Cult. I hope you like it here. I hope you have a good time. If you're here for good vibes, talking about story times and critiques, then this is the place. And sometimes I also game and do other more mindless stuff, because doing critiques is a lot of brain power. Sometimes I need less brain power streams. But otherwise, thank you so much. And great readings. Thank you, Cryptid. And thank you, everyone who submitted. You guys are wonderful, brave raccoons for submitting your stuff for critiques. It takes a lot of courage to put your stuff live on stream and get feedback for it. The princess does come in a few chapters. Ooh, that's exciting. That's exciting. But cool stuff happening in your books. But otherwise, I'm going to end it here. Thank you guys so much. And I hope you have a wonderful night or a wonderful day, depending on where you are in the world. Otherwise, good night, goodbye.